Good evening, everybody. We are back for what will eventually be Gulliver's Travels, but true to the kind of the format for the last little while. I am going to do a bit of, I don't know, lead-in material just to give people a chance to be able to hear the story. And again, I will recognize that the largest audience for this is probably going to be people on YouTube, and the this doesn't always make it easy for VODs, but in the end, much the same way that I try and adopt the conventions of YouTube when I do VOD-oriented material, I will likewise try to play to the platform that I'm on when recording this. So we'll try and do some discussion at the start. I always meander without intending to at the start. But I do have one thing to add a little bit of structure on the introduction today, and that's going to be an essay that we have read on the stream before. It's George Orwell's Can Socialists Be Happy? And part of that is so that I can sort of make a point about the way that Gulliver's Travels has been interpreted, and one might argue misinterpreted, by even some of the sharpest critics. And I'll give it. I mean, this is the challenge of a live format, that you don't always know when people are going to arrive, and so it can be tricky to decide when to cross over into the reading material, even if it's sort of a warm up. But Can Socialists Be Happy is a relatively short work, so I'll give it a little bit of time just to warm up, have some thoughts, and then once we finish the Orwell essay, we'll probably move into Gulliver's Travels. Usually there'll be a bit of discussion in between because, such is my nature. But we will, if the pace of the previous entries has been any indication, we will conclude Gulliver's Travels tonight and probably have some discussion at the end, because it's a really, really good book. It's funny, I will say, maybe as a recap of what we've done at the start, um, I think it's fair to say that, Gulliver's Travels is very widely known, but I would argue it is not well known. And I suppose the distinction that I would draw here would be that I think most people are familiar with a man among small people, and they maybe even understand that it is an example of satire. But I'm not entirely sure. So, for instance, the big endian and little endian, right? There's something quite charming about the specific choice of big endian and little endian to describe a largely trivial um, difference in terms of computing. I say largely trivial. Obviously, you need consistency with which to, you need to adopt one convention over the other. But I would propose that you do not need to choose one or the other for technical reasons. It's purely, it's a maybe not an arbitrary choice, but as close as you can get to an arbitrary choice. So there's something, even though I imagine the choice did not reflect deeply held beliefs on the part of the people who named it that, there is something beautifully there's something quite beautiful about people having the reflectiveness to say, this difference doesn't mean a whole lot. um, at least that's kind of how I take it. I may be reading a little too much in that, but I feel there is something there. Um, but yeah, so I would say, Gulliver's Travels is something that maybe even is understood as a children's book, but I would propose by the time we finish the third voyage, and even the second, I would say probably some of the descriptions in that, maybe you'd see people kind of looking at each other um, as to whether or not that's appropriate for children. I mean, my feeling on this is that I think kids are a lot smarter than people give them credit for. Like they're dumb in some ways, but like they're a lot smarter than I think people give them credit for. And the best way I can articulate this actually is sort of old kids movies. So Shrek. Um, I don't really know if there was ever a rivalry between the two, but I would say for the most part, my if I had to choose between the two big animation studios of their time, I would be bigger on Pixar than DreamWorks. And Shrek clearly has a very devoted following, very very successful movie. But I think one of the things I sort of reflect on is when I watch, like, if I, not that I like watch Shrek or Toy Story a whole lot, but like when I watch Shrek, there's definitely humor that's there for mom and dad, but it's kind of crude humor. And I'm not entirely convinced the kids don't get what's being said, right? And there's like, there's a few little ones where like there's, I don't know, it's like Farquaad, they're talking about, the marriage day or something like so one character's describing the marriage, and then he's doing his plans, and then he says at some point they get to the wedding night and he says, "I'll do it." It's like, and the character in the background says, "Yes, but I mean, like, it's not a bad joke, right? But it's like, probably not the one you'd normally put inside of a kids movie. Like it's coded enough that I don't think people like. I mean, here's the thing, right? Like if the kid decodes it, you're not corrupting the mind, and if the kid doesn't get it, that's a joke for mom and dad to laugh at. And there's like uh there's a rhyme with ass. The puppets show their backsides, but then they change the line to face, and like everybody knows what that's doing. And I guess the point I would make here is that actually this was a really for me this was a really eye-opening experience. I think it's called clean comedy or whatever, but anyways, I talked with a friend who was doing some stand-up lessons I think this was in Vancouver. And they talked about going blue, and like this would be sort of the George Carlin stuff. And I think one of the things that's really interesting is that a lot of the comedians I really like are, they definitely have an edge, and it's very clearly adult. And I mean, this would be like Frankie Boyle or, Bill Hicks, George Carlin. I mean, I think a lot of these people are sort of tracing, probably there's like a line that's going back to someone like Lenny Bruce, but I don't know, like it's funny. I like it. I mean, I've also heard some Robin Williams stand-up sets, which are really really great. So I don't know if this is just the way that, the kind of comedy that I was introduced to, or the just a natural tendency towards it. But I've always tended to associate these kinds of routines with some pretty rough material. The sort of stuff that probably like I wouldn't watch or attend with my family. And what I find particularly interesting actually was there's a couple of charity events that I've gone to, and like they've been, fairly buttoned down kind of hosts, and it's clear that the comedians have been told to watch it on the material. And it is very funny because like I've seen a couple of them up on the stage, and like it's clear the material isn't landing quite as well as they want, and so they push the line a little bit. And like I think one of them just straight up says, it's like, who told you not to tell these kinds of jokes? And what I loved was the headliner at the end, after seeing the dynamic with like the preceding ones, just like abandons all pretense and does like clearly the set that the organizers did not want him to do. But like it brought down the house, right? And like I think this is one of the funny things is that I wonder if there is like this level of plausible deniability on the part of the people hosting it. You know, it's like, oh, we never expected them to do that. But you know, the audience wants another thing. So I don't know, like, but one of the things that was really eye opening to me was the fact that there was this idea, this, and again, I don't know how widely known it is, but this idea of going blue, and equally importantly, I think this guy used to be on like it was a sitcom. Actually, I think it was the one with Bob Saget. Like, is it Full House? I've never seen it, but I know I'm pretty sure it's Full House. Um, anyways, I know Bob Saget because of the Penn and Teller documentary, The Aristocrats, and he somewhat notoriously tells one of the filthier versions of that particular joke, which is a bit counter to sort of the perception. But anyways, there was another actor on that show, and his name escapes me. But apparently he is, I don't know, again, like I said, I don't know if it's called clean comedy or whatever, but he's big on that. And the thing that interested me the most, I probably couldn't tell you a single joke from this set because it was a long time ago, but it is actually genuinely one of the funniest performances I have ever seen, live or recorded. And like, no cursing, no, you know, not even remotely close to, you know, to any sex. It's like it is genuinely the sort of thing. It was, I mean, it was a room full of adults, but like it was genuinely the sort of thing that you could take a family to. Absolutely hilarious, right? Like absolutely no compromise on the artistry. And I realize I'm kind of sounding like a bit of a Puritan with this, but I think one of the things that was so interesting and one of the things that was really eye-opening for me on this is that a lot of the comedians that I really like, and particularly the ones who are, you know, to borrow my friend's phrase, going blue, I think one of the things about the reputation that they had, I suspect a lot of them are definitely attacking a, you know, a convention or a standard of their time that maybe is unjust or they feel is inappropriate. And I think one of the best examples of this would be the fact that George Carlin also was Mr. Conductor on Shining Time Station. And I think he specifically went out and said that he did that because he wanted, you know, he wanted to show another side. And, you know, that's actually one I have a lot of respect for. And it, to me at least, suggests that there is a craft behind it, that there is a choice, that the harder edge or the crudeness isn't a crutch. There's a design behind it. And I think the reason why the clean set was so eye-opening for me is that I am not entirely convinced that the conventions that we need to push against today are these, you know, puritanical or overly moral ones, right? I know there's a strong tendency for people to try and hold themselves up as sort of beacons of free speech or what have you. And by the way, I don't really think that I'm not going to suggest at all that the idea of free speech is settled. But I'm going to argue that maybe the conversation is not about dirty words. And I think the much more important conversation is about, you know, the things you are and aren't allowed to say, which of course at one point was the foul language. And then of course, I mean, I think people with varying degrees of good or bad faith will probably take that idea and, I think they'll have some figures in mind and they may make a certain political judgment on who I'm talking about. But all I can say on this is that I think, to me, it would seem that the battle is not so much about whether or not you're allowed to say dirty words on a stage, but rather, are you allowed to give voice to certain ideas, and maybe say things that the audience, isn't necessarily comfortable with. Um, like I've written in a couple of blogs, I can't stand clapter, right? I think basically anything I've ever really seen about Bill Maher is, some variation on like, hey, George Bush, what a moron, right? Wait for applause. At some point, there is a joke that's supposed to come up, but it has not yet arrived for me. Um, but, um, like, I mean, not to bang this particular drum early in the stream, but like, whether it's the satire I wrote or whether it's the reaction to the times I talk about it, AI is a great example, right? You have a certain audience where no matter you could be writing satirically, you could be writing something that is not necessarily favorable to AI, but the mere mention of the machine god is sufficient for people to behave in a very rude manner. And that's, when it comes to the idea of, what are you allowed to say? That is one of those perfect cases where someone within the community that is doing that needs to stand up and break the taboo, because otherwise we just wind up in a case where, we we just go back to, oh, you can't say that around here. And it may, I mean, for me, it's simple. It's like those communities are just not worth hanging around in anymore. Maybe they won't miss me when I'm gone, but I'm not entirely sure we're doing ourselves any favors by creating those unofficial standards. Sorry, my monitor is actually really bugging me in terms of its cleanliness, so I'm just going to take a minute here and I realize this is terrible radio. um, but I am going to have to read off of this thing for the next 3 hours or so. So anyways, I was talking about Pixar and DreamWorks. So I guess the premise that I'm having difficulty accepting in the case of a movie like Shrek is that for mom and dad to laugh, it has to be something a little dirty. And certainly, the example I gave before indicates to me that you can have a room full of adults in stitches without it having to descend to a certain level. And the contrast that I draw is, I think it's Toy Story 2, but I remember there's like a scene where Mr. Potato Head like throws his bowler hat to block a window or something. And I'm like 99% sure that's a reference to Odd Job in James Bond. Now, the kids in the audience are not going to get that reference. I mean, mom and dad may not get that right. That's an old series, but I mean, chances are mom and dad have a fighting chance of having seen have a fighting chance of having seen, a Bond film. And those are the kinds of references for the parents that I really like. They're ones that don't involve any kind of sort of transgression, but they're still just funny. Like, they're funny because that moment of recognition comes from having like lived life, or having some experience, or being familiar with something. It's a laugh that is earned not because of sort of the shock or the I can't believe they put this in a children's film, but rather the um, the just the fact that it's it's something targeted at a level above the primary audience for the film. And it's, I think one thing I like about it is that it's harder to do, right? If you say dick, it's just like there's going to be people who, or even better still, right? Boobies, right? There's going to be people who giggle at that no matter what. But the like that maybe doesn't have a place in children's films, in my opinion. I mean, like, I'm not going to go running for the smelling salts or something like that, but it's just, I don't necessarily feel there's artistry behind that. But the Pixar stuff, it really does feel like there is some craft behind it, and it's carefully thought, and it's a genuine laugh for mom and dad, that does not come at the expense of the fact that it is a children's film. So, anyways, that was a long rant to go on to, but like Gulliver's Travels was not intended as a children's story. I actually don't know the story about how it became more associated with children's stories. There's obviously like different versions of it, and clearly, if you're doing an adaptation, you can do whatever you want, and you can target it down to children. And I mean, especially in the case of the Richard Harris one. And again, I don't know why I focus on that one so much, because there have been multiple adaptations of Gulliver's Travels, but I do know that that one solved the not the problem, but like it, in that case they did the Lilliputians by animating them. And so I suspect at that time the idea would have been that anything with animation is for children, and so as a consequence, it'll be a children's story. Although if it's I think it's a 1970s movie, presumably by that point the reputation of Gulliver's Travels as something for children has been established. But it's and I mean, just to maybe be clear on this too, I think there's some quote. It's like from the, what is it, the it's like the halls of Parliament to the nursery. Gulliver's Travels is adored by everyone, or something like that. Like it was a widely well regarded work. But I would say, there's some parts in Voyage 2 where you'd start saying, it's like, I don't know about this one. Probably by Voyage 3, you've got some stuff that is both in terms of like the point being made. Like when I say the content, I'm not talking about like the mature themes or whatever, but like the substance of what's being discussed is above what I think could reasonably be considered for children. Like, I don't know if jokes at the expense of the Academy make any sense at all to a children's audience. And likewise, the actual contents of it is definitely where you start getting to a point where it's like, that may be, maybe not appropriate for kids. I think probably this is very much a your mileage may vary sort of question, but I would say the third Voyage is a point where, like, you're probably past the point where you could reasonably say it's unquestionably for children. Voyage 4, by the way, gets nuts. So we'll see how everybody feels about this by the end. But yeah, so in this case, it's a story that I think a lot of people are familiar. Gulliver, the giant among little people. I think Lilliputians, similarly, people will know what's going on there, and yet the contents of it, less familiar. And likewise, as we talked on the previous episode, Samuel Johnson's once you get the big people and the little people, everything else falls into place. You don't see a lot of people talking about Laputa. You don't see a lot of people talking about the Winhams. And even for myself, as fond as I am of Jonathan Swift, it was a revelation to me on Monday that there is a description of something that sure sounds like an LLM. I did not think about the language machine when I found out about Anthropic or OpenAI. It took me reading Gulliver's Travels with all of you again today because the Voyage to Laputa is just not one of those things that comes to mind. And if it comes to, even Jonathan Swift himself, right, probably the number one story that people will remember will be Gulliver's Travels. And then the next one will probably be A Modest Proposal. It will not be Drapier's Letters. It will not be, Against the Abolition of Christianity. I think there's a longer name for it, but anyways, I think we all know the one I'm talking about. Or Tale of a Tub. Tale of a Tub's great. I mean, it's complicated. It's not. I can see why that's not the beloved one. Hello, Masoabi. Not bad. I'm getting ready to read a little Orwell, and then we'll be moving on to Voyage 4 in a little bit. But yeah, it's there's going to be some that there's going to be an idea that you have of these things that isn't always reflected in the reality or the reading of it. So, again, I'm not going to call myself the world's biggest Jonathan Swift fan. I really like him, but like I'd be putting on airs just because, like Drapier's Letters is one that I haven't read in full. Really like Tale of a Tub, but I read that relatively late. I haven't read Gulliver's Travels enough to avoid being surprised by what we found on Monday. I've read very little of his poetry, and he wrote a lot. I still like his stuff a whole lot, but again, it's one of these questions of what we think the stories are about, what comes to mind when we think of Swift. And I think, Voyage 3 is definitely the one that I've enjoyed the most out of this rereading. Gonna be AFK, gotta run and shower, finish some housework, and then work on term papers. You'll be back. Good luck with all of that. We will see you on the fourth voyage, no doubt. But yeah, if nothing else, it gives me a good excuse to not just read and reread this one, but to take a number of things that I like quite a bit. Like, actually, a good example of this would be, if I recall correctly, I have only read Thus Spoke Zarathustra once. I have it. I've read other stuff by Nietzsche more than once. I think I've only read Zarathustra once. I imagine I'm going to get a very, very different perspective on it now than when I first read it. And I mean, there's any number of other books that I could say this for, but yeah, it's always something new to get. I felt like there was something else I wanted to say about Gulliver's Travels and familiarity, but the point escapes me right now. So maybe what we will do, I did want to set up the idea of what's familiar, how the story is understood, and I'm going to take George Orwell. I am, however, going to just wipe off my glasses too. Hopefully not make them worse than when I found them. We're going to read Can Socialists Be Happy? Not because it is the only place that Orwell has talked about Swift, but because I think it makes an interesting point about the voyage we're going to read. And the hope might be that we don't think of this while we're reading the fourth voyage, but maybe it's something that we will think about having read it and deciding whether or not we agree with Orwell's perspective. So, and again, he uses one example from Gulliver's Travels. It's not the main point of the essay, but I happen to like this essay anyway. So, and there's always a good excuse to read some Orwell. So, can socialists be happy? The thought of Christmas raises almost automatically the thought of Charles Dickens, and for two very good reasons. To begin with, Dickens is one of the few English writers who have actually written about Christmas. Christmas is the most popular of English festivals, and yet it has produced astonishingly little literature. There are the carols, mostly medieval in origin. There is a tiny handful of poems by Robert Bridges, T.S. Eliot, and some others, and there is Dickens, but there is very little else. Secondly, Dickens is remarkable, indeed almost unique among modern writers in being able to give a convincing picture of happiness. Dickens dealt successfully with Christmas twice in a chapter of The Pickwick Papers and in A Christmas Carol. The latter story was read to Lennon on his deathbed, and according to his wife, he found its bourgeois sentimentality completely intolerable. Now, in a sense, Lennon was right, but if he had been in better health, he would perhaps have noticed that the story has interesting sociological implications. To begin with, however thick Dickens may lay on the paint, however disgusting the pathos of Tiny Tim may be, the Cratchit family give the impression of enjoying themselves. They sound happy as, for instance, the citizens of William Morris's News from Nowhere don't sound happy. Moreover, and Dickens' understanding of this is one of the secrets of his power, their happiness derives mainly from contrast. They are in high spirits because for once, in a way, they have enough to eat. The wolf is at the door, but he is wagging his tail. The steam of the Christmas pudding drifts across a background of pawnshops and sweated labor, and in a double sense, the ghost of Scrooge stands beside the dinner table. Bob Cratchit even wants to drink to Scrooge's health, while Mrs. Cratchit rightly refuses. The Cratchits are able to enjoy Christmas precisely because it only comes once a year. Their happiness is convincing just because Christmas only comes once a year. Their happiness is convincing just because it is described as incomplete. All efforts to describe permanent happiness, on the other hand, have been failures. Utopias, incidentally, the coined word utopia doesn't mean a good place, it merely means a non-existent place, have been common in literature for the past 300 or 400 years, but the favorable ones are invariably unappetizing and usually lacking in vitality as well. By far, the best-known modern utopias are those of H.G. Wells. Wells's vision of the future is almost fully expressed in two books written in the early 20s, The Dream and Men Like Gods. Here you have a picture of the world as Wells would like to see it, or thinks he would like to see it. It is a world whose keynotes are enlightened hedonism and scientific curiosity. All the evils and miseries we now suffer from have vanished. Ignorance, war, poverty, dirt, disease, frustration, hunger, fear, overwork, superstition all vanished. So expressed, it is impossible to deny that it is the kind of world we all hope for. We all want to abolish the things Wells wants to abolish. But is there anyone who actually wants to live in a Wellsian utopia? On the contrary, not to live in a world like that, not to wake up in a hygienic garden suburb infested by naked schoolmarms, has actually become a conscious political motive. A book like Brave New World is an expression of the actual fear that modern man feels of the rationalized hedonistic society which it is within his power to create. A Catholic writer said recently that utopias are now technically feasible, and that in consequence how to avoid utopia has become a serious problem. We cannot write this off as merely a silly remark, for one of the sources of the fascist movement is the desire to avoid a too rational and too comfortable world. All favorable utopias seem to be alike in postulating perfection while being unable to suggest happiness. News from Nowhere is a sort of goody-goody version of the Wellsian utopia. Everyone is kindly and reasonable, all the upholstery comes from liberties, but the impression left behind is a sort of watery melancholy. But it is more impressive that Jonathan Swift, one of the greatest imaginative writers who has ever lived, is no more successful in constructing a favorable utopia than the others. The earlier parts of Gulliver's Travels are probably the most devastating attack on human society that has ever been written. Every word of them is relevant today, even more so than in Orwell's time. In places, they contain quite detailed prophecies of the political horrors of our own time. Where Swift fails, however, is in trying to describe a race of beings whom he admires. In the last part, in contrast with the disgusting yahoos, we are shown the noble Winhams, intelligent horses who are free from human failings. Now these horses, for all their high character and unfailing common sense, are remarkably dreary creatures. Like the inhabitants of various other utopias, they are chiefly concerned with avoiding fuss. They live uneventful, subdued, reasonable lives, free not only from quarrels, disorder, or insecurity of any kind, but also from passion, including physical love. They choose their mates, on eugenic principles, avoid excess affection, and appear somewhat glad to die when their time comes. In the earlier parts of the book, Swift has shown where man's folly and scoundrelism lead him, but take away the folly and scoundrelism, and all you are left with apparently is a tepid sort of existence, hardly worth leading. Attempts at describing a definitely otherworldly happiness have been no more successful. Heaven is as great a flop as Utopia, though hell occupies a respectable place in literature and has often been described most minutely and convincingly. It is a commonplace that the Christian heaven, as usually portrayed, would attract nobody. Almost all Christian writers dealing with heaven say frankly that it is indescribable, or conjure up a vague picture of gold, precious stones, and the endless singing of hymns. That has, it is true, inspired some of the best poems in the world. Thy walls are of chalcedony, thy bulwarks diamond square, thy gates are of right orient pearl, exceedingly rich and rare. But what it could not do was describe a condition in which the ordinary human being actively wanted to be. Many a revivalist minister, many a Jesuit priest, see for instance the terrific sermon in James Joyce's Portrait of the Artist, has frightened his congregation almost out of their skins with his word pictures of hell. But as soon as it comes to heaven, there is a prompt falling back on words like ecstasy and bliss, with little attempt to say what they consist in. Perhaps that most vital bit of writing on this subject is the famous passage in which Tertullian explains that one of the chief joys of heaven is watching the tortures of the damned. The pagan versions of paradise are little better, if at all. One has the feeling it is always twilight in the Elysian fields. Olympus, where the gods lived with their nectar and ambrosia, and their nymphs and Hebes, the immortal tarts, as D.H. Lawrence called them, might be a bit more homelike than the Christian heaven, but you would not want to spend a long time there. As for the Muslim paradise, with its 77 huri per man, all presumably clamoring for attention at the same moment, is just a nightmare. Nor are the spiritualists, though constantly assuring us that all is bright and beautiful, able to describe any next world activity which a thinking person would find endurable, let alone attractive. It is the same with attempted descriptions of perfect happiness, which are neither utopian nor otherworldly, but merely sensual. They always give me the impression of emptiness or vulgarity, or both. At the beginning of La Pucelle, Voltaire describes the life of Charles IX with his mistress, Agnes Sorel. They are always happy, he says. And what did their happiness consist in? An endless round of feasting, drinking, hunting, and love-making. Who would not sicken of such an existence after a few weeks? Rabelais describes the fortunate spirits who have a good time in the next world to console them for having had a bad time in this one. They sing a song which can roughly be translated, to leap, to dance, to play tricks, to drink the wine both white and red, and to do nothing all day long except count gold crowns. How boring it sounds after all! The emptiness of the whole notion of an everlasting good time is shown up in Bruegel's picture The Land of the Sluggard, where the 3 great lumps of fat lie asleep, head to head, with the boiled eggs and roast legs of pork coming up to be eaten of their own accord. It would seem that human beings are not able to describe, nor perhaps to imagine, happiness except in terms of contrast. That is why the conception of heaven or utopia varies from age to age. In pre-industrial society, heaven was described as a place of endless rest, as being paved with gold, because the experience of the average human being was overwork and poverty. The Huri of the Muslim paradise reflected a polygamous society, where most of the women disappeared into the harems of the rich. But these pictures of eternal bliss always failed because as the bliss became eternal, eternity being thought of as endless time, the contrast ceased to operate. Some of the conventions embedded in our literature first arose from physical conditions which have now ceased to exist. The cult of spring is an example. In the Middle Ages, spring did not primarily mean swallows and wild flowers. It meant green vegetables, milk, and fresh meat after several months of living on salt pork in smoky, windowless huts. The spring songs were gay. Do nothing but eat and make good cheer, and thank heaven for the merry year, when flesh is cheap and females dear, and lusty lads roam here and there, so merrily and ever so merrily, because there was something to be gay about. The winter was over, and that was a great thing. Christmas itself, a pre-Christian festival, probably started because there had to be an occasional outburst of overeating and drinking to make a break in the unbearable northern winter. The inability of mankind to imagine happiness except in the form of relief, either from effort or pain, presents socialists with a serious problem. Dickens can describe a poverty-stricken family tucking into a roast goose and make them appear happy. On the other hand, the inhabitants of perfect universes seem to have no spontaneous gaiety and are usually somewhat repulsive into the bargain. But clearly we are not aiming at the kind of world Dickens described, nor, probably, at any world he was capable of imagining. The socialist objective is not a society where everything comes right in the end because kindly old gentlemen give away turkeys. What we are aiming at, if not a society in which charity would be unnecessary. We don't want a world where Scrooge with his dividends and Tiny Tim with his tuberculous leg would be unthinkable. But does that mean we are aiming at some painless, effortless utopia? At the risk of saying something which the editors of the Tribune may not endorse, I suggest the real objective of socialism is not happiness. Happiness hitherto has been a byproduct, and for all we know, it may always remain so. The real objective of socialism is human brotherhood. This is widely felt to be the case, though it is not usually said, or not said loudly enough. Men use up their lives in heartbreaking political struggles, or get themselves killed in civil wars, or tortured in the secret prisons of the Gestapo, not in order to establish some central heated, air-conditioned, strip-lighted paradise, but because they want a world in which human beings love one another instead of swindling and murdering one another. And they want that world as a first step. Where they go from there is not so certain, and any attempt to foresee it in detail merely confuses the issue. Socialist thought has to deal in prediction, but only in broad terms. One often has to aim at objectives which one can only very dimly see. At this moment, for instance, the world is at war and wants peace, yet the world has no experience of peace, and never has, unless the noble savage once existed. The world wants something which it is dimly aware could exist, but cannot accurately define. This Christmas Day, thousands of men will be bleeding to death in the Russian snows, or drowning in the icy waters, or blowing one another to pieces on swampy islands in the Pacific. Homeless children will be scrabbling for food among the wreckage of German cities. To make that kind of thing impossible is a good objective, but to say in detail what a peaceful world will be like is a different matter. Nearly all creators of utopia have resembled the man who has a toothache and therefore thinks that happiness consists in not having a toothache. They wanted to produce a perfect society by an endless continuation of something that had only been valuable because it was temporary. The wider course would be to say that there are certain lines along which humanity must move. The grand strategy is mapped out, but detailed prophecy is not our business. Whoever tries to imagine perfection simply reveals his own emptiness. This is the case even with a great writer like Swift, who can flay a bishop or a politician so neatly, but who, when he tries to create a Superman, merely leaves one with the impression that the very last he can have intended that the stinking yahoos had in them more possibility of development than the enlightened Winhams. So for those of you not familiar with the fourth voyage, this will be the voyage with the yahoos and Winhams. I will stop short of endorsing Orwell's reading in this case, and this is partly because it has been a while since I have since I've read the fourth voyage, although it's probably one of the ones I remember better. I remember the fourth voyage better than I remember the third, but I didn't remember the third very well. So there's that. But I wanted to at least bring that to mind, and particularly the question that I would ask here with Orwell would be, would we consider his reading to be maybe not the only, but will we consider him to have been hitting the mark when it comes to the idea that Swift's sympathies lie with the Winhams, maybe? And we'll see, because I think there's room for disagreement in there. Whether or not I'm on the right side of that, I suppose, is another question. But I would say that the fourth voyage does at least offer room for a different perspective from Swift's, and whether or not the story is better understood or better appreciated, I suppose we will find out in a few minutes. Okay. Part 4, A Voyage to the Country of the Winhams. Chapter 1. The author sets out as captain of a ship. His men conspire against him, confine him a long time to his cabin, and set him on shore in an unknown land. He travels up into the country. The Yahoos, a strange sort of animal, described. The author meets two Winhams. I continued at home with my wife and children about 5 months in a very happy condition, if I could have learned the lesson of knowing when I was well. I left my poor wife big with child and accepted an advantageous offer made to me to be captain of the Adventurer, a stout merchantman of 350 tons, for I understood navigation well, and being grown weary of a surgeon's employment at sea, which, however, I could exercise upon occasion, I took a skilful young man of that calling, one Robert Purefoy, into my ship. We set sail from Portsmouth upon the 7th day of September, 1710. On the 14th, we met with Captain Pocock of Bristol at Tenerife, who was going to the Bay of Campeche to cut logwood. On the 16th, he was parted from us by a storm. I heard since my return that his ship foundered, and none escaped but one cabin boy. He was an honest man and a good sailor, but a little too positive in his own opinions, which was the cause of his destruction, as it has been with several others, for if he had followed my advice, he might have been safe at home with his family at this time, as well as myself. I had several men who died in my ship of calentures, so I was forced to get recruits out of Barbados and the Leeward Islands, where I touched, by the direction of the merchants who employed me, which I had soon too much cause to repent, for I found afterwards that most of them had been buccaneers. I had 50 hands on board, and my orders were that I should trade with the Indians in the South Sea and make what discoveries I could. These rogues, whom I had picked up, debauched my other men, and they all formed a conspiracy to seize the ship and secure me, which they did one morning, rushing into my cabin and binding me hand and foot, threatening to throw me overboard if I offered to stir. I told them I was their prisoner and would submit. This they made me swear to do, and then they unbound me, only fastening one of my legs with a chain near my bed, and placed a sentry at my door with his piece charged, who was commanded to shoot me dead if I attempted my liberty. They sent me down victuals and drink, and took the government of the ship to themselves. Their design was to turn pirates and plunder the Spaniards, which they could not do till they got more men. But first they resolved to sell the goods in the ship, and then to go to Madagascar for recruits, several among them having died since my confinement. They sailed many weeks and traded with the Indians, but I knew not what course they took, being kept a close prisoner in my cabin, and expecting nothing less than to be murdered, as they often threatened me. Upon the 9th of May, 1711, one James Welch came down to my cabin and said he had orders from the captain to set me ashore. I expostulated with him, but in vain. Neither would he so much as tell me who their new captain was. They forced me into the longboat, letting me put on my best suit of clothes, which were as good as new, and to take a small bundle of linen, but no arms except my hanger, and they were so civil as to not search my pockets, into which I conveyed what money I had, with some other little necessaries. They rowed about a league, and then set me down on a strand. I desired them to tell me what country it was. They all swore they knew no more than myself, but said that the captain, as they called him, was resolved, after they had sold the lading, to get rid of me in the first place where they could discover land. They pushed off immediately, advising me to make haste for fear of being overtaken by the tide, and so bade me farewell. In this desolate condition I advanced forward, and soon got upon a firm ground, where I sat down on a bank to rest myself, and consider what I had best do. When I was a little refreshed, I went up into the country, resolving to deliver myself to the first savages I could meet, and purchase my life from them by some bracelets, glass rings, and other toys which sailors usually provide themselves with in those voyages, and whereof I had some about me. The land was divided by long rows of trees, not regularly planted, but naturally growing. There was a great plenty of grass and several fields of oats. I walked very circumspectly, for fear of being surprised, or suddenly shot with an arrow from behind or on either side. I fell into a beaten road where I saw many tracks of human feet, and some of cows, but most of horses. At last I beheld several animals in a field, and one or two of the same kind sitting in trees. Their shape was very singular and deformed, which a little discomposed me, so that I lay down behind a thicket to observe them the better. Some of them coming forward near the place where I lay gave me an opportunity of distinctly marking their form. Their heads and breasts were covered with thick hair, some frizzled, others lank. They had beards like goats, and a long ridge of hair down their backs, and their foreparts of their legs and feet. But the rest of their bodies was bare, so that I might see their skins, which were of a brown buff color. They had nor tails nor any hair at all on their buttocks, except about the anus, which, I presume, nature had placed there to defend them as they sat on the ground. For this posture they used, as well as lying down, as often as they stood on their hind feet. They climbed high trees as nimbly as a squirrel, for they had strong extended claws before and behind, terminating in sharp points and hooked. They would often spring and bound and leap with prodigious ability. Their females were not so large as the males, but had long lank hair on their heads, but none on their faces, nor anything more than a sort of down on the rest of their bodies, except around the anus and pudenda. The dugs hung between their forefeet and often reached almost to the ground as they walked. The hair of both sexes was of several colors, brown, red, black, and yellow. Upon the whole, I never beheld in all my travels so disagreeable an animal, or one against which I naturally conceived so strong an antipathy. So that thinking I had seen enough, full of contempt and aversion, I got up and pursued the beaten road, hoping that it might direct me to the cabin of some Indian. I had not got far when I met one of these creatures full in my way, and coming up directly to me. The ugly monster, when he saw me, distorted several ways every feature of his visage, and stared, as at an object he had never seen before. Then approaching nearer, lifted up his forepaw, whether out of curiosity or mischief I could not tell. But I drew my hanger, and gave him a good blow with the flat side of it, for I durst not strike with the edge, fearing the inhabitants might be provoked against me if they should come to know that I had killed or maimed any of their cattle. When the beast felt the smart, he drew back, and roared so loud that a herd of at least 40 came flocking about me from the next field, howling and making odious faces. But I ran to the body of a tree, and leaning my back against it, kept them off by waving my hanger. Several of this cursed brood, getting hold of the branches behind, leaped up into the tree, whence they began to discharge their excrements on my head. However, I escaped pretty well by sticking close to the stem of the tree, but was almost stifled with the filth, which fell about me on every side. In the midst of this distress, I observed them all to run away on a sudden as fast as they could, at which I ventured to leave the tree and pursue the road, wondering what it was that could put them into this fright. But looking on my left hand, I saw a horse walking softly in the field, at which my persecutors, having sooner discovered, was the cause of their flight. The horse started a little, and when he came near me, but soon recovering himself, looked full in my face with manifest tokens of wonder. He viewed my hands and feet, walking around me several times. I would have pursued my journey, but he placed himself directly in the way, yet looking with a very mild aspect, never offering the least violence. We stood gazing at each other for some time. At last I took the boldness to reach my hand towards his neck with a design to stroke it, using the common style and whistle of jockeys when they are going to handle a strange horse. But this animal seemed to receive my civilities with disdain, shook his head, and bent his brows, softly raising up his right forefoot to remove my hand. He then neighed 3 or 4 times, but in so different a cadence that I almost began to think he was speaking to himself in some language of his own. While he and I were thus employed, another horse came up, who, applying himself to the first in a very formal manner, they gently struck each other's right hoof before, neighing several times by turns, and varying the sound, which seemed to be almost articulate. They went some paces off, as if it were to confer together, walking side by side, backward and forward, like persons deliberating upon some affair of weight, but often turning their eyes towards me, as if to watch that I might not escape. I was amazed to see such actions and behavior in brute beasts, and concluded with myself that if the inhabitants of this country were endued with a proportionate degree of reason, they must needs be the wisest people upon the earth. This thought gave me so much comfort that I resolved to go forward until I could discover some house or village or meet with any of the natives, leaving the two horses to discourse together as they pleased. But the first, who was a dapple grey, observing me to steal off, neighed after me in so expressive a tone that I fancied myself to understand what he meant, whereupon I turned back and came near to him, to expect his further commands, but concealing my fear as much as I could, for I began to be in some pain how this adventure might terminate, and the reader will easily believe I did not much like my present situation. The two horses came up close to me, looking with great earnestness upon my face and hands. The grey steed rubbed my hat all round with his right forehoof, and discomposed it so much that I was forced to adjust it better by taking it off and settling it again, whereat both he and his companion, who was a brown bay, appeared to be much surprised. The latter left the lappet of my coat, and finding it to hang loose about me, they both looked with new signs of wonder. He stroked my right hand, seeming to admire the softness and color, but he squeezed it so hard between his hoof and his pastern that I was forced to roar, after which they both touched me with all possible tenderness. They were under great perplexity about my shoes and stockings, which they felt very often, neighing to each other, and using various gestures, not unlike those of a philosopher when he would attempt to solve some new and difficult phenomenon. Upon the whole, the behavior of these animals was so orderly and rational, so acute and judicious, that I at last concluded that they must needs be magicians, who had thus metamorphosed themselves upon some design, and seeing a stranger in the way, resolved to divert themselves with him, or perhaps were really amazed at the sight of a man of so very different in habit, feature, and complexion from those who might probably live on so remote a climate. Upon the strength of this reasoning, I ventured to address them in the following manner. Gentlemen, if you be conjurers, as I have good cause to believe, you can understand my language. Therefore I make bold to let your worships know that I am a poor distressed Englishman, driven by his misfortunes upon your coast, and I entreat one of you to let me ride upon his back, as if it were a real horse, to some house or village where I can be relieved. In return of which favor I will make you a present of this knife and bracelet, taking them out of my pocket. The two creatures stood silent while I spoke, seeming to listen with great attention, and when I had ended they neighed frequently towards each other, as if they were engaged in serious conversation. I plainly observed that their language expressed the passions very well, and that these words might, with little pains, be resolved into an alphabet more easily than the Chinese. I could frequently distinguish the word Yahoo, which was repeated by each of them several times, and although it was impossible for me to conjecture what it meant, yet while the two horses were busy in conversation, I endeavored to practice this word upon my tongue, as soon as they were silent. I boldly pronounced Yahoo in a loud voice, imitating that same time, as near I could, the neighing of a horse, at which they were both visibly surprised, and the grey repeated the same word twice, as if he meant to teach me the right accent. Wherein I spoke after him as well as I could, and found myself perceivably to improve every time, though very far from any degree of perfection. Then the bay tried me with a second word, much harder to be pronounced, but reducing it to the English orthography, may be spelt thus, Wynnum. I did not succeed in this so well as the former, but after the 2 or 3 further trials I had better fortune, and they both appeared amazed at my capacity. After some further discourse, which I then conjectured might relate to me, the two friends took their leaves, with the same compliment of striking each other's hoof, and the grey made me signs that I should walk before him, wherein I thought it prudent to comply, till I could find a better director. When I offered to slacken my pace, he would cry, "Hum, hum." I guessed his meaning, and gave him to understand as well as I could that I was weary and was not able to walk faster, upon which he would stand a while to let me rest. Chapter 2. The author conducted by a Wynnum to his house, the house described, the author's reception, the food of the Wynnums, the author in distress for want of meat, is at last relieved, his manner of feeding in the country. Having travelled about 3 miles, we came to a long kind of building, made of timber stuck in the ground, and wattled across. The roof was low and covered with straw. I now began to be a little comforted, and took out some toys which travellers usually carry for presents to the savage Indians of America and other parts, in hopes the people of the house would be thereby encouraged to receive me kindly. The horse made me a sign to go in first. It was a large room with a smooth clay floor and a rack and manger extending the whole length on one side. There were 3 nags and 2 mares, not eating, but some of them sitting down upon their hams, which I very much wondered at, but wondered more to see the rest employed in domestic business. These seemed but ordinary cattle. However, this confirmed my first opinion that people who could so far civilize brute animals must needs excel in wisdom all the nations of the world. The grey came in just after, and thereby prevented any ill treatment which the others might have given me. He neighed to them several times in a style of authority, and received answers. Beyond this room there were 3 others, reaching the length of the house, to which you passed through 3 doors, opposite to each other, in the manner of a vista. We went through the second room towards the third. Here the grey walked in first, beckoning me to attend. I waited in the second room, and got ready my presents for the master and mistress of the house. They were 2 knives, 3 bracelets of false pearls, a small looking-glass, and a bead necklace. The horse neighed 3 or 4 times, and I waited to hear some answers in a human voice, but I heard no other returns than in the same dialect, only 1 or 2 a little shriller than his. I began to think that this house must belong to some person of great note among them, because there appeared so much ceremony before I could gain admittance. But that a man of quality should be served all by horses was beyond my comprehension. I feared my brain was disturbed by my sufferings and misfortunes. I roused myself, and looked about me in the room where I was left alone. This was furnished like the first, only after a more elegant manner. I rubbed my eyes often, but the same object still occurred. I pinched my arms and sides to wake myself, hoping I might be in a dream. I then absolutely concluded that all these appearances could be nothing else but necromancy and magic. But I had no time to pursue these reflections, for the grey horse came to the door, and made me a sign to follow him into the third room, where I saw a very comely mare, together with a colt and foal, sitting on their haunches upon mats of straw, not unartfully made, and perfectly neat and clean. The mare soon after my entrance rose from her mat, and coming up close, after having nicely observed my hands and face, gave me a most contemptuous look, and turning to the horse I heard the word Yahoo often repeated betwixt them, the meaning of which word I could not then comprehend, although it was the first I had learned to pronounce. But I was soon better informed to my everlasting mortification, for the horse, beckoning me with his head, and repeating the "hm," as he did upon the road, which I understood was to attend him, led me out into a kind of court where was another building, at some distance from the house. Here we entered, and I saw 3 of those detestable creatures, which I first met after my landing, feeding upon roots and the flesh of some animals, which I afterwards found to be that of asses and dogs, and now and then a cow, dead by accident or disease. They were all tied by the neck with strong withes fastened to a beam. They held their food between the claws of their forefeet, and tore it with their teeth. The master horse ordered a sorrel nag, one of his servants, to untie the largest of these animals and take him into the yard. The beast and I were brought close together, and by our countenances diligently compared both by master and servant, who thereupon repeated several times the word Yahoo. My horror and astonishment are not to be described when I observed in this abominable animal a perfect human figure. The face of it, indeed, was flat and broad, the nose depressed, the lips large, and the mouth wide. But these differences are common to all savage nations, where lineaments of the countenance are distorted by the natives suffering their infants to lie groveling on the earth, or by carrying them on their backs, nuzzling with their face against their mother's shoulders. The 4 feet of the Yahoo discovered from my hands in nothing else but the length of the nails, the coarseness and brownness of the palms, and the hairiness on the backs. There was the same resemblance between our feet, with the same differences, which I knew very well, though the horse did not, because of my shoes and stockings. The same in every part of our bodies, except as to the hairiness and color, which I have already described. The great difficulty that seemed to stick with the 2 horses was to see that the rest of my body, so very different from that of a Yahoo, for which I was obliged to my clothes, whereof they had no conception. The sorrel nag offered me a root, which he held, after their manner, as we shall describe in the proper place, between his hoof and pastern. I took it in my hand, and having smelt it, returned it to him again as civilly as I could. He brought out of the Yahoo's kennel a piece of ass's flesh, but it smelt so offensively that I turned from it with loathing and then threw it to the Yahoo, by whom it was greedily devoured. He afterwards showed me a wisp of hay and a fetlock full of oats, but I shook my head to signify that neither of these were food for me. And indeed I now apprehended that I must absolutely starve if I did not get to some of my own species, for as these filthy Yahoos, although there were few greater lovers of mankind at that time than myself, yet I confess I never saw any sensitive being so detestable on all accounts, and the more I came near them the more hateful they grew while I stayed in that country. This the master horse observed by my behavior, and therefore sent the Yahoo back to his kennel. Here then he then put his forehoof at my mouth, at which I was much surprised, although he did it with ease and with a motion that appeared perfectly natural, and made other signs to know what I would eat. But I could not return to him such an answer as he was able to apprehend, and if he had understood me, I did not see how it was possible to contrive any way for finding myself nourishment. While we were thus engaged, I observed a cow passing by, whereupon I pointed to her and expressed a desire to go and milk her. This had its effect, for he led me back into the house and ordered a mare servant to open a room where a good store of milk lay in earthen and wooden vessels, after a very orderly and cleanly manner. She gave me a large bowlful, of which I drank very heartily and found myself well refreshed. About noon I saw coming towards the house a kind of vehicle drawn like a sledge by 4 Yahoos. There was in it an old steed who seemed to be of quality. He alighted with his hind feet forward, having by accident got a hurt in his left forefoot. He came to dine with our horse, who received him with great civility. They dined in the best room, and had oats boiled in milk for their second course, which the old horse ate warm, but the rest ate cold. Their mangers were placed circular in the middle of the room, and divided into several partitions, round which they sat on their haunches upon bosses of straw. In the middle was a large rack, with angles answering to every partition of the manger, so that each horse and mare ate their own hay and their own mash of oats and milk, with much decency and regularity. The behavior of the young colt and foal appeared very modest, and that of master and mistress extremely cheerful and complacent to their guest. The grey ordered me to stand by him, and much discourse passed between him and his friend concerning me, as I found the strangers often looking on me, and the frequent repetition of the word Yahoo. I happened to wear my gloves, which the master grey observing seemed perplexed, discovering signs of wonder that I had done to my forefeet. He put his hoof 3 or 4 times to them, as if he would signify that I should reduce them to their former shape, which I presently did, pulling off both my gloves and putting them into my pocket. This occasioned further talk, and I saw the company was pleased with my behavior, whereof I soon found the good effects. I was ordered to speak the few words I understood, and while they were at dinner, the master taught me the names for oats, milk, fire, water, and some others, which I could readily pronounce after him, having from my youth a great facility in learning languages. When dinner was done, the master horse took me aside, and by signs and words made me understand the concern he was in that I had nothing to eat. Oats in their tongue are called hulna. This word I pronounced 2 or 3 times, for although I had refused to eat them at first, yet, upon second thoughts, I considered that I could contrive to make of them a kind of bread, which might be sufficient with milk to keep me alive, till I could make my escape to some other country and to creatures of my own species. The horse immediately ordered a white mare servant of his family to bring me a good quantity of oats in a sort of wooden tray. These I heated before the fire as well as I could, and rubbed them till the husks came off, which I made a shift to winnow from the grain. I ground and beat them between 2 stones, and then took water and made them into a paste or cake, which I toasted at the fire, and eat warm with milk. It was at first a very insipid diet, though common enough in many parts of Europe, but grew tolerable by time, and having been often reduced to hard fare in my life, this was not the first experiment I had made in how easily nature is satisfied. And I cannot but observe that I never had 1 hour's sickness while I stayed in this island. It is true I sometimes made a shift to catch a rabbit or a bird by springs made of Yahoo's hairs, and I often gathered wholesome herbs, which I boiled and ate as salads with my bread, and now and then, for a rarity, I made a little butter and drank the whey. I was at first at a great loss for salt, but custom soon reconciled me to the want of it, and I am confident that the frequent use of salt among us is an effect of luxury, and was first introduced only as a provocative to drink, except where it is necessary for preserving flesh in long voyages, or in places remote from great markets, for we observe no animal to be found of it but man. As to myself, when I left this country, it was a great while before I could endure the taste of it in anything that I ate. This is enough to say on the subject of my diet, wherewith other travelers fill their books, as if the readers were personally concerned whether we fare well or ill. However, it was necessary to mention this matter, lest the world think it impossible that I should find sustenance for 3 years in such a country and among such inhabitants. When it grew towards evening, the master horse ordered a place for me to lodge in. It was but 6 yards from the house and separated from the stable of the Yahoos. Here I got some straw, and covering myself with my own clothes, slept very sound. But I was in a short time better accommodated, as the reader shall know hereafter, when I came to treat more particularly about my way of living. Chapter 3. The author studies to learn the language. The Winham, his master, assists in teaching him the language described. Several Winhams of quality come out of curiosity to see the author. He gives his master a short account of his voyage. My principal endeavor was to learn the language, which my master, for so I shall henceforth call him, and his children, and every servant of his house were desirous to teach me, for they looked upon it as a prodigy that a brute animal should discover such marks of a rational creature. I pointed to everything and inquired the name of it, which I wrote down in my journal book when I was alone, and corrected my bad accent by desiring those of the family to pronounce it often. In this employment a sorrel nag, one of the under-servants, was very ready to assist me. In speaking, they pronounced through the nose and throat, and their language approaches nearest to the High Dutch or German of any I know in Europe, but it is much more graceful and significant. The Emperor Charles V made almost the same observation when he said that if he were to speak to his horse, it would be in High Dutch. The curiosity and impatience of my master were so great that he spent many hours of his leisure to instruct me. He was convinced, as he afterwards told me, that I must be a Yahoo, but my teachableness, civility, and cleanliness astonished him, which were qualities altogether opposite to those animals. He was most perplexed about my clothes, reasoning sometimes with himself whether they were a part of my body, for I never pulled them off till the family were asleep, and got on them before they walked in the morning. My master was eager to learn whence I came, how I acquired those appearances of reason which I discovered in all my actions, and to know my story from my own mouth, which he hoped he would soon do by the great proficiency I made in learning and pronouncing their words and sentences. To help my memory, I formed all I learned into the English alphabet and wrote the words down with the translations. This last, after some time, I ventured to do in my master's presence. It cost me much trouble to explain to him what I was doing, for the inhabitants have not the least idea of books or literature. In about 10 weeks' time, I was able to understand most of his questions, and in 3 months I could give him some tolerable answers. He was extremely curious to know from what part of the country I came, and how I was taught to imitate a rational creature, because the Yahoos, whom he saw I exactly resembled in my head, hands, and face that were only visible, with some appearance of cunning and the strongest disposition to mischief, were observed to be the most unteachable of all brutes. I answered that I came over the sea from a far place with many others of my own kind in a great hollow vessel made of the bodies of trees, that my companions forced me to land on this coast, and then left me to shift for myself. It was with some difficulty, and by the help of many signs, that I brought him to understand me. He replied that I must needs be mistaken, for that I said the thing which was not, for they have no word in their language to express lying or falsehood. He knew it was impossible that there could be a country beyond the sea, or that a parcel of brutes could move a wooden vessel whither they pleased upon water. He was sure no Winham alive could make such a vessel, nor would trust Yahoos to manage it. The word Winham in their tongue signifies a horse, and in its etymology, the perfection of nature. I told my master that I was at a loss for expression, but would improve as fast as I could, and hoped, in a short time, should be able to tell him wonders. He was pleased to direct his own mare, his colt, and foal, and the servants of the family to take all opportunities of instructing me, and every day, for 2 or 3 hours, he was at the same pains himself. Several horses and mares of quality in the neighborhood came often to our house, upon the report spread of a wonderful Yahoo that could speak like a Winham, and seemed, in his words and actions, to discover some glimmerings of reason. These delighted to converse with me. They put many questions and received such answers as I was able to return. By all these advantages I made so great a progress that, in 5 months from my arrival, I understood whatever was spoken, and could express myself tolerably well. The Winhams, who came to visit my master out of design of seeing and talking with me, could hardly believe me to be a right Yahoo, because my body had a different covering from others of my kind. They were astonished to observe me without the usual hair or skin, except on my head, face, and hands, but I discovered that secret to my master upon an accident which happened about a fortnight before. I have already told the reader that every night, when the family were gone to bed, it was my custom to strip and cover myself with my clothes. It happened one morning early that my master sent for me by the sorrel nag, who was his valet. When he came, I was fast asleep, my clothes fallen off on one side, and my shirt above my waist. I awaked at the noise he made, and observed him to deliver his message in some disorder, after which he went to my master, and in a great fright gave him a very confused account of what he had seen. This I presently discovered, for going as soon as I was dressed to pay my attendance upon his honor, he asked me the meaning of what his servant had reported, and that I was not the same thing when I slept as I appeared to be at other times, that his valet assured him some part of me was white, some yellow, and not least so white, and some brown. I had hitherto concealed the secret of my dress in order to distinguish myself as much as possible from that cursed race of Yahoos, but now I found it vain to do so any longer. Besides, I considered that my clothes and shoes should soon wear out, which already were in a declining condition, and must be supplied by some contrivance from the hides of Yahoos, or other brutes, whereby the whole secret would be known. I therefore told my master that in the country whence I came, those of my kind always covered their bodies with the hairs of certain animals prepared by art, as well as for decency, as to avoid the inclemencies of air, both hot and cold, of which, as to my own person, I would give him immediate conviction, if he pleased to command me, only desiring his excuse, if I did not expose those parts that nature taught us to conceal. Hello, the eyes of sin. I don't know if you've read the fourth voyage, but we're on the fourth chapter. So Gulliver is in a land with intelligent horses. He said, "My discourse was all very strange, but especially the last part, for he could not understand why nature should teach us to conceal what nature had given, that neither himself nor family were ashamed of any parts of their bodies, but, however, I might do as I pleased. Whereupon I first unbuttoned my coat and pulled it off. I did the same with my waistcoat. I drew off my shoes, stockings, and breeches. I let my shirt down to my waist, and drew up the bottom, fastening it like a girdle about my middle to hide my nakedness." Oh, I didn't know there was an anime inspired by this. Now I gotta see. My master observed the whole performance with great signs of curiosity and admiration. He took up all my clothes in his pastern, one piece after another, and examined them diligently. He then stroked my body very gently and looked around me several times, after which he said it was plain I must be a perfect Yahoo, but that I differed very much from the rest of my species in the softness, whiteness, and smoothness of my skin, my want of hair in several parts of my body, the shape and shortness of my claws behind and before, and my affection for walking continually on my two hinder feet. He desired to see no more, and gave me leave to put on my clothes again, for I was shuddering with cold. I expressed my uneasiness at his giving me so often the appellation of Yahoo, an odious animal for which I had so utter a hatred and contempt. I begged he would forbear applying that word to me, and make the same order in his family and among his friends whom he suffered to see me. I requested likewise that the secret of my having a false covering to my body might be known to none but himself, at least as long as my present clothing should last, for as to what the sorrel nag, his valet, had observed, his honour might command him to conceal it. All this my master very graciously consented to, and thus the secret was kept till my clothes began to wear out, which I was forced to supply by several contrivances that shall hereafter be mentioned. In the meantime, he desired I would go on with my utmost diligence to learn their language, because he was more astonished at my capacity for speech and reason than at the figure of my body, whether it were covered or not, adding that he waited with some impatience to hear the wonders which I promised to tell him. Thenceforward he doubled the pains he had been at to instruct me. He brought me into all company, and made them treat me with civility, because, he told them privately, this would put me into good humour, and make me more diverting. Every day when I waited on him, beside the trouble he was at in teaching, he would ask me several questions concerning myself, which I answered as well as I could, and by these means he had already received some general ideas, though very imperfect. It would be tedious to relate the several steps by which I advanced to a more regular conversation, but the first account I gave of myself in any order and length was to this purpose: that I came from a very far country, as I have already had attempted to tell him, with about 50 or more of my own species; that we travelled upon the seas in a great hollow vessel made of wood, and larger than his honour's house. I described the ship to him in the best terms I could, and explained that, by the help of my handkerchief displayed, how it was driven forward by the wind; that upon a quarrel among us I was set on the shore on this coast, where I walked forward without knowing whither, till he delivered me from the persecution of those execrable Yahoos. He asked me who made the ship, and how it was possible that the Winhams of my country would leave it to the management of brutes. My answer was that I durst proceed no further in my relation unless he would give me his word and honour that he would not be offended, and then I would tell him the wonders I had so often promised. He agreed, and I went on by assuring him that the ship was made by creatures like myself, who in all countries that I had travelled, as well as in my own, they were the only governing rational animals, and that, upon my arrival hither, I was much astonished to see the Winhams act like rational beings, as he or his friends could be, in finding some marks of reason in a creature he was pleased to call a Yahoo, to which I owned my resemblance in every part, but could not account for their degenerate and brutal nature. I said further that if good fortune ever restored me to my native country to relate my travels hither, as I resolved to do, every one would believe that I said the thing that was not, that I invented the story out of my own head, and, with all possible respect to himself, his family, and friends, and under his promise of not being offended, our countrymen would hardly think it probable that a Winham should be the presiding creature of a nation, and a Yahoo the brute. Sorry, this is chapter 4. Just give me one quick second here to adjust my blanket and have a bit of a drink. Chapter 4. The Winham's notion of truth and falsehood, the author's discourse disapproved by his master, the author gives a more particular account of himself, and the accidents of his voyage. My master heard me with great appearances of uneasiness in his countenance, because doubting or not believing are so little known in this country that the inhabitants cannot tell how to behave themselves under such circumstances. And I remember in frequent discourses with my master concerning the nature of manhood in other parts of the world, having occasion to talk of lying and false representation, that it was with much difficulty that he comprehended what I meant, although he had otherwise a most acute judgment. For he argued thus, that the use of speech was to make us understand one another, and to receive information of facts. Now if any one said the thing which was not, these ends were defeated, because I cannot properly be said to understand him, and I am so far from receiving information that he leaves me worse than in ignorance, for I am led to believe a thing black when it is white, and short when it is long. And these were all the notions he had concerning the faculty of lying, so perfectly well understood and so universally practiced among human creatures. To return from this digression, when I asserted that the Yahoos were the only governing animals in my country, which my master said was altogether past his conception, he desired to know whether we had Winhams among us, and what was their employment. I told him that we had great numbers, that in summer they grazed in the fields, and the horses are a very specific flavor of autistic. I love that. You, I think, are really going to like the ending of this. He desired to know whether we had Winhams among us, and what was their employment. I told him we had great numbers, that in summer they grazed in the fields, and in winter they were kept in houses with hay and oats, where Yahoo servants were employed to rub their skins smooth, comb their manes, pick their feet, serve them with food, and make their beds. I understand you well, said my master. It is now very plain, from all you have spoken, that whatever share of reason the Yahoos pretend to, the Winhams are your masters. I heartily wish our Yahoos would be so tractable. I begged his honour would please to excuse me from proceeding any further, because I was very certain that the account he expected from me would be highly displeasing. But he insisted in commanding me to let him know the best and the worst. I told him he should be obeyed. I owned that the Winhams among us, whom we call horses, were the most generous and comely animals we had, that they excelled in strength and swiftness, and when they belonged to persons of quality, were employed in travelling, racing, or drawing chariots. They were treated with much kindness and care till they fell into diseases or became foundered in their feet. But then they were sold and used to all kind of drudgery till they died, after which their skins were stripped and sold for what they were worth, and their bodies left to be devoured by dogs and birds of prey. But the common race of horses had not so good fortune, being kept by farmers and carriers and other mean people, who put them to great labor and fed them worse. I described as well as I could our way of riding, the shape and use of a bridle, a saddle, a spur, and a whip, of harness and wheels. I added that we fastened plates of a certain hard substance called iron at the bottom of their feet to preserve their hooves from being broken by the stony ways on which we often traveled. My master, after some expressions of great indignation, wondered how we dared to venture upon a Wynnham's back, for he was sure that the weakest servant in his house would be able to shake off the strongest Yahoo, or by lying down and rolling on his back, squeeze the brute to death. I answered that our horses were trained up from 3 or 4 years old to the several uses we had intended them for, that if any of them proved intolerably vicious, they were employed for carriages, that they were severely beaten, while they were young, for any mischievous tricks, that the males, designed for the common use of riding or draught, were generally castrated about 2 years after their birth, to take down their spirits and make them more tame and gentle, and that they were indeed sensible of rewards and punishments, but his honour would please to consider that they had not the least tincture of reason, any more than the Yahoos in this country. It put me to the pains of many circumlocutions to give my master a right idea of what I spoke, for their language does not abound in a variety of words, because their wants and passions are fewer than among us. But it is impossible to express his noble resentment at our savage treatment of the Wynnham race, particularly after I had explained the manner and use of castrating horses among us, to hinder them from propagating their kind, and to render them more servile. He said, if it were possible there could be any country where Yahoos alone were endued with reason, they certainly must be the governing animal, because reason in time will always prevail against brutal strength. But considering the frame of our bodies, and especially of mine, he thought no creature of equal bulk was so ill contrived for employing that reason in the common offices of life. Whereupon he desired to know whether those among whom I live resembled me or the Yahoos of his country. I assured him that I was as well shaped as most of my age, but the younger and the females were much more soft and tender, and the skins of the latter generally white as milk. He said I differed indeed from other Yahoos, being more cleanly, and not altogether so deformed, but in point of real advantage he thought I differed for the worse, that my nails were no use either to my fore or hinder feet. As to my forefeet, he could not properly call them by that name, for he never observed me to walk upon them, that they were too soft to bear the ground, that I generally went with them uncovered. Neither was the covering I sometimes wore on them of the same shape or so strong as that on my feet behind, that I could not walk with any security, for if either of my hinder feet slipped, I must inevitably fall. He then began to find fault with other parts of my body, the flatness of my face, the prominence of my nose, mine eyes placed directly in front so that I could not look to either side without turning my head, that I was not able to feed myself without lifting one of my forefeet to my mouth, and therefore nature had placed those joints to answer that necessity. He knew not what could be use of the several clefts and divisions in my feet behind, that these were too soft to bear the hardness and sharpness of stones, without a covering made from the skin of some other brute, that my whole body wanted a fence against heat and cold, which I was forced to put on and off every day with tediousness and trouble, and lastly, that he observed every animal in this country naturally to abhor the Yahoos, whom the weaker avoided, and the stronger drove from them. So that supposing us to have the gift of reason, he could not see how it were possible to procure that natural antipathy which every creature discovered against us, nor consequently how we could tame and render them serviceable. However, he would, as he said, debate the matter no further, because he was more desirous to know my own story, the country where I was born, and the several actions and events of my life before I came hither. I assured him how extremely desirous I was that he should be satisfied on every point, but I doubted much whether it would be possible for me to explain myself on several subjects, whereof his honour could have no conception, because I saw nothing in his country to which I could resemble them. That, however, I would do my best, and strive to express myself by similitudes, humbly desiring his assistance when I wanted proper words, which he was pleased to promise me. I said my birth was of honest parents in an island called England, which was remote from his country, as many days' journey from the strongest of his honour's servants could travel in the annual course of the sun, that I was bred a surgeon, whose trade it is to cure wounds and hurts in the body gotten by accident or violence, that my country was governed by a female man whom we called the Queen, that I left it to get riches whereby I might maintain myself and my family when I should return, that in my last voyage I was commander of the ship, and had about 50 Yahoos under me, many of which died at sea, and I was forced to supply them by others picked out from several nations, that our ship was twice in danger of being sunk, the first time by a great storm, and the second by striking against a rock. Here my master interposed by asking me how I could persuade strangers out of different countries to venture with me after the losses I had sustained and hazards I had run. I said they were fellows of desperate fortunes, forced to fly from the places of their birth on account of their poverty or their crimes. Some were undone by lawsuits, others spent all they had in drinking, whoring, and gaming, others fled for treason, many for murder, theft, poisoning, robbery, perjury, forgery, coining false money, for committing rapes or sodomy, for flying from their colors or deserting to the enemy, and most of them had broken prison. None of these durst return to their native countries for fear of being hanged or starving in a jail, and therefore they were under the necessity of seeking a livelihood in other places. Just another weekend, baby. During this discourse, my master was pleased to interrupt me several times. I had made use of many circumlocutions in describing him to the nature of the several crimes for which most of our crew had been forced to fly their country. This labor took up several days' conversation before he was able to comprehend me. He was wholly at a loss to know what could be the use or necessity of practicing those vices, to clear up which I endeavored to give some ideas of the desire of power and riches, of the terrible effects of lust, intemperance, malice, and envy. All this I was forced to define and describe by putting cases and making suppositions, after which, like one whose imagination was struck with something never seen or heard of before, he would lift up his eyes with amazement and indignation. Power, government, war, law, punishment, and 1,000 other things had no terms within that language could express them, which made the difficulty almost insuperable to give my master any conception of what I meant. But, being of an excellent understanding, much improved by contemplation and converse, he at last arrived at a competent knowledge of what human nature in our parts of the world is capable to perform, and desired I would give him some particular account of that land which we call Europe, but especially of my own country. Chapter 5. The author, at his master's command, informs him of the state of England, the causes of war among the princes of Europe. The author begins to explain the English Constitution. The reader may please to observe that the following extract of many conversations I had with my master contains a summary of the most material points which were discoursed at several times for above 2 years, his honour often desiring fuller satisfaction as I further improved in the Wynnum tongue. I laid before him, as well as I could, the whole state of Europe. I discoursed of trade and manufactures, of arts and sciences, and the answers I gave to all the questions he made, as they arose upon several subjects, were a fund of conversation not to be exhausted. But I shall here only set down the substance of what passed between us concerning my own country, reducing it in order as well as I can, without any regard to time or other circumstances, while I strictly adhere to the truth. My only concern is that I shall hardly be able to do justice to my master's arguments and expressions, which must needs suffer by my want of capacity, as well as by a translation into our barbarous English. In obedience, therefore, to his honour's commands, I related to him the revolution under the Prince of Orange, the long war with France, entered into by the said prince, and renewed by his successor, the present queen, wherein the greatest powers of Christendom were engaged, and which still continued, I computed at his request, that about 1,000,000 Yahoos might have been killed in the whole progress of it, and perhaps 100 or more cities taken, and 5 times as many ships burnt or sunk. He asked me what were the usual causes or motives that made one country go to war with another. I answered they were innumerable, but I should only mention a few of the chief. Sometimes the ambition of princes who never think they have land or people enough to govern. Sometimes the corruption of ministers who engage their master in a war in order to stifle or divert the clamor of the subjects against their evil administration. Difference in opinions had cost many millions of lives, for instance, whether flesh be bread or bread be flesh, whether the juice of a certain berry be blood or wine, whether whistling be a vice or virtue, whether it be better to kiss a post or throw it into the fire, what is the best color for a coat, whether black, white, red, or gray, and whether it should be long or short, narrow or wide, dirty or clean, with many more. Neither are any wars so furious and bloody, or of so long a continuance, as those occasioned by differences in opinion, especially if the things be indifferent. Sometimes the quarrel between two princes is to decide which of them shall dispossess a third of his dominions, where neither of them pretend to any right. Sometimes one prince quarrels with another for fear the other should quarrel with him. Sometimes a war is entered upon because the enemy is too strong, and sometimes because he is too weak. Sometimes our neighbors want the things which we have, or the things which we want, and we both fight till they take ours or give us theirs. It is a very justifiable cause of a war to invade a country after the people have been wasted by famine, destroyed by pestilence, or embroiled by factions among themselves. It is justifiable to enter into a war against our nearest ally when one of his towns lies convenient to us, or a territory of land that would render our dominions round and complete. If a prince sends his forces into a nation where the people are poor and ignorant, he may lawfully put half of them to death and make slaves of the rest, in order to civilize and reduce them from their barbarous way of living. It is a very kingly, honorable, and frequent practice, when one prince desires the assistance of another to secure him against an invasion. Then the assistant, when he has driven out the invader, should seize on the dominions himself, and kill and imprison or banish the prince he came to relieve. Alliance by blood or marriage is a frequent cause of war between princes, and the nearer the kindred is, the greater their disposition to quarrel. Poor nations are hungry, and rich nations are proud, and pride and hunger will ever be at variance. For these reasons, the trade of a soldier is held the most honorable of all others, because a soldier is a Yahoo hired to kill in cold blood as many of his own species who have never offended him as he possibly can. There is likewise a kind of beggarly princes in Europe, not able to make war by themselves, who hire out their troops to richer nations, for so much a day to each man, of which they keep 3/4 to themselves, and it is the best part of their maintenance, such are those in many northern parts of Europe. "What you have told me," said my master, "upon the subject of war, does indeed discover most admirably the effects of that reason you pretend to. However, it is happy that the shame is greater than the danger, and that nature has left you utterly incapable of doing much mischief. For your mouths lying flat with your faces, you can hardly bite each other to any purpose unless by consent. Then as to the claws upon your feet, before and behind, they are so short and tender that one of your Yahoos would drive a dozen of yours before him. And therefore, in recounting the numbers of those who have been killed in battle, I cannot but think that you have said the thing which is not." I could not forbear shaking my head and smiling a little at his ignorance, and being no stranger to the art of war, I gave him a description of cannons, culverins, muskets, carbines, pistols, bullets, powder, swords, bayonets, battles, sieges, retreats, attacks, undermines, countermines, bombardments, sea fights, ships sunk with 1,000 men, 20,000 killed on each side, dying groans, limbs flying in the air, smoke, noise, confusion, trampling to death under horses' feet, flight, pursuit, victory, fields strewn with carcasses, left for food to dogs and wolves and birds of prey, plundering, stripping, ravishing, burning, and destroying. And to set forth the valor of my own dear countrymen, I assured him that I had seen them blow up 100 enemies at once in a siege, and as many in a ship, and beheld the dead bodies drop down in pieces from the clouds, to the great diversion of the spectators. I was going on to more particulars when my master commanded me to silence. He said, "Whoever understood the nature of Yahoos might easily believe it possible for so vile an animal to be capable of every action I had named, if their strength and cunning equaled their malice. But as my discourse had increased his abhorrence of the whole species, so he found it gave him a disturbance in his mind to which he was wholly a stranger before. He thought his ears, being used to such abominable words, might, by degrees, admit them with less detestation, that although he hated the Yahoos of this country, yet he no more blamed them for their odious qualities than he did Nya, a bird of prey, for its cruelty, or a sharp stone for cutting his hoof. But when a creature pretending to reason could be capable of such enormities, he dreaded lest the corruption of that faculty might be worse than brutality itself. He seemed therefore confident that instead of reason we only possessed of some quality fitted to increase our natural vices, as the reflection of a troubled stream returns the image of an ill-shapen body, not only larger but more distorted. He added that he had heard too much upon the subject of war, both in this and some former discourses. There was another point which a little perplexed him at present. I had informed him that some of our crew left their country on account of being ruined by law, that I had already explained the meaning of the word, but he was at a loss as to how it should come to pass that the law, which was intended for every man's preservation, should be any man's ruin. Therefore he desired to be further satisfied what I meant by law and the dispensers thereof, according to the present practice in my own country, because he thought nature and reason were sufficient guides for a reasonable animal, as we pretended to be, in showing us what he ought to do and what to avoid. I assured his honour that the law was a science in which I had not much conversed further than by employing advocates, in vain, upon some injustices that had been done to me. However, I would give him all the satisfaction I was able. I said there was a society of men among us, bred up from their youth in the art of proving, by words multiplied for the purpose, that white is black and black is white, according as they are paid. To this society all the rest of the people are slaves. For example, if my neighbor has a mind to my cow, he has a lawyer prove that he ought to have my cow from me. I must then hire another to defend my right, it being against all rules of law that any man should be allowed to speak for himself. Now in this case, I, who am the right owner, lie under two great disadvantages. First, my lawyer, being practiced almost from his cradle in defending falsehood, is quite out of his element when he would be an advocate for justice, which is an unnatural office he always attempts with great awkwardness, if not ill will. The second disadvantage, sorry, this is hard to read with a straight face. The second disadvantage is that my lawyer must proceed with great caution, or else he will be reprimanded by the judges and abhorred by his brethren, as one that would lessen the practice of the law. And therefore I have but two methods to preserve my cow. The first is to gain over my adversary's lawyer with a double fee, who will then betray his client by insinuating that he hath justice on his side. The second way is for my lawyer to make my cause appear as unjust as he can by allowing the cow to belong to my adversary, and this, if it is skilfully done, will certainly bespeak the favor of the bench. Now, your honour is to know that these judges are persons appointed to decide all controversies of property, as well as for the trial of criminals, and picked out from the most dexterous lawyers, who are grown old or lazy, and having been biased all their lives against truth and equity, lie under such a fatal necessity as favouring fraud, perjury, and oppression, that I have known some of them to refuse a large bribe from the side where justice lay, rather than injure the faculty by doing anything unbecoming of the nature of their office. It is a maxim among these lawyers that whatever has been done before may legally be done again, and therefore they take special care to record all the decisions formerly made against common justice and the general reason of mankind. These, under the name of precedents, they produce as authorities to justify the most iniquitous opinions, and the judges never fail of directing accordingly. In pleading, they studiously avoid entering into the merits of the cause, but are loud, violent, and tedious, and dwelling upon all circumstances which are not to the purpose. For instance, in the case already mentioned, they never desire to know what claim or title my adversary has to my cow, but whether the said cow were red or black, her horns long or short, whether the field I graze her in be round or square, whether she was milked at home or abroad, what diseases she is subject to, and the like, after which they consult precedents, adjourn the cause from time to time, and in 10, 20, or 30 years come to an issue. It is likewise to be observed that this society has a peculiar cant and jargon of its own that no other mortal can understand, and wherein all their laws are written, which they take special care to multiply, whereby they have wholly confounded the very essence of truth and falsehood, of right and wrong, so that it will take 30 years to decide whether the field left me by my ancestors for 6 generations belongs to me or to the stranger 300 miles off. In the trial of persons accused for crimes against the state, the method is much more short and commendable. The judge first sends to sound the disposition of those in power, after which he can easily hang or save a criminal, strictly preserving all due forms of the law. Here my master interposing said, "It was a pity that creatures endowed with such prodigious abilities of mind as these lawyers, by the description I gave of them, must certainly be, were rather not encouraged to be instructed of others in wisdom and knowledge." In answer to which I assured his honor that in all points out of their own trade they were usually the most ignorant and stupid generation among us, the most despicable in common conversation, avowed enemies to all knowledge and learning, and equally disposed to pervert the general reason of mankind in every other subject of discourse as in that of their own profession. Chapter 6. A continuation of the state of England under Queen Anne, the character of a first minister of state in European courts. My master was yet wholly at a loss to understand what motives could incite this race of lawyers to perplex, disquiet, and weary themselves, and engage in a confederacy of injustice merely for the sake of injuring their fellow animals. Neither could he comprehend what I meant in saying they did it for hire. Whereupon I was at much pains to describe to him the use of money, the materials it was made of, and the value of the metals. That when a Yahoo had got a great store of this precious substance, he was able to purchase whatever he had a mind to, the finest clothing, the noblest houses, great tracts of land, the most costly meats and drinks, to have his choice of the most beautiful females. Therefore, since money alone was able to perform all these feats, our Yahoos thought they could never have enough of it to spend, or to save, as they found themselves inclined from their natural bent either to profusion or avarice, that the rich man enjoyed the fruit of the poor man's labor, and the latter were 1,001 in proportion to the former, that the bulk of our people were forced to live miserably by laboring every day for small wages to make a few live plentifully. I enlarged myself on these and many other particulars to the same purpose, but his honor was still to seek, for he went upon a supposition that all animals had title to their share in the productions of the earth, and especially those who presided over the rest. Therefore he desired I would let him know what these costly meats were, and how many of us happened to want them. Whereupon I enumerated that many sorts as came into my head, with the various methods of dressing them, which could not be done without sending vessels by sea to every part of the world, as well as for liquors to drink, as for sauces and innumerable other conveniences. I assured him that this whole globe of earth must at least be at least 3 times gone round before one of our better female Yahoos could get her breakfast or a cup to put it in. He said that must needs be a miserable country which cannot furnish food for its own inhabitants. But what he chiefly wondered was how such vast tracts of ground as I described should be wholly without fresh water, and the people to put the necessity of sending over the sea for drink. I replied that England, a dear place of my nativity, was computed to produce 3 times the quantity of food more than its inhabitants are able to consume, as well as liquors extracted from grain or pressed out of the fruit of certain trees, which made excellent drink, and the same proportion in every other convenience of life. But in order to feed the luxury and intemperance of the males and the vanity of the females, we sent away the greatest part of our necessary things to other countries, whence in return we bought the materials of diseases, folly, and vice to spend among ourselves. Hence it follows of necessity that vast numbers of our people are compelled to seek their livelihood by begging, robbing, stealing, cheating, pimping, flattering, suborning, forswearing, forging, gaming, lying, fawning, hectoring, voting, scribbling, stargazing, poisoning, whoring, canting, libeling, free-thinking, and other like occupations, every one of which terms I was at pains to make him understand. That wine was not imported among us from foreign countries to supply the want of water or other drinks, but because it was a sort of liquid which made us merry by putting us out of our senses, diverted all melancholy thoughts, begat wild, extravagant imaginations in the brain, raised our hopes and banished our fears, suspended every office of reason for a time, and deprived us of the use of our limbs till we fell into a profound sleep, although it must be confessed that we are always awakened sick and dispirited, and that the use of this liquor filled us with diseases which made our lives uncomfortable and short. But beside all this, the bulk of our people supported themselves by furnishing the necessities or conveniences of life to the rich and to each other. For instance, when I am at home, and dressed as I ought to be, I carry on my body the workmanship of 100 tradesmen. The building and furniture of my house employ as many more, and 5 times the number to adorn my wife. I was going on to tell him of another sort of people who get their livelihood by attending the sick, having, upon some occasions, informed his honor that many of my crew had died of diseases. But here it was with the utmost difficulty that I brought him to apprehend what I meant. He could easily conceive that a Wynnum grew weak and heavy a few days before his death, or by some accident might hurt a limb, but that nature, who works all things to perfection, should suffer any pains to breed in our bodies, he thought impossible, and desired to know the reason of so unaccountable an evil. I told him we fed on 1,000 things which operated contrary to each other, that we ate when we were not hungry, and drank without the provocation of thirst, that we sat whole nights drinking strong liquors without eating a bit, which disposed us to sloth, inflamed our bodies, and precipitated or prevented digestion, that prostitute female yahoos acquired certain malady which bred rottenness in the bones of those who fell under their embraces, that this and many other diseases were propagated from father to son, so that great numbers came into the world with complicated maladies upon them, that it would be endless to give him a catalogue of all the diseases incident to human bodies, for they would not be fewer than 500 or 600 spread over every limb and joint. In short, every part, external and intestine, having diseases appropriated to itself, to remedy which there was a sort of people bred up among us in the profession or pretense of curing the sick. And because I had some skill in the faculty, I would, in gratitude to his honor, let him know the whole mystery and method by which they proceed. Their fundamental is that all diseases arrive from repletion, whence they conclude that a great evacuation of the body is necessary, either through the natural passage of upwards at the mouth, through natural passage or upwards at the mouth. Their next business is from herbs, minerals, gums, oils, shells, salts, juices, seaweed, excrements, bark of trees, serpents, toads, frogs, spiders, dead men's flesh and bones, birds, beasts, and fishes, to form a composition for smell and taste, the most abominable, nauseous, and detestable they can possibly contrive, which the stomach immediately rejects with loathing, and this they call a vomit, or else, from the same storehouse, with some other poisonous additions they can command us to take in at the orifice above or below, just as the physician then happens to be disposed, a medicine equally annoying and disgustful to the bowels, which, relaxing the belly, drives down all before it, and this they call a purge or a clyster. For nature, as the physicians allege, having intended the superior anterior orifice only for the intromission of solids and liquids, and the inferior posterior for ejection, these artists, ingeniously considering that in all diseases nature is forced out of her seat, therefore to replace her in it, the body must be treated in a manner directly contrary, by interchanging the use of each orifice, forcing solids and liquids in the anus, and making evacuations at the mouth. But, besides real diseases, we are subject to many that are only imaginary, for which physicians have invented imaginary cures. These have their several names, and so have the drugs that are proper for them, and with which our female yahoos are always infested. One great excellency in this tribe is their skill at prognostics, wherein they seldom fail. Their predictions in real diseases, when they rise to any degree of malignity, generally portending death, which is always in their power when recovery is not. And therefore, upon any unexpected signs of amendment, after they have pronounced their sentence, rather than be accused as false prophets, they know how to approve their sagacity to the world by a seasonable dose. They are likewise special use to husbands and wives who are grown weary of their mates, to eldest sons, to great ministers of state, and often to princes. I had formerly, upon occasion, discoursed with my master upon the nature of government in general, and particularly of our own excellent constitution, deservedly the wonder and envy of the whole world. But having here accidentally mentioned a minister of state, he commanded me, some time after, to inform him what species of Yahoo I particularly meant by that appellation. I told him that a first or chief minister of state, who was the person I intended to describe, was the creature wholly exempt from joy and grief, love and hatred, pity and anger, at least makes no use of other passions, but a violent desire of wealth, power, and titles, that he applies his words to all uses, except to the indication of his mind, that he never tells a truth but with an intent that you should take it for a lie, nor a lie but with a design that you should take it for a truth, that those he speaks worst of behind their backs are in the surest way of preferment, and whenever he begins to praise you to others or to yourself, you are from that day forlorn. The worst mark you can receive is a promise, especially when confirmed with an oath, after which every wise man retires and gives over all hopes. There are three methods by which a man may rise to be a chief minister. The first is by knowing how, with prudence, to dispose of a wife, a daughter, or a sister. The second, by betraying or undermining his predecessor. And the third is by furious zeal in public assemblies against the corruptions of the court. But a wise prince would rather choose to employ those who practice the last of these methods, because such zealots always prove always the most obsequious and subservient to the will and passions of their master. That these ministers, having all employments at their disposal, preserve themselves in power by bribing the majority of the Senate or Great Council, and at last by an expedient called an act of indemnity, whereof I described the nature to him, they secure themselves from after reckonings and retire from the public laden with the spoils of the nation. The palace of a chief minister is a seminary to breed up others in his own trade. The pages, lackeys, and porters, by imitating their master, become ministers of state in their several districts, and learn to excel in the three principal ingredients of insolence, lying, and bribery. Accordingly, they have a subaltern court paid to them by persons of the best rank, and sometimes by the force of dexterity and impudence arrive, through several gradations, to be successors to their lord. He is usually governed by a decayed wench or favorite footman, who are the tunnels through which all graces are conveyed, and may properly be called, in the last resort, the governors of the kingdom. One day in discourse, my master, having heard me mention the nobility of my country, was pleased to make me a compliment which I could not pretend to deserve, that he was sure that I must have been born of some noble family, because I far exceeded in shape, color, and cleanliness all the Yahoos of his nation, although I seemed to fail in strength and agility, which must be imputed to my different way of living from those other brutes, and besides I was not only endowed with the faculty of speech, but likewise with some rudiments of reason, to a degree that, with his acquaintance, I passed for a prodigy. He made me observe that among the Winhams the white, the sorrel, and the iron grey were not so exactly shaped as the bay, the dapple grey, and the black, nor born with equal talents of mind or a capacity to improve them, and therefore continued always in the condition of servants without ever aspiring to match out of their own race, which in that country would be reckoned monstrous and unnatural. I made his honor the most humble acknowledgment for the good opinion he was pleased to conceive of me, but assured him at the same time that my birth was of the lower sort, having been born of plain honest parents, who were just able to give me a tolerable education, that nobility among us was altogether a different thing from the idea he had of it, that our young noblemen are bred from their childhood in idleness and luxury, that as soon as years will permit, they consume their vigor and contract odious diseases among lewd females, and when their fortunes are almost ruined, they marry some woman of mean birth, disagreeable person, and unsound constitution, merely for the sake of money, whom they hate and they despise. That the productions of such marriages are generally scrofulous, rickety, or deformed children, by which means the family seldom continues above 3 generations, unless the wife takes care to provide a healthy father among her neighbors or domestics in order to improve and continue the breed. That a weak, diseased body, a meagre countenance, a sallow complexion are the true marks of noble blood, and a healthy, robust appearance is so disgraceful in a man of quality that the world concludes his real father must have been a groom or a coachman. The imperfections of his mind run parallel with those of his body, being a composition of spleen, dullness, ignorance, caprice, sensuality, and pride. Without the consent of this illustrious body, no law can be enacted, repealed, or altered, and these nobles have likewise the decision of all our possessions without appeal. This paragraph is not in the original editions. I wonder why. And I didn't know that about Horse's Eyes of Sin. That's a fun touch. Chapter 7. The author's great love of his native country, his master's observation upon the constitution and administration of England as described by the author, with parallel cases and comparisons, his master's observations upon human nature. The reader may be disposed to wonder how I could prevail on myself to give so free a reprehension of my own species among a race of mortals who are already too apt to conceive the vilest opinion of humankind from that entire congruity between me and their yahoos. But I must freely confess that the many virtues of those excellent quadrupeds, placed in opposite view to human corruptions, had so far opened my eyes and enlarged my understanding that I began to view the actions and passions of man in a very different light, and to think the honor of my own kind not worth managing, which, besides, it was impossible for me to do before a person of so acute a judgment as my master, who daily convinced me of 1,000 faults in myself, whereof I had not the least perception before, and which, with us, would never be numbered even among human infirmities. I likewise learned from his example an utter detestation of all falsehood or disguise, and truth appeared so amiable to me that I determined upon sacrificing everything to it. Let me deal so candidly with the reader as to confess that there was yet a much stronger motive for the freedom I took in my representation of things. I had not yet been a year in this country before I contracted such a love and veneration for the inhabitants that I entered on a firm resolution never to return to humankind, but to pass the rest of my life among these admirable Winhams, in the contemplation and practice of every virtue, where I could have no example or incitement to vice. But it was decreed by fortune, my perpetual enemy, that so great a felicity should not fall to my share. However, it is now some comfort to reflect that in what I said of my countrymen I extenuated their faults as much as I durst before so strict an examiner, and upon every article gave as favorable a turn as the matter would bear. For indeed, who is there alive who will not be swayed by his bias and partiality to the place of his birth? I've related the substance of several conversations I had with my master during the greatest part of the time I had the honor to be in his service, but have indeed for brevity's sake omitted much more than is here set down. When I had answered all his questions, and his curiosity seemed to be fully satisfied, he sent for me one morning early, and commanded me to sit down at some distance, an honor which he had never before conferred upon me. He said he had been very seriously considering my whole story, as far as it related both to myself and my country, that he looked upon us as a sort of animals to whose share, by what accident he could not conjecture, some small pittance had fallen, whereof we made no other use than by its assistance to aggravate our natural corruptions, and to acquire new ones which nature had not given us; that we disarmed ourselves of the few abilities she had bestowed. had been very successful in multiplying our original wants, and seemed to spend our whole lives in vain endeavors to supply them by our own inventions. That, as to myself, it was manifest I had neither the strength nor agility of a common Yahoo, that I walked infirmly on my hinder feet, had found out a contrivance to make my claws of no use or defense, and to remove the hair from my chin, which was intended as a shelter from the sun and the weather. Lastly, that I could neither run with speed nor climb trees like my brethren, as he called them, the Yahoos in his country. That our institutions of government and law were plainly owing to our gross defects in reason, and by consequence in virtue, because reason alone is sufficient to govern a rational creature, which was, therefore, a character we had no pretence to challenge, even from the account I had given of my own people, although he manifestly perceived that, in order to favor them, I had concealed many particulars, and often said the thing which was not. He was more confirmed in this opinion because he observed that as I agreed in every feature of my body with other Yahoos, except where it was to my real disadvantage in points of strength, speed, and activity, the shortness of my claws, and some other particulars where nature had no part, so, from the representation I had given him of our lives, our manners, and our actions, he found as near a resemblance in the disposition of our minds. He said the Yahoos were known to hate one another more than they did any other different species of animals, and the reason usually assigned was the odiousness of their own shapes, which all could see in the rest, but not in themselves. He had therefore begun to think it not unwise in us to cover our bodies, and that invention conceal many of our deformities from each other, which would else be hardly supportable. But he had now found that he had been mistaken, and that the dissensions of those brutes in his country were owing to the same cause as ours, as I had described them. For if, said he, you throw among 5 Yahoos as much food as would be sufficient for 50, they will, instead of eating peaceably, fall together by the ears, each single one impatient to have it all to itself, and therefore a servant was usually employed to stand by while they were feeding abroad, and those kept at home were tied at a distance from each other, that if a cow died of age or accident before a Winham could secure it for his own Yahoos, those in the neighborhood would come in herds to seize it, and then would ensure a battle as I had described, with terrible wounds made by their claws on both sides, although they seldom were able to kill one another for want of such convenient instruments of death as we had invented. At other times the like battles have been fought between the Yahoos of several neighborhoods, without any visible cause, those of one district watching all opportunities to surprise the next before they are prepared. But if they find their project has miscarried, they return home, and for want of enemies engage in what I call a civil war among themselves. That in some fields of his country there are certain shining stones of several colors, whereof the Yahoos are violently fond, and when part of these stones is fixed in the earth, as it sometimes happens, they will dig with their claws for whole days to get them out, then carry them away and hide them by heaps in their kennels, but still looking round with great caution, for fear their comrades should find out their treasure. My master said he could never discover the reason for this unnatural appetite, or how these stones could be of any use to a Yahoo, but now he believed it might proceed from the same principle of avarice which I had ascribed to mankind, that he had once, by way of experiment, privately removed a heap of these stones from the place where one of his Yahoos had buried it, whereupon the sordid animal, missing his treasure, by his loud lamenting brought the whole herd to the place, there miserably howled, then fell to biting and tearing the rest, began to pine away, would neither eat, nor sleep, nor work, till he ordered a servant privately to convey the stones into the same hole, to hide them as before, which when his Yahoo had found, he presently recovered his spirits and his good humor, but took good care to remove them to a better hiding place, and has ever since been a very serviceable brute. My master further assured me, which I also observed myself, that in the fields where the shining stones abound, the fiercest and most frequent battles are fought, occasioned by perpetual inroads of the neighboring Yahoos. He said it was common when 2 Yahoos discovered such a stone in a field, and were contending which of them should be the proprietor, a third would take the advantage and carry it away from the both, which my master would needs contend to have some kind of resemblance with our suits at law, wherein I thought it to our credit not to undeceive him, since the decision he mentioned was much more equitable than many decrees among us, because the plaintiff and defendant there lost nothing besides the stone they contended for, whereas our courts of equity would never have dismissed the cause, while either of them had anything left. My master, continuing his discourse, said there was nothing that rendered the Yahoos more odious than their undistinguishing appetite to devour everything that came their way, whether herbs, roots, berries, the corrupted flesh of animals, or all mingled together, and it was peculiar in their temper that they were fonder of what could be got by rapine or stealth at a greater distance than much better food provided to them at home. If their prey held out, they would eat till they were ready to burst, after which nature had pointed out to them a certain route that gave them a general evacuation. There was also another kind of root, very juicy, but somewhat rare and difficult to be found, which the Yahoos sought with for much eagerness, and would suck it with great delight. It produced in them the same effects that wine had upon us. It would make them sometimes hug and sometimes tear one another. They would howl and grin and chatter and reel and tumble, and then fall asleep in the mud. I did indeed observe that the Yahoos were the only animals in this country subject to any diseases, which, however, were much fewer than horses have among us, and contracted, not by any ill treatment they meet with, but by the nastiness and greediness of that sordid brute. Neither has their language any more a general appellation for those maladies, which is borrowed from the name of the beast, called Hine Yahoo, or Yahoo's evil, and the cure prescribed is a mixture of their own dung and urine, forcibly put down the Yahoo's throat. This I have since often known to have been taken with success. And do here freely recommend it to my countrymen for the public good as an admirable specific against all diseases produced by repletion. As to learning, government, arts, manufactures, and the like, my master confessed, he could find little or no resemblance between the Yahoos of that country and those in ours, for he only meant to observe what parity there was in our natures. He had heard, indeed, some curious Winhams observe that in most herds there was a sort of ruling Yahoo, as among us there is generally some leading or principal stag in a park, who is always more deformed in body and mischievous in disposition than any of the rest, that the leader had usually a favorite like himself as he could get, whose employment was to lick his master's feet and posteriors, and drive the female Yahoos to his kennel, for which he was now and then rewarded with a piece of ass's flesh. This favorite is hated by the whole herd, and therefore, to protect himself, always keeps near the person of his leader. He usually continues in office till a worse can be found, but the very moment he is discarded, his successor, at the head of all Yahoos in that district, young and old, male and female, come in a body and discharge their excrements upon him from head to foot. But how far this might be applicable to our own courts and favorites and ministers of state, my master said I could best determine. I durst make no return to this malicious insinuation, which debased human understanding below the sagacity of a common hound, who has judgment enough to distinguish and follow the cry of the ablest dog in the pack without ever being mistaken. My master told me there were some qualities remarkable in the Yahoos, which he had not observed me to mention, or at least very slightly in the accounts I had given of humankind. He said those animals, like other brutes, had their females in common, but in this they differed, and that the she-Yahoo would admit the males while she was pregnant, and that the hes would quarrel and fight with the females as fiercely as with each other, both which practices were such degrees of infamous brutality as no other sensitive creature ever arrived at. Another thing he wondered at in the Yahoos was their strange dispositions to nastiness and dirt, whereas there appears to be a natural love of cleanliness in all other animals. As to the two former accusations, I was glad to let them pass without any reply, because I had not a word to offer upon them in defense of my species, which otherwise I certainly had done from my own inclinations. but I could have easily vindicated humankind from the imputation of singularity upon the last article, if there had been any swine in that country, as unluckily for me there were not, which, although it may be a sweeter quadruped than a Yahoo, I cannot, I humbly conceive, in justice, pretend to more cleanliness, and so his honour himself must have owned, if he had seen their filthy way of feeding, and their custom of wallowing and sleeping in the mud. My master likewise mentioned another quality which his servants had discovered in several Yahoos, and to him was wholly unaccountable. He said a fancy would sometimes take a Yahoo to retire into a corner, to lie down and howl and groan and spurn away all that came near him, although he were young and fat and wanted neither food nor water, nor did the servant imagine what could possibly ail him. And the only remedy they found was to set him to hard work, after which he would infallibly come to himself. To this I was silent out of partiality to my own kind. Yet here I could plainly discover the true seeds of spleen, which only seizes on the lazy, the luxurious, and the rich, who, if they were forced to undergo the same regimen, I would undertake for the cure. His honour had further observed that a female Yahoo would often stand behind a bank or a bush to gaze on the young males passing by, and then appear and hide, using many antic gestures and grimaces, at which time it was observed that she had a most offensive smell, and when any of the males advanced, would slowly retire, looking often back, with a counterfeit show of fear, run off into some convenient place where she knew the male would follow her. At other times, if a female stranger came among them, 3 or 4 of her own sex would get about her and stare and chatter and grin and smell her all over, and then turn off with gestures that seemed to express contempt and disdain. Perhaps my master might refine a little in these speculations, which he had drawn from what he had observed himself, or had been told by others. However, I could not reflect without some amazement and much sorrow that the rudiments of lewdness, coquetry, censure, and scandal should have a place by instinct in womankind. I expected every moment that my master would accuse the Yahoos of those unnatural appetites in both sexes so common among us. But nature, it seems, has not been so expert a schoolmistress, and these politer pleasures are entirely the productions of art and reason on our side of the globe. Chapter 8. The author relates several particulars of the Yahoos, the great virtues of the Winhams, the education and exercise of their youth, their general assembly. As I ought to have understood human nature much better than I supposed it possible for my master to do, so it was easy to apply the character he gave of the Yahoos to myself and my countrymen, and I believed I could yet make further discoveries from my own observation. I therefore often begged his honour to let me go among the herds of Yahoos in the neighbourhood, to which he always very graciously consented, being perfectly convinced that the hatred I bore these brutes would never suffer me to be corrupted by them, and his honour ordered one of his servants, a strong sorrel nag, very honest and good-natured, to be my guard, without whose protection I durst not undertake such adventures. For I have already told the reader how much I was pestered by these odious animals upon my first arrival, and I afterwards failed very narrowly 3 or 4 times of falling into their clutches, when I happened to stray at a distance without my hanger. And I have reason to believe they had some imagination that I was of their own species, which I often assisted myself by stripping up my sleeves and showing my naked arms and breasts in their sight, when my protector was with me, at which times they would approach as near as they durst and imitate my actions after the manner of monkeys, but ever with great signs of hatred, as a tame jackdaw with a cap and stockings is always persecuted by the wild ones when he happens to be got among them. They are prodigiously nimble from their infancy. However, I once caught a young male of 3 years old, and endeavoured, by all marks of tenderness, to make it quiet. But the little imp fell a-squalling, and scratching, and biting with such violence that I was forced to let it go, and it was high time for a whole troop of old ones came about us at the noise. But finding the cub was safe, for away it ran, and my sorrel nag being by, they durst not venture near us. I observed the young animal's flesh to smell very rank, and the stink was somewhat between a weasel and a fox, but much more disagreeable. I forgot another circumstance, and perhaps I might have the reader's pardon if it were wholly omitted, that while I held the odious vermin in my hands, it voided its filthy excrements of a yellow liquid substance all over my clothes. But by good fortune there was a small brook hard by, where I washed myself as clean as I could, though I durst not come into my master's presence until I were sufficiently aired. By what I could discover, the Yahoos appear to be the most unteachable of all animals, their capacity never reaching higher than to draw or carry burdens. Yet I am of opinion this defect arises chiefly from a perverse restive disposition, for they are cunning, malicious, treacherous, and revengeful. They are strong and hardy, but of a cowardly spirit, and by consequence insolent, abject, and cruel. It is observed that the red-haired of both sexes are more libidinous and mischievous than the rest, whom they much yet exceed in strength and activity. The Houyhnhnms keep the Yahoos for present use in huts not far from the house, but the rest are sent abroad to certain fields, where they dig up roots, eat several kinds of herbs, and search about for carrion, or sometimes catch weasels and luminums, a sort of wild rat, which they greedily devour. Nature has taught them to dig deep holes with their nails on a side of a rising ground, wherein they lie by themselves, only the kennels of their females are larger, sufficient to hold 2 or 3 cubs. They swim from their infancy like frogs, and are able to continue long under water, where they often take fish, which the females carry home to their young, and upon this occasion I hope the reader will pardon my relating an odd adventure. Being one day abroad with my protector, the sorrel nag, and the weather exceedingly hot, I entreated him to let me bathe in a river that was near. He consented, and I immediately stripped myself stark naked and went down softly into the stream. It happened that a young female Yahoo, standing behind a bank, saw the whole proceeding, and inflamed by desire, as the nag and I conjectured, came running with all speed and leaped into the water, within 5 yards of the place where I bathed. I was never in my life so terribly frightened. The nag was grazing at some distance, not suspecting any harm. She embraced me after a most fulsome manner. I roared as loud as I could, and the nag came galloping towards me, whereupon she quitted her grasp with the utmost reluctancy and leaped upon the opposite bank, where she stood gazing and howling all the time I was putting on my clothes. This was a matter of diversion to my master and his family, as well as a mortification to myself. For now I could no longer deny that I was a real Yahoo in every limb and feature, since the females had a natural propensity to me as one of their own species. Neither was the hair of this brute of a red color, which might have been some excuse for an appetite a little irregular, but black as a sloe, and her countenance did not make an appearance altogether so hideous as the rest of her kind, for I think she could not be above 11 years old. Having lived 3 years in this country, the reader, I suppose, will expect that I should, like other travelers, give him some account of the manners and customs of its inhabitants, which it was indeed my principal study to learn. As these noble Houyhnhnms are endowed by nature with a general disposition to all virtues, and have no conceptions or ideas what is evil in a rational creature, so their grand maxim is to cultivate reason, and to be wholly governed by it. Neither is reason among them a point problematical, as with us, where men can argue with plausibility on both sides of the question, but strikes you with immediate conviction, as it must needs do where it is not mingled, obscured, or discolored by passion and interest. I remember it with extreme difficulty that I could bring my master to understand the meaning of the word opinion, or how a point could be disputable, because reason taught us to affirm or deny only where we are certain, and beyond our knowledge we cannot do either. So that controversies, wranglings, disputes, and positiveness in false or dubious propositions are evils unknown among the Houyhnhnms. In the like manner, when I used to explain to him our several systems of natural philosophy, he would laugh. That a creature pretending to reason should value itself upon the knowledge of other people's conjectures, and in things where that knowledge, if it were certain, could be of no use. Wherein he agreed entirely with the sentiments of Socrates, as Plato delivers them, which I mention as the highest honor I can do to that prince of philosophers. I have often since reflected what destruction such doctrine would make in the libraries of Europe, and how many paths of fame would then be shut up in the learned world. Friendship and benevolence are the two principal virtues among the Winhams, and these not confined to particular objects, but universal to the whole race. For a stranger from the remotest part is equally treated with the nearest neighbor, and wherever he goes, he looks upon himself as at home. They preserve decency and civility in the highest degrees, but are altogether ignorant of ceremony. They have no fondness for their colts or foals, but the care they take in educating them proceeds entirely from the dictates of reason. And I observed my master to show the same affection to his neighbor's issue that he had for his own. They will have it that nature teaches them to love the whole species, and it is reason only that makes a distinction of persons where there is a superior degree of virtue. When the matron Winhams have produced one of each sex, they no longer accompany with their consorts, except they lose one of their issue by some casualty, which very seldom happens. But in such a case they meet again, or when like accident befalls a person whose wife is past bearing, some other couple bestow on him one of their own colts, and then go together again until the mother is pregnant. This caution is necessary to prevent the country from being overburdened with numbers. But the race of inferior Winhams, bred up to be servants, is not so strictly limited upon this article. These are allowed to produce 3 of each sex, to be domestics in the noble families. In their marriages, they are exactly careful to choose such colors as will not make any disagreeable mixture in the breed. Strength is chiefly valued in the male, and comeliness in the female, not upon account of love, but to preserve the race from degenerating, for where a female happens to excel in strength, the consort is chosen, with regard to comeliness. Courtship, love, presents, jointures, settlements have no place in their thoughts, or terms whereby we express them in their language. The young couple meet and are joined merely because it is the determination of their parents and friends. It is what they see done every day, and they look upon it as one of the necessary actions of a reasonable being. But the volition of marriage or any other unchastity was never heard of, and the married pair pass their lives with the same friendship and mutual benevolence that they bear to all others of the same species who come in their way, without jealousy, fondness, quarreling, or discontent. In educating the youth of both sexes, their method is admirable, and highly deserves our imitation. These are not suffered to taste a grain of oats, except upon certain days, till 18 years old, nor milk but very rarely, and in summer they graze 2 hours in the morning, and as many in the evening, which their parents likewise observe. But the servants are not allowed above half that time, and a great part of their grass is brought home, which they eat at the most convenient hours, when they can be best spared from work. Temperance, industry, exercise, and cleanliness are the lessons equally enjoyed to the young ones of both sexes, and my master thought it monstrous in us to give the females a different kind of education from the males, except in some articles of domestic management, whereby, he truly observed, 1/2 of our natives were good for nothing but bringing children into the world, and to trust the care of our children to such useless animals, he said, was yet a greater instance of brutality. But the Winhams train up their youth to strength, speed, and hardiness by exercising them in running races up and down steep hills and over hard stony grounds. And when they are all in a sweat, they are ordered to leap over head and ears into pond or river. 4 times a year, the youth of a certain district meet to show their proficiency in running and leaping and other feats of strength and agility, where the victor is rewarded with a song in his or her praise. On this festival, the servants drive a herd of yahoos into the field, laden with hay and oats and milk for a repast to the Winhams, after which these brutes are immediately driven back again for fear of being noisome to the assembly. Every 4th year, at the vernal equinox, there is a representative council of the whole nation, which meets in a plain about 20 miles from our house, and continues about 5 or 6 days. Here they inquire into the state and condition of the several districts, whether they abound or be deficient in hay or oats or cows or yahoos, and wherever there is any want, which is but seldom, it is immediately supplied by unanimous consent and contribution. Here likewise the regulation of children is settled, as, for instance, if a Winham has 2 males, he changes one of them with another that has 2 females, and when a child has been lost by any casualty, Where the mother is past breeding, it is determined what family in the district shall breed another to supply the loss. Chapter 9. A grand debate at the General Assembly of the Wynnums, and how it was determined. The learning of the Wynnums, their buildings, their manner of burials, the defectiveness of their language. One of these grand assemblies was held in my time, about 3 months before my departure, whither my master went as the representative of our district. In this council was resumed their old debate, and indeed the only debate that ever happened in their country, whereof my master, after his return, gave me a very particular account. The question to be debated was, whether the Yahoos should be exterminated from the face of the earth. One of the members for the affirmative offered several arguments of great strength and weight, alleging that the Yahoos were the most filthy, noisome, and deformed animals which nature ever produced. So they were the most restive and indocible, mischievous and malicious. They would privately suck the teats of the Wynnums' cows, kill and devour their cats, trample down their oats and grass if they were not continually watched, and commit 1,000 other extravagancies. He took notice of a general tradition that Yahoos had not always been in their country, but that many ages ago 2 of these brutes appeared together upon a mountain, whether produced by the heat of the sun upon corrupted mud and slime, or from the ooze and froth of the sea, was never known. That those Yahoos engendered in their brood in a short time grew so numerous as to overrun and infest the whole nation. That the Wynnums, to get rid of this evil, made a general hunting, and at last enclosed the whole herd, and destroying the elder, every Wynnum kept 2 young ones in a kennel, and brought them to such a degree of tameness as an animal so savage by nature can be capable of acquiring, using them for draught and carriage, that there seemed to be much truth in this tradition, and that those creatures could not be Yinamashi, or aborigines of the land, because of their violent hatred of the Wynnums, as well as all other animals bore them, which, although their evil disposition sufficiently deserved, could never have arrived at so high a degree if they had been aborigines, or else they would have long since been rooted out, that the inhabitants, taking a fancy to use the service of the Yahoos, had very imprudently neglected to cultivate the breed of asses, which are a comely animal, easily kept, more tame and orderly, without any offensive smell, strong enough for labor, although they yield to the other in agility of body, and, if their braying be no more agreeable sound, it is far preferable to the horrible yowlings of the Yahoos. Several others declared their sentiments to the same purpose, when my master proposed an expedient to the assembly, whereof he had indeed borrowed the hint from me. He approved of the tradition mentioned by the honorable member who spoke before, and affirmed that the 2 Yahoos, said to be first among them, had been driven thither over the sea, that coming to land and being forsaken by their companions, they retired to the mountains, and degenerating by degrees, became in process of time much more savage than those of their species in the country whence the 2 originals came. The reason of this assertion was that he had now had in his possession a certain wonderful Yahoo, meaning myself, which most of them had heard of, and many of them had seen. He then related to them how he first found me, that my body was covered with an artificial composure of the skins and hairs of other animals, that I spoke in a language of my own, and that I thoroughly learned theirs, that I had related to him the accidents which brought me thither, that when he saw me without my covering, I was an exact Yahoo in every part, only of a whiter color, less hairy, and with shorter claws. He added how I had endeavored to persuade him that in my own and other countries the Yahoo acted as the governing rational animal, and held the Wynnums in servitude, that he observed in me all the qualities of a Yahoo, only a little more civilized by some tincture of reason, which, however, was in a degree far inferior to the Wynnum race, as the Yahoos of their country were to me, that among other things I mentioned a custom we had of castrating Wynnums when they were young in order to render them tame, that the operation was easy and safe, that it was no shame to learn wisdom from brutes, as industry is taught by the ant and building by the swallow. So for so I translate the word lanya, although it was be a much larger fowl. That the invention might be practiced upon the younger yahoos here, which, besides rendering them tractable and fitter for use, would in an age put an end to the whole species, without destroying life. That in the meantime the Winhams should be exhorted to cultivate the breed of asses, which, as they are all in all respects more valuable brutes, so they have this advantage, to be fit for service at 5 years old, which others are not till 12. This was all my master thought fit to tell me at the time of what passed in the Grand Council, but he was pleased to conceal one particular, which he related personally to myself, whereof I soon felt the unhappy effect, as the reader will know in its proper place, and whence I date all the succeeding misfortunes of my life. The Winhams have no letters, and consequently their knowledge is all traditional. But their happenings, few events of any moment among a people so well united, naturally disposed to every virtue, wholly governed by reason, and cut off from all commerce with other nations, the historical part is easily preserved without burdening their memories. I have already observed that they are subject to no diseases, and therefore can have no need of physicians. However, they have excellent medicines, composed of herbs, to cure accidental bruises and cuts in the pastern of a frog by the foot, by sharp stones, and as well as other maims and hurts in several parts of the body. They calculate the year by the revolution of the sun and moon, but use no subdivisions into weeks. They are well enough acquainted with the motions of those two luminaries, and understand the nature of eclipses, and this is the utmost progress of their astronomy. In poetry they must be allowed to excel all other mortals, wherein the justness of their similes and the minuteness as well as exactness of their descriptions are indeed inimitable. Their verses abound very much in both of these, and usually contain either some exalted notions of friendship and benevolence, or the praises of those who were victors in races and other bodily exercises. Their buildings, though very rude and simple, are not inconvenient, but well contrived to defeat them from all injuries of cold and heat. They have a kind of tree which at 40 years old loosens in the root and falls with the first storm. It grows very straight, and being pointed like stakes with a sharp stone, for the Winhams know not the use of iron, they stick them erect in the ground, about 10 inches asunder, and then weave in oat straw, and sometimes wattles between them. The roof is made after the same manner, and so are the doors. The Winhams use the hollow part between the pastern and the hoof of their forefoot, as we do our hands, and this with greater dexterity than I could at first imagine. I have seen a white mare of our family thread a needle, which I lent her on purpose with that joint. They milk their cows, reap their oats, and do all the work which requires hands in the same manner. They have a kind of hard flints, which by grinding against other stones they form into instruments that serve instead of wedges, axes, and hammers. With tools made of these flints they likewise cut their hay and reap their oats, which there grow naturally in several fields. The yahoos draw home the sheaves in carriages, and the servants tread them in certain covered huts to get out the grain which is kept in stores. They make a rude kind of earthen and wooden vessels, and bake the former in the sun. If they can avoid casualties, they die only of old age, and are buried in the obscurest places that can be found, their friends and relations expressing neither joy nor grief at their departure. Nor does the dying person discover the least regret that he is leaving in the world, any more than if he were upon returning home from a visit to one of his neighbors. I remember my master having once made an appointment with a friend and his family to come to his house upon some affair of importance on the day fixed. The mistress and her 2 children came very late. She made 2 excuses, first for her husband, who, as she said, happened that very morning to Shunwa. The word is strongly expressive in their language, but not easily rendered into English. It signifies to retire to his first mother. Her excuse for not coming sooner was that her husband, dying late in the morning, she was a good while consulting her servants about a convenient place where his body should be laid, and I observed she behaved herself at our house as cheerfully as the rest. She died about 3 months after. They live generally to 70 or 75 years, very seldom to fourscore. Some weeks before their death, they feel a gradual decay, but without pain. During this time, they are much visited by their friends because they cannot go abroad with their usual ease and satisfaction. However, about 10 days before their death, which they seldom fail in computing, they return the visits that have been made them by those who are nearest in the neighborhood, being carried in a convenient sledge drawn by yahoos, which vehicle they use not only upon this occasion, but when they grow old upon long journeys, or when they are lamed by accident, and therefore, when the dying Winhams return those visits, they take a solemn leave of their friends, as if they were going to some remote part of the country, where they designed to pass the rest of their lives. I know not whether it be worth observing that the Winhams have no word in their language to express anything that is evil, except that they borrow from the deformities or ill qualities of the yahoos. Thus they denote the folly of a servant, an omission of a child, a stone that cuts their feet, a continuance of foul or unseasonable weather, and the like, by adding to each epithet of Yahoo. For instance, Yahoo, Wanhalom Yahoo, Yenwilmdwela Yahoo, and an ill-contrived house, the Alom Halan Haru Yahoo. I could, with great pleasure, enlarge further on the manners and virtues of this excellent people, but intending in a short time to publish a volume by itself expressly on that subject, I refer the reader thither, and in the meantime proceed to relate my own sad catastrophe. Chapter 10. The author's economy and happy life among the Winhams, his great improvement in virtue by conversing with them, their conversations. The author has notice given him by his master that he must depart from the country. He falls into a swoon for grief, but submits. He contrives and furnishes a canoe by the help of a fellow servant, and puts to sea at a venture. I had settled my little economy to my own heart's content. My master had ordered a room to be made for me after their manner about 6 yards from the house, the sides and floors of which I plastered with clay and covered with rush mats of my own contriving. I had beaten hemp, which there grows wild, and made it a sort of ticking. This I filled with feathers of several birds I had taken with springs made of yahoo's hairs, and were excellent food. I had worked 2 chairs with my knife, the sorrel nag helping me in the grosser and more laborious part. When my clothes were worn to rags, I made myself others with the skins of rabbits, and of a certain beautiful animal about the same size called a nunho, the skin of which is covered with a fine down. Of these I also made very tolerable stockings. I soled my shoes with wood which I cut from a tree, and fitted to the upper leather, and when this was worn out, I supplied it with the skins of yahoos dried in the sun. I often got honey out of hollow trees, which I mingled with water or ate with my bread. No man could more verify the truth of these 2 maxims, that nature is very easily satisfied, and that necessity is the mother of invention. I enjoyed perfect health of body and tranquillity of mind. I did not feel the treachery or inconstancy of a friend, nor the injuries of a secret or open enemy. I had no occasion of bribing, flattering, or pimping to procure the favor of any great man or of his minion. I wanted no fence against fraud or oppression. Here was neither physician to destroy my body, nor lawyer to ruin my fortune, no informer to watch my words and actions, or forge accusations against me for hire. Here were no gibers, censurers, backbiters, pickpockets, highwaymen, housebreakers, attorneys, bawds, buffoons, gamesters, politicians, wits, splenetics, tedious talkers, controversialists, ravishers, murderers, robbers, virtuosos. No leaders or followers of party and faction, no encouragers to vice by seducement or examples, no dungeon, axes, gibbets, whipping posts, or pillories, no cheating shopkeepers or mechanics. No pride or vanity or affectation, no fops, bullies, drunkards, strolling whores or poxes, No ranting, lewd, expensive wives, no stupid, proud pedants, no importunate, overbearing, quarrelsome, noisy, roaring, empty, conceited, swearing companions, no scoundrels raised from dust upon the merit of their vices, or nobility thrown into it on account of their virtues, no lords, fiddlers, judges, or dancing masters. I had the favour of being admitted to several Wyndhams, who came to visit or dine with my master, where his honour graciously suffered me to wait in the room and listen to their discourse. Both he and his company would often descend to ask me questions and receive my answers. I had also sometimes the honour of attending my master in his visits to others. I never presumed to speak except in answer to a question, and then I did it with inward regret, because it was a loss of so much time for improving myself. But I was infinitely delighted with the station of a humble auditor in such conversations, where nothing passed but what was useful, expressed in the fewest and most significant words, where, as I have already said, the greatest decency was observed, without the least degree of ceremony, where no person spoke without being pleased himself and pleasing his companions, where there was no interruption, tediousness, heat, or difference of sentiments. They have a notion that when people are met together, a short silence does much improve conversation. This I found to be true, for during those little intermissions of talk, new ideas would arise in their minds, which very much enlivened the discourse. Their subjects are generally on friendship and benevolence, on order and economy, sometimes upon the visible operations of nature, or ancient traditions upon the bounds and limits of virtue, upon the unerring rules of reason, or upon some determinations to be taken at the next great assembly, and often upon the various excellences of poetry. I may add, without vanity, that my presence often gave them sufficient matter for discourse, because it afforded my master on occasion of letting his friends into the history of me and my country, upon which they were all pleased to dissent, in a manner not very advantageous to humankind, and for that reason, I shall not repeat what they said. Only I may be allowed to observe that his honour, and to my great admiration, appeared to understand the nature of Yahoos much better than myself. He went through all our vices and follies, and discovered many which I had never mentioned to him, by only supposing what qualities a Yahoo of their country, with a small proportion of reason, might be capable of exerting, and concluded, with too much probability, how vile, as well as miserable, such a creature must be. I freely confess that all the little knowledge I have of any value was acquired by the lectures I received from my master, and from hearing the discourses of him and his friends, to which I should be prouder to listen than to dictate to the greatest and wisest assembly in Europe. I admired the strength, comeliness, and speed of the inhabitants, and such a constellation of virtues and such amiable persons produced in me the highest veneration. At first, indeed, I did not feel that natural awe which the Yahoos and all other animals bear towards them, but it grew upon me by degrees, much sooner than I imagined, and was mingled with a respectful love and gratitude that they would condescend to distinguish me from the rest of my species. When I thought of my family, my friends, my countrymen, or the human race in general, I considered them, as they really were, Yahoos in shape and disposition, perhaps a little more civilized and qualified with the gift of speech, but making no other use of reason than to improve and multiply those vices whereof their brethren in this country had only the share that nature allotted them. When I happened to behold the reflection of my own form in a lake or fountain, I turned away my face in horror and detestation of myself, and could better endure the sight of a common Yahoo than of my own person. By conversing with the Wyndhams and looking upon them with delight, I fell to imitate their gait and gesture, which is now grown into a habit, and my friends often tell me, in a blunt way, that I trot like a horse, which, however, I take for a great compliment. Neither shall I disown that in speaking I am apt to fall into the voice and manner of the Wyndhams, and hear myself ridiculed on that account without the least mortification. In the midst of all this happiness, and when looking upon myself to be fully settled for life, my master sent for me one morning a little earlier than his usual hour. I observed by his countenance that he was in some perplexity, and at a loss how to begin what he had to speak. After a short silence, he told me he did not know how I would take what he was going to say, that in the last General Assembly, when the affair of the Yahoos was entered upon, the representatives had taken some offense at his keeping a Yahoo, meaning myself and his family, more like a Wynnum than a brute animal, that he was known frequently to converse with me, as if he could receive some advantage or pleasure in my company, that such a practice was not agreeable to reason or nature, or a thing ever heard of before among them. The assembly did therefore exhort him either to employ me like the rest of my species, or command me to swim back to the place whence I came. That the first of these expedients was utterly rejected by all Wynnums who had ever seen me at his house or their own, for they alleged that because I had some rudiments of reason added to the natural pravity of those animals, it was to be feared that I might be able to seduce them into the woody and mountainous parts of the country, and bring them in troops by night to destroy the Wynnum's cattle, as being naturally of the ravenous kind and adverse from labor. My master added that he was daily pressed by the Wynnums of the neighborhood to have the assembly's exhortation executed, which he could not put off much longer. He doubted it would be impossible for me to swim to another country, and therefore wished that I would contrive of some sort of vehicle resembling those I described to him, that might carry me on the sea, in which work I should have the assistance of his own servants as well as those of his neighbors. He concluded that, for his own part, he could have been content to keep me in his service as long as I lived, because he found I had cured myself of some bad habits and dispositions by endeavoring, as far as my inferior nature was capable, to imitate the Wynnums. I should here observe to the reader that a decree of the General Assembly in this country is expressed by the word hynolin, which signifies the exhortation, as near as I can render it, for they have no conception how a rational creature can be compelled, but only advised or exhorted, because no person can disobey reason without giving up his claim to be a rational creature. I was struck with the utmost grief and despair at my master's discourse, and being unable to support the agonies I was under, I fell into a swoon at his feet. When I came to myself, he told me that he concluded I had been dead, for these people are subject to no such imbecilities of nature. I answered in a faint voice that death would have been too great a happiness, that although I could not blame the assembly's exhortation or the urgency of his friends, yet in my weak and corrupt judgment I thought it might consist with reason to have been less rigorous, that I could not swim a league, and probably the nearest land to theirs might be distant above 100, that many materials necessary for making a small vessel to carry me off were wholly wanting in this country, which, however, I would attempt, in obedience and gratitude to his honor, although I concluded the thing to be impossible, and therefore looked on myself as already devoted to destruction, that the certain prospect of an unnatural death was the least of my evils, for supposing I should escape with my life by some strange adventure, how could I think with temper of passing my days among Yahoos, and relapsing into my old corruptions for want of examples to lead and keep me within the paths of virtue? That I knew too well upon what solid reasons all the determinations of the wise Wynnums were founded, not to be shaken by arguments of mine, a miserable Yahoo, and therefore, after presenting him with my humble thanks for the offer of his servant's assistance in making a vessel, and desiring a reasonable time for so difficult a work, I told him I would endeavor to preserve a wretched being, and if I ever returned to England, was not without hopes of being useful to my own species by celebrating the praises of the renowned Wynnums and proposing their virtues to the imitation of mankind. My master, in a few words, made me a very gracious reply, allowed me the space of 2 months to finish my boat, and ordered the sorrel nag, my fellow servant, for so at this distance I may presume to call him, to follow my instruction, because I told my master that his help would be sufficient, and I knew he had tenderness for me. In his company, my first business was to go to that part of the coast where my rebellious crew had ordered me to be set on shore. I got upon a height, and looking on every side into the sea, fancied I saw a small island towards the northeast. I took out my pocket glass, which could then clearly distinguish it about 5 leagues off, as I computed. But it appeared to the sorrel nag to be only a blue cloud, for as he had no conception of any country beside his own, so he could not be as expert in distinguishing remote objects at sea as we who do so much converse in that element. After I had discovered this island, I considered no further, but resolved it should be possible, be the first place of my banishment, leaving the consequence to fortune. I returned home, and consulting with the sorrel nag, we went into a copse at some distance, where I with my knife and he with a sharp flint fastened very artificially, after their manner, to a wooden handle, cut down several oak wattles about the thickness of a walking staff and some larger pieces. But I shall not trouble the reader with a particular description of my own mechanics. Let it suffice to say that in 6 weeks' time, with the help of the sorrel nag who performed the parts that required the most labor, I finished a sort of Indian canoe, but much larger, covering it with the skins of yahoos, well stitched together with hempen threads of my own making. My sail was likewise composed of the skins of the same animal, but I made use of the youngest I could get, the older being too tough and thick, and I likewise provided myself with 4 paddles. I laid in a stock of boiled flesh of rabbits and fowls, and took with me 2 vessels, one filled with milk and the other with water. I tried my canoe in a large pond near my master's house, and then corrected in it what was amiss, stopping all the chinks with Yahoo's tallow, till I found it staunch and able to bear me and my freight, and when it was as complete as I could possibly make it, I had it drawn on a carriage very gently by Yahoos to the seaside, under the conduct of the sorrel nag and another servant. When all was ready, and the day came for my departure, I took leave of my master and lady and the whole family, my eyes flowing with tears and my heart quite sunk with grief. But his honor, out of curiosity, and perhaps, if I may speak without vanity, partly out of kindness, was determined to see me in my canoe, and got several of his neighboring friends to accompany him. I was forced to wait above an hour for the tide, and then, observing the wind very fortunately bearing toward the island which I intended to steer my course, I took a second leave of my master, but as I was going to prostrate myself to kiss the hoof, he did me the honor to raise it gently to my mouth. I am not ignorant how much I have been censured for mentioning this last particular. Detractors are pleased to think it improbable, so that so illustrious a person should descend to give so great a mark of distinction to a creature so inferior as I. Neither have I forgotten how apt some travellers are to boast of extraordinary favours they have received. But if these censurers were better acquainted with the noble and courteous disposition of the Winhams, they would soon change their opinion. I paid my respects to the rest of the Winhams in his honour's company, and then getting in my canoe, I pushed off for shore. Eyes of Sin says, Gulliver was a horse girl because several girls I went to school with would think of this part of the story heaven. All right. Chapter 11. The author's dangerous voyage. He arrives at New Holland, hoping to settle there, is wounded with an arrow by one of the natives, is seized and carried by force to a Portuguese ship, the great civilities of the captain, the author arrives in England. I began this desperate voyage on February 15th, 1714-15, at 9 o'clock in the morning. The wind was very favorable. However, I made use at first only of my paddles, but considering I should soon be weary and that the wind might chop about, I ventured to set up my little sail, and thus, with the help of the tide, I went at the rate of 1.5 leagues an hour, as near as I could guess. My master and his friends continued on the shore till I was almost out of sight, and I often heard the sorrel nag, who always loved me, crying out, Huna ila nya maja Yahoo! Take care of thyself, gentle Yahoo! My design was, if possible, to discover some small island uninhabited, yet sufficient, by my labor, to furnish me with the necessities of life, which I would have thought a greater happiness than to be the first minister in the politest court of Europe, so horrible was the idea I conceived of returning to a life in the society and under the government of Yahoos. For in such a solitude as I desired, I could at least enjoy my own thoughts and reflect with delight on the virtues of those inimitable Winhams, without an opportunity of degenerating into the vices and corruptions of my own species. The reader may remember what I related when my crew conspired against me and confined me to my cabin, how I continued there several weeks without knowing what course we took, and when I was put ashore in the longboat, how the sailors told me, with oaths, whether true or false, that they knew not in what part of the world we were. However, I did then believe us to be about 10 degrees southward of the Cape of Good Hope, or about 45 degrees southern latitude, as I gathered from general words I overheard among them, being supposed to be to the southeast of their intended voyage to Madagascar. And although this were little better than conjecture, yet I resolved to steer my course eastward, hoping to reach the southwest coast of New Holland, and perhaps some such island as I desired lying westward of it. The wind was full west, and by 6 in the evening I computed I had gone eastward at least 18 leagues, when I spied a very small island about half a league off, which I soon reached. It was nothing but a rock, with one creek naturally arched by the force of tempests. Here I put in my canoe, and climbing a part of a rock, I could plainly discover land to the east, extending from the south to north. I lay all night in my canoe, and repeating my voyage early in the morning, I arrived in 7 hours to the southeast point of New Holland. This confirmed me in the opinion that I have long entertained, that maps and charts place this country at least 3 degrees more to the east than it really is, which thought I communicated many years ago to my worthy friend Mr. Herman Mall, and gave him my reasons for it, although he has rather chosen to follow other authors. I saw no inhabitants in the place where I landed, and being unarmed, I was afraid of venturing far into the country. I found some shellfish on the shore and ate them raw, not daring to rekindle a fire for fear of being discovered by the natives. I continued 3 days feeding on oysters and limpets to save my own provisions, and I fortunately found a brook of excellent water, which gave me great relief. On the 4th day, venturing out early a little too far, I saw 20 or 30 natives upon a height not about 500 yards from me. They were stark naked, men, women, and children, around a fire, as I could discover by the smoke. One of them spied me and gave notice to the rest. 5 of them advanced towards me, leaving the women and children at the fire. I made what haste I could to the shore, and getting into my canoe, shoved off. The savages, observing me retreat, ran after me, and before I could get far enough into the sea, discharged an arrow which wounded me deeply on the inside of my left knee. I shall carry the mark to my grave. I apprehended the arrow might be poisoned, and paddling out of reach of their darts, being a calm day, I made a shift to suck the wound and dress it as well as I could. I was at a loss what to do, for I durst not return to the same landing place, but stood to the north, and was forced to paddle, for the wind, though very gentle, was against me, blowing northwest. As I was looking about for a secure landing place, I saw a sail to the north-northeast, which appearing every minute more visible. I was in some doubt whether I should wait for them or not, but at last my detestation of the Yahoo race prevailed, and turning my canoe, I sailed and paddled together to the south, and got into the same creek whence I set out in the morning, choosing rather to trust myself among these barbarians than live with European Yahoos. I drew up my canoe as close as I could to the shore, and hid myself behind a stone by a little brook, which, as I have already said, was excellent water. The ship came within half a league of this creek, and sent her longboat with vessels to take in fresh water, for the place, it seems, was very well known. But I did not observe it till the boat was almost on shore, and it was too late to seek another hiding place. The seamen at their landing observed my canoe, and rummaging it all over, easily conjectured that the owner could not be far off. 4 of them, well armed, searched every cranny and lurking hole, till at last they found me flat on my face behind the stone. They gazed a while in admiration of my strange and uncouth dress, my coat made of skins, my wooden-soled shoes, and my furred stockings, whence, however, they concluded I was not a native of the place who go all naked. One of the seamen, in Portuguese, bid me rise, and asked who I was. I understood that language very well, and getting on my feet, said I was a poor Yahoo banished from the Winhams, and desired that they would please let me depart. They admired to hear me answer in their own tongue, and saw by my complexion I must be a European, but were at a loss to know what I meant by Yahoos and Winhams, and at the same time fell a laughing at my strange tone in speaking, which resembled the neighing of a horse. I trembled all the while betwixt fear and hatred. I again desired leave to depart, and was gently moving to my canoe, but they laid hold of me, desiring to know what country I was of, whence I came, with many other questions. I told them I was born of England, whence I came about 5 years ago, and then their country and ours were at peace. I therefore hoped they would not treat me as an enemy, since I meant them no harm, but was a poor Yahoo seeking some desolate place where to pass the remainder of his unfortunate life. When they began to talk, I thought I never heard or saw anything more unnatural, for it appeared to me as monstrous as if a dog or cow should speak in England or a Yahoo in Wynnum land. The honest Portuguese were equally amazed at my strange dress and the odd manner of delivering my words, which, however, they understood very well. They spoke to me with great humanity, and said they were sure the captain would carry me gratis to Lisbon, whence I might return to my own country, that 2 of the seamen would go back to the ship, inform the captain of what they had seen, and receive his orders. In the meantime, unless I would give my solemn oath not to fly, they would secure me by force. I thought it best to comply with their proposal. They were very curious to know my story, but I gave them very little satisfaction, and they all conjectured that my misfortunes had impaired my reason. In 2 hours the boat, which went laden with vessels of water, returned, with the captain's command to fetch me on board. I fell on my knees to preserve my liberty, but all was in vain, and the men, having tied me with cords, heaved me into the boat, whence I was taken into the ship, and thence into the captain's cabin. His name was Pedro de Mendez. He was a very courteous and generous person. He entreated me to give some account of myself, and desired to know what I would eat or drink. Said I should be used as well as himself, and so spoke so many obliging things that I wondered to find such civilities from a Yahoo. However, I remained silent and sullen. I was ready to faint at the very smell of him and his men. At last I desired something to eat out of my own canoe, but he ordered me a chicken and some excellent wine, and then directed that I should be put to bed in a very clean cabin. I would not undress myself, but lay on the bedclothes, and in half an hour stole out, when I thought the crew was at dinner, and getting to the side of the ship was going to leap into the sea and swim for my life, rather than continue among Yahoos. But one of the seamen prevented me, and having informed the captain, I was changed to my cabin. After dinner, Don Pedro came to me, and desired to know my reason for so desperate an attempt. He assured me he only meant to do me all the service he was able, and spoke so very movingly that at last I descended to treat him like an animal which had some little portion of reason. I gave him a very short relation of my voyage, of the conspiracy against me by my own men, of the country where they sent me on shore, of my 5 years' residence there, all of which he looked upon as if it were a dream or a vision, whereat I took great offense, for I had quite forgot the faculty of lying, so peculiar to Yahoos in all countries and where they preside, and consequently their dispositions of suspecting truth in others of their own species. I asked him whether it were the custom in his country to say the thing that was not. I assured him I had almost forgot what he meant by falsehood, and if I had lived 1,000 years in Wynnum land, I should never have heard a lie from the meanest servant, that I was altogether indifferent whether he believed me or not. However, in return for his favors, I would give so much allowance to the corruption of his nature as to answer any objection he would please to make, and then he might easily discover the truth. The captain, a wise man, after many endeavors to catch me tripping in some part of my story, at last began to have a better opinion of my veracity. He added that since I professed so inviolable an attachment to truth, I must give him my word and honor to bear him company in this voyage, without attempting anything against my life, or else he would continue me a prisoner till we arrived in Lisbon. I gave him the promise he required, but at the same time protested that I would suffer the greatest hardships rather than return to live among the Yahoos. Our voyage passed without any considerable accident. In gratitude to the captain, I sometimes sat with him at his earnest request, and strove to conceal my antipathy against humankind, although it often broke out, which he suffered to pass without observation. But the greatest part of the day I confined myself to at my cabin to avoid seeing any of the crew. The captain had often entreated to strip myself of my savage dress, and offered to lend me the best suit of clothes he had. This I would not be prevailed on to accept, abhorring to cover myself with anything that had been on the back of a Yahoo. I only desired that he would lend me 2 clean shirts, which, having been washed since he wore them, I believed would not so much defile me. These I changed every second day, and washed them myself. We arrived at Lisbon, November 5th, 1715. At our landing, the captain forced me to cover myself with his cloak to prevent the rabble from crowding about me. I was conveyed to his own house, and, at my earnest request, he led me up to the highest room backwards. I conjured him to conceal from all persons what I had told him of the Wynnhams, because the least hint of such a story would not only draw numbers of people to see me, but probably put me in danger of being imprisoned or burnt by the Inquisition. The captain persuaded me to accept a suit of clothes newly made, but I would not suffer the tailor to take my measure. However, Don Pedro, being almost of my size, they fitted me well enough. He accoutred me with other necessaries, all new, which I aired for 24 hours before I would use them. The captain had no wife, nor above 3 servants, none of which were suffered to attend at meals, and his whole deportment was so obliging, addled to very good human understanding, that I really began to tolerate his company. He gained so far upon me that I ventured to look out of the back window. By degrees I was brought into another room, whence I peeped into the street, but drew my head back in a fright. In a week's time he seduced me down to the door. I found my terror gradually lessened, but my hatred and contempt seemed to increase. I was at last bold enough to walk the street in his company, but kept my nose well stopped with rue, or sometimes with tobacco. In 10 days, Don Pedro, who I had given some account of my domestic affairs, put it upon me, as a matter of honor and conscience, that I ought to return to my native country, and live at home with my wife and children. He told me there was an English ship in the port just ready to sail, and he would furnish me with all things necessary. It would be tedious to repeat his arguments and my contradictions. He said it was altogether impossible to find such a solitary island as I desired to live in, but I might command in my own house and pass my time in a manner as recluse as I pleased. I complied at last, finding I could do no better. I left Lisbon on the 24th day of November in an English merchantman, but who was the master I never inquired. Don Pedro accompanied me to the ship and lent me £20. He took kind leave of me and embraced me at parting, which I bore as well as I could. During this last voyage I had no commerce with the master or any of his men, but pretending I was sick, kept close in my cabin. On the 5th of December, 1715, we cast anchor in the Downs. About 9 in the morning, and at 3 in the afternoon, I got safe to my house at Rotherhithe. The original editions in Hawkesworth have Rotherhithe here, though in the earlier work, Redriff is said to have been Gulliver's home in England. My wife and family received me with great surprise and joy, because they concluded me certainly dead, but I must freely confess the sight of them filled me with only hatred, disgust, and contempt, and the more by reflecting on the near alliance I had to them. For although, since my unfortunate exile from the Wynnham country, I had compelled myself to tolerate the sight of Yahoos and to converse with Don Pedro de Mendez, yet my memory and imagination were perpetually filled with the virtues and ideas of those exalted Wynnhams. And when I began to consider that, by copulating with one of the Yahoo species, I had become parent of more, it struck me with the utmost shame, confusion, and horror. As soon as I entered the house, my wife took me in her arms and kissed me, at which, having not been used to the touch of that odious animal for so many years, I fell into a swoon for almost an hour. At the time I am writing, it is 5 years since my last return to England. During the first year, I could not endure my wife or children in my presence. The very smell of them was intolerable. Much less I could suffer them to eat in the same room. To this hour they dare not presume to touch my bread or drink out of the same cup. Neither was I ever able to let one of them take me by the hand. The first money I laid out was to buy 2 young stone horses, which I keep in a good stable. And next to them, the groom is my greatest favorite, for I feel my spirits revived by the smell he contracts in the stable. My horses understand me tolerably well. I converse with them at least 4 hours every day. They are strangers to bridle or saddle. They live in great amity with me and my friendship to each other. Chapter 12. The author's veracity, his design in publishing the work, his censure of those travelers who swerve from the truth. The author clears himself from any sinister ends in writing. An objection answered. The method of planting colonies. His native country commended. The right of the crown to those countries described by the author is justified. The difficulty in conquering them. The author takes his last leave of the reader, proposes his manner of living for the future, gives good advice, and concludes. Thus, gentle reader, I have given thee a faithful history of my travels for 16 years and above 7 months, wherein I have not been so studious of ornament as of truth. I could perhaps, like others, have astonished thee with strange and improbable tales, but I rather chose to relate plain matter of fact in the simplest manner and style, because my principal design was to inform and not to amuse thee. It is easy for us to travel into remote countries, which are seldom visited by Englishmen or other Europeans, to form descriptions of wonderful animals both at sea and land, whereas a traveler's chief aim should be to make men wiser and better, and to improve their minds by the bad as well as good examples of what they deliver concerning foreign places. I could heartily wish a law was enacted that every traveler, before he was permitted to publish his voyages, should be obliged to make an oath before the High Lord Chancellor that all he intended to print was absolutely true to the best of his knowledge. For then the world would no longer be deceived, as it usually is, while some writers who make their works pass the better... Sorry. Just need a little bit to drink. I could heartily wish a law was enacted that every traveler, before he were permitted to publish his voyages, should be obliged to make oath before the Lord High Chancellor that all he intended to print was absolutely true to the best of his knowledge, for then the world would no longer be deceived, as it usually is, while some writers, to make their works pass the better upon the public, impose the grossest falsities on an unwary reader. I have perused several books of travels with great delight in my younger days, but having since gone over most parts of the globe and have been able to contradict many fabulous accounts from my own observation, it has given me a great disgust against this part of reading, and some indignation to see the credulity of mankind so impudently abused. Therefore, since my acquaintance were pleased to think my poorer endeavors might not be unacceptable to my country, I imposed on myself as a maxim never to be swerved from, that I would strictly adhere to truth. Neither, indeed, can I ever be under the least temptation to vary from it, while I retain in my mind the lectures and example of my noble master and the other illustrious Winhams, of whom I had so long the honor to be a humble hearer. Nixi miserum fortuna synonum finixit vanum etiam Benemaque improbera fignet. It'd be wonderful if they gave us a translation for that. I know very well how little reputation is to be got by writings which require neither genius nor learning, nor indeed any other talent, except a good memory or an exact journal. I know likewise that writers of travels, like dictionary makers, are sunk into oblivion by the weight and bulk of those who come last, and therefore lie uppermost. And it is highly probable that such travelers who shall hereafter visit the countries described in this work of mine may, by detecting my errors, if there be any, and adding many new discoveries of their own, justle me out of vogue, and stand in my place, making the world forget that I ever was an author. This indeed would be too great a mortification if I wrote for fame, but as my sole intention was the public good, I cannot be altogether disappointed, for who can read the virtues I have mentioned in the glorious Wynnums without being ashamed of his own vices, when he considers himself as the reasoning governing animal of his country? I shall say nothing of those remote nations where Yahoos preside, among which the least corrupted are the Brobdingnagians, whose wise maxims in morality and government it would be our happiness to observe. But I forbear descanting further, and rather leave the judicious reader to his own remarks and application. I am not a little pleased that this work of mine can possibly meet with no censurers, for what objections can be made against a writer who relates only plain facts that happened in such distant countries where we have not the least interest with respect either to trade or negotiations? I have carefully avoided every fault with which common writers of travels are often too justly charged. Besides, I meddle not the least with any party, but write without passion, prejudice, or ill will against any man or number of men whatsoever. I write for the noblest end, to inform and instruct mankind, over whom I may, without breach of modesty, pretend to some superiority from the advantages I received by conversing so long among the most accomplished Wynnums. I write without any view to profit or praise. I never suffer a word to pass that may look like reflection or possibly give the least offense, even to those who are most ready to take it, so that I hope I may with justice pronounce myself an author perfectly blameless, against whom the tribes of answerers, considerers, observers, reflectors, detractors, remakers will never be able to find matter for exercising their talents. I confess it was whispered to me that I was bound in duty as a subject of England to have given in memorial to a Secretary of State my first coming over, because whatever lands are discovered by a subject belong to the Crown. But I doubt whether our conquests in the countries I treat of would be as easy as those of Ferdinando Cortez over the naked Americans. The Lilliputians, I think, are hardly worth the charge of a fleet and army to reduce them, and I question whether it might be prudent or safe to attempt the Brobdingnagians, or whether an English army would be much at their ease with the flying island over their heads. The Wynnums indeed appear not to be so well prepared for war, a science to which they are perfect strangers, and especially against missive weapons. However, supposing myself to be a minister of state, I could never give my advice for invading them. Their prudence, unanimity, unacquaintedness with fear, and their love of their country would amply supply all defects in military art. Imagine 20,000 of them breaking into the midst of a European army, confounding the ranks, overturning the carriages, battering the warriors' faces into mummy by terrible yerks from their hinder hoofs, from which they would well deserve the character given to Augustus, recalcitrat unique tutus. But instead of proposals for conquering that magnanimous nation, I rather wish that they were in a capacity or disposition to send a sufficient number of their inhabitants for civilizing Europe, by teaching us the first principles of honor, justice, truth, temperance, public spirit, fortitude, chastity, friendship, benevolence, and fidelity. The names of all which virtues are still retained among us in most languages, and are to be met with in modern as well as ancient authors, which I am able to assert from my own small reading. But I had another reason which made me less forward to enlarge His Majesty's dominions by my discoveries. To say the truth, I had conceived a few scruples with relation to the distributive justice of princes upon those occasions. For instance, a crew of pirates are driven by a storm they know not whither. At length the boy discovers land from the topmast. They go on shore to rob and plunder. They see a harmless people, are entertained with kindness. They give the country a new name. They take formal possession of it for their king. They set up a rotten plank or a stone for a memorial. They murder 2 or 3 dozen of the natives, bring away a couple more by force for a sample, return home and get their pardon. Here commences a new dominion acquired with a title by divine right. Ships are sent with the first opportunity. The natives driven out or destroyed. The princes tortured to discover their gold. A free license is given to all acts of inhumanity and lust. The earth reeking with the blood of its inhabitants, and this execrable crew of butchers implied in so pious an expedition as a modern colony, sent to convert and civilize an idolatrous and barbarous people. But this description, I confess, does by no means affect the British nation, who may be an example to the whole world of their wisdom, care, and justice in planting colonies, for their liberal endowments for the advancement of religion and learning, their choice of devout and able pastors to propagate Christianity, their caution in stocking their provinces with people of sober lives and conversations from their mother kingdom, their strict regard to the distribution of justice and supplying the civil administration through all their colonies with officers of the greatest abilities, utter strangers to corruption, and, to crown all, by sending the most valiant and virtuous governors, who have no other views than the happiness of the people over whom they preside, and the honor of the king their master. But as those countries which I have described do not appear to have any desire of being conquered or enslaved, murdered, or driven out by colonies, not abound in either gold, silver, sugar, or tobacco, I did humbly conceive that they were by no means proper objects of our zeal, our valor, or our interest. However, if those whom it concerns think it fit to be of another opinion, I am ready to depose, when I shall be lawfully called, that no European did ever visit those countries before me. I mean, if the inhabitants ought to be believed, unless a dispute may arise concerning the two Yahoos said to have been seen many years ago upon a mountain in Wynnum Land. But as to the formality of taking possession in my sovereign's name, it never came once into my thoughts, and if it had, as my affairs then stood, I should perhaps, in point of prudence and self-preservation, have put it off to a better opportunity. Having thus answered the only objection that can ever be raised against me as a traveler, I here take a final leave of my courteous readers, and return to enjoy my own speculations in my little garden at Redriff, to apply those excellent lessons of virtue which I learned among the Wynnums, to instruct the Yahoos of my own family, as far as I find them docible animals, to behold my figure often in a glass, and thus, if possible, habituate myself by time to tolerate the sight of a human creature, to lament the brutality to Wynnums in my own country, but always treat their persons with respect for the sake of my noble master, his family, his friends, and the whole Wynnum race, whom these of ours have the honor to resemble in all their lineaments, however their intellectuals came to degenerate. I began last week to permit my wife to sit at dinner with me, at the furthest end of a long table, and to answer, but with the utmost brevity, the few questions I asked of her. Yet the smell of Yahoo continuing very offensive, I always keep my nose well stopped with rue, lavender, or tobacco leaves. And although it be hard for a man late in life to remove old habits, I am not altogether out of hopes, and sometimes to suffer a neighbor Yahoo in my company, without the apprehensions I am yet under of his teeth or his claws. My reconcilement to the Yahoo kind in general might not be so difficult if they would be content with those vices and follies only which nature has entitled them to. I am not in the least provoked at the sight of a lawyer, a pickpocket, a colonel, a fool, a gamester, a politician, a whoremonger, a physician, an evidence, a suborner, an attorney, a traitor, or the like. This is all according to the due course of things. But when I behold a lump of deformity and diseases, both in body and mind, smitten with pride, it immediately breaks all the measures of my patience. Neither shall I ever be able to comprehend how such an animal and such a vice could tally together. The wise and virtuous Wynnums, who abound in all excellences that can adorn a rational creature, have no name for this vice in their language, which has no terms to express anything that is evil, except those whereby they describe the detestable qualities of their Yahoos, among which they were not able to distinguish this of pride, for want of thoroughly understanding human nature, as it shows itself in other countries where that animal presides. But I, who had more experience, could plainly observe some rudiments of it among the wild Yahoos. But the Wynnums, who live under the government of reason, are no more proud of any of the good qualities they possess than I should be for not wanting a leg or an arm, which no man in his wits would boast of, although he must be miserable without them. I dwell the longer upon this subject from the desire I have to make the society of an English Yahoo by any means not insupportable, and therefore I here entreat those who have any tincture of this absurd vice, that they will not presume to come into my sight. That's it. So I don't know if I should ask what you all thought of that, or I could open with the question that we originally posed from Orwell. Maybe I guess the first thing I would say is thank you, everybody, for joining me on the 4 voyages of Gulliver. I do actually, it turns out I did remember the 4th voyage quite a bit better than I thought I did. I also don't want to spend too much time on the wrap up because I'm already sort of half an hour over the usual reading time. But for those of you who were with us for the whole journey, I'm very curious what you think, especially if this is maybe your first time of reading or hearing the story in full. I will say I was particularly delighted by the language machine from last broadcast. That was a nice surprise, and I have been completely intolerable at work sharing that with everybody who's in earshot. But I suppose we started with reading Orwell's essay, Can Socialists Be Happy? And he describes, basically says sort of even Swift isn't able to conjure a utopia. The Wynnums are kind of boring. I actually really liked the line that The Eyes of Sin had, which was the horses have a very specific flavor of autism. So one of the things that I like a lot about part 4, it's the as clear as you can get into like general satire on humanity. Like there are chapters which are basically just hit him again, John. Like it's just this catalog of vice. I think actually reading it all sort of at full strength in one place kind of makes me appreciate why some of the criticism of Gulliver's Travels is that it's too given to misanthropy. So like I would say that like part 4 is almost certainly the one that that gives people that feeling. I mean, I still like this. I think this is absolutely outstanding. So I don't share that particular view, but I at least have the sympathy for it. But I would say in the essay, can socialists be happy? Actually, you know what? Let me just take a minute. I'll see if I can. I don't remember if I did close it, but my closed. So I'll just read the relevant section again. All favorable utopias seem to be alike in postulating perfection while being unable to suggest happiness. News from Nowhere is a sort of goody-goody version of the Wellesian utopia. Everyone is kindly and reasonable. All the upholstery comes from liberties, but the impression left behind is a sort of watery melancholy. But it is more impressive that Jonathan Swift, one of the greatest imaginative writers who had ever lived, is no more successful in constructing a favorable utopia than the others. The earlier parts of Gulliver's Travels are probably the most devastating attack on human society that has ever been written. Every word of them is relevant today. In places, they contain quite detailed prophecies of the political horrors of our own time. Where Swift fails, however, is in trying to describe a race of beings whom he admires. In the last part, in contrast with the disgusting yahoos, we are shown the noble Wynnums, intelligent horses who are free from human failings. Now these horses, for all their high character and unfailing common sense, are remarkably dreary creatures. Like the inhabitants of various other utopias, they are chiefly concerned with avoiding fuss. They live uneventful, subdued, reasonable lives, free not only from quarrels, disorder, or insecurity of any kind, but also from passion, including physical love. They choose their mates on eugenic principles, avoid excesses of affection, and appear somewhat glad to die when their time comes. In the earlier parts of the book, Swift has shown where man's folly and scoundrelism lead him. But take away the folly and the scoundrelism, and you are left with all you are left with, apparently, is a tepid sort of existence, hardly worth leading. And I suppose the question I have, the premise that I would question here would be, are the Winhams something that we are supposed to admire? I think it's clear that Gulliver um, admires them. I also think it's true that by the end, Gulliver has made a canoe out of human skin, has fixed the soles of his shoes with human skin, or the leather of his shoes with human skin, um, and lives in the stables with a couple of horses. um, and I don't know. Are we supposed to admire the perfectly rational creatures that are, breeding by eugenics and are very clearly describing the genocide of the Yahoos? Or is this part of the satire? And in my case here, like, clearly, what does surprise me a little bit is I would say here that if Orwell, I think probably Orwell a little later. This is always a tough kind of game to play because I do not know what Orwell thinks or what he would think. So I wish I phrased this a little bit better, but I'm just going to run with what I said here. But it would not surprise me if he would make, the kind of satire you see with Animal Farm or, even some parts of 1984 with the Winhams, right? Um, if you see, the great examples of communism, the Soviet Union or China, it is like it's not the yahoos conducting the revolution. These are intellectuals. These are people who are reading works and they are, engaging in reason. And this reasoning leads to monstrous outcomes. And I think there is a little bit of a danger in applying that kind of reasoning to a 300-year-old story. Sorry, 299 years and a couple months right now, but 300-year-old story. Clearly it would be wrong to say that, Swift is describing Stalin's sort of industrialization of the USSR, or the Great Leap Forward or collectivization or something like that. But I think one of the great strengths of Gulliver's Travels is that, unlike Swift's other satire, it goes from very specific cases. Again, Draper's Letters, A Modest Proposal Against the Abolition of Christianity, even A Tale of a Tub. Some of the challenge in reading some of Swift's very good satires, maybe even some of his best satires, unless you think Gulliver's Travels is the best. And honestly, reading this again, I'm like, it's up there. I'm trying to decide if I like A Tale of a Tub more. Probably Gulliver is the better one. But I think one of the things that really gives this its power, and it was interesting because I got some interesting feedback on a satire I wrote at the writers group yesterday. But I think the great strength of Gulliver's Travels is that it's the case where Swift goes from the specific case, which is probably his most common mode in satire, to the general case. And it's definitely, the more I read it, the more, read and more I think about it, the more I really think that is one of the reasons why it continues to be an enduring satire even in 2026, and why not only Orwell can say that it anticipates the horrors of his own time, but I'm even saying now that this thing seems to have just aged even better for its 300th anniversary. So, as much as I admire Orwell, I think in this case the Winhams are misunderstood for the purposes of his essay, And I mean, I guess the first, well, I can't say it's a first impression. I would say it is a, after the most recent reading, I'm pretty sure the, what happens to Gulliver in the country of the Winhams, it's the part of the satire that I think is reserved for the satirist himself, right? The person who has spent so much time cataloging the vices of humanity, the one who, you know, sees it but recognizes he can never fully wash the stink of Yahoo off of himself, and is reduced to this incredibly ridiculous figure who's a complete pain in the ass to be around. And that, by the way, as far as I can tell, is exactly how Jonathan Swift wound up. Like, this is the thing. I like Jonathan Swift a lot as a writer. I have no idea what he was like, sort of mid-career, but I have a feeling he probably, at least from the little bits that I've read, there are definitely cases where he's a bit of a dick. And I think this is the thing that, you can be very, very good at what you do, but that does not impart on you any virtue. Unfortunately, that even goes so far as to say if you are excellent at cataloging the vices of others, as he clearly was, that does not necessarily imbue you with positive qualities. I'm probably being a little unfair to Swift here. Like, Swift definitely did some very, very good things for people. But in terms of personal character, I'm thinking there's a little bit of stuff to work through in book 4. Now I'm kind of at the end of time, but there were 2 things I wanted to do. So I was debating on whether or not I'd do the full Wikipedia entry on Gulliver's Travels. And I am going to do it because there is an essay by Orwell, and I'm actually concerned that I'm going to overcommit myself to reading. But I don't recall if I've read this one, and I believe it is a full treatment by Orwell on Gulliver's Travels. It's called Politics versus Literature, an Examination of Gulliver's Travels. And it's a few pages long. Like, I think I mean, yeah, I think I can work with this. So there's a few reasons we can do this, but I would say 1, as a refresher as to the contents, and maybe so we can appreciate some of the broader, 1, broader context, 2, summary, 3, I just kind of want to read this anyway. Again, I've always felt a little funny on this because I don't necessarily think I don't think, no more than ChatGPT should be thinking for you. At Grok, what is the meaning of Gulliver's Travels? We don't need Wikipedia to do our thinking for us, but on the other hand, I'm not entirely sure we're doing ourselves any favors by not reading material on Gulliver's Travels. So we're going to read this by way of summary, then we're going to read Orwell's thoughts on it, and then I will bid you all a good night. Gulliver's Travels. Gulliver's Travels, originally titled Travels into Several Remote Nations of the World in 4 parts by Lemuel Gulliver, first a surgeon, then a captain of several ships, is a 1726 satirical prose novel by the Anglo-Irish writer and clergyman Jonathan Swift. The novel satirizes human nature and the imaginary traveler's tales literary subgenre. Gulliver's Travels is one of the most famous classics of both English and world literature, and popularized the fictional island of Lilliput. The poet John Gay remarked of the work, "It is universally read, from the cabinet council to the nursery." That was the quote I didn't do correctly at the start. Although the novel is popularly regarded as children's literature, Swift wrote it as a political satire. The book has been adapted as both for theatrical performances, films, television, and radio over the century. The story is about Lemuel Gulliver, an adventurous Englishman who travels to a series of strange and distant lands, each inhabited by unusual beings that reflect different aspects of human nature and society. In Lilliput, he encounters tiny people engaged in petty political disputes. In Brobdingnag, he is a small man among giants who criticize European customs. In Laputa, he meets impractical intellectuals disconnected from reality. And in the land of the Winhams, he finds rational horses living peacefully alongside savage human-like creatures called yahoos. Through these journeys, the novel satirizes the flaws of various civilizations. It is uncertain when Swift began writing the novel, but it is considered to have been an attempt at satirizing popular literary genres. By mid-1725, the book was finished, and the work was a political satire. And as the work was a political satire, it is very likely that Swift had the manuscript copied by another writer so that his writing could not be used as evidence if a legal case should arise. The novel also has numerous made-up words referred to as Lilliputian language, which critics say might have been inspired by Hebrew. On its publication, the book was an immediate success, and Swift claimed that he wrote Gulliver's Travels to vex the world rather than divert it. Initial public opinions were overwhelmingly positive, with most readers lauding the clever satire, realistic depictions of travel to distant lands, and the political dangers that travelers often face as visitors. However, some critics accused Swift of excessive misanthropy. The English novelist William Thackeray, in particular, described the work as being blasphemous, saying that it was overly harsh in its depiction of human societies. Hit him again, John! Gulliver's Travels remains popular in modern times due to its insightful social commentary and themes. The novel's satire, particularly its elaborate critique of human nature, societal flaws and norms, and personal relations, continues to be studied in literary circles. Since his death, Swift has emerged as the most widely read and translated Irish author, and Gulliver's Travels has retained its position as the most printed book by an Irish writer in libraries and bookstores worldwide. Plot summary: A Voyage to Lilliput. The travel begins with a short preamble in which Lemuel Gulliver gives an outline of his life and history before his voyages. 4th of May 1699 to 13th of April 1702. During the first voyage, Gulliver is washed ashore after a shipwreck and finds himself a prisoner of a race of tiny people less than 6 inches, 15 centimeters tall, much like the little people in mythology, who are inhabitants of the island country of Lilliput. After giving assurances of his good behavior, he is given a residence in Lilliput and becomes a favorite of the Lilliput royal court. He is also given permission by the king of Lilliput to go around the city on the condition that he must not hurt their subjects. At first, the Lilliputians are hospitable to Gulliver, but they are also wary of the threat that his size poses to them. The Lilliputians reveal themselves to be a people who put great emphasis on trivial matters. For example, which end of an egg a person cracks becomes the basis of a deep political rift within that nation. They are a people who revel in displays of authority and performances of power. Gulliver aids the Lilliputians against their rival on the island nation of Blefuscu by stealing its naval fleet. He refuses to reduce Blefuscu to a province of Lilliput, displeasing the king and the royal court. Gulliver is charged with treason for, among other crimes, urinating in the capital as his way of putting out a fire. He is convicted and sentenced to be blinded. With the assistance of a kind of friend, a considerable person at court, he escapes to Blefuscu. Here he spots and retrieves an abandoned boat that sails out to be rescued by a passing ship, which safely takes him back home with some Lilliputian animals he carries with him. Part 2. The Voyage to Brobdingnag. 20th of June, 1702 to the 3rd of June, 1706. Gulliver soon sets out again, when the sailing ship Adventure is blown off course by storms and forced to sail for land in search of fresh water. Gulliver is abandoned by his companions and left on a peninsula on the western coast of the North American continent. The grass of this new land, called Brobdingnag, is tall as a tree. Gulliver is found by a farmer who is about 72 feet, 22 meters, tall, judging from Gulliver estimating the man's step being 10 yards, 9 meters. The giant farmer brings Gulliver home, and his daughter, Glumdalclitch, cares for Gulliver. The farmer treats him as a curiosity and exhibits him for money. After a while, the constant display makes Gulliver sick, and the farmer sells him to the queen of the realm. Glumdalclitch, I guess it's Glumdalclitch, who accompanied her father while exhibiting Gulliver, is taken into the queen's service to take care of the tiny man. Since Gulliver is too small to use their huge chairs, beds, knives, and forks, the queen commissions a small house to be built so he can be carried around in it. This is referred to as Gulliver's traveling box. Between small adventures, such as fighting giant wasps unleashed by a jealous court dwarf and being carried to the roof by a monkey, Gulliver discusses the state of Europe with the King of Brobdingnag. The king is not happy with Gulliver's accounts of Europe, especially upon learning the use of guns and cannon. On a trip to the seaside, Gulliver's traveling box is seized by a giant eagle, which drops Gulliver and his box into the sea. He is rescued by sailors who return him to England. Part 3. A Voyage to Laputa, Balnibarbi, Lugnag, Glubbdubdrib, and Japan. 5th of August 1706 to 16th of April 1710. Setting out again, Gulliver's ship is attacked by pirates, and he is marooned close to a desolate rocky island near India. He is rescued by the flying island of Laputa, a kingdom devoted to the arts of music, mathematics, and astronomy, but unable to use them for practical ends. Rather than using armies, Laputa has a custom of throwing rocks down at rebellious cities on the ground. Gulliver tours Balnibarbi, the kingdom ruled from Laputa, as the guest of a low-ranking courtier and sees the ruin brought about by the blind pursuit of science without practical results, in a satire on bureaucracy and on the Royal Society and its experiments. At the Grand Academy of Legado in Balnibarbi, great resources and manpower are employed on researching preposterous schemes, such as extracting sunbeams from cucumbers, softening marble for use in pillows, learning how to mix paint by smell, and uncovering political conspiracies by examining the excrement of suspicious persons. Gulliver refers, in passing, to his visit to Trebina, that is Britain, called by some Langdon, that is England, where the main occupations are plotting and informing. Gulliver is then taken to Maldonada, the main port of Balnibarbi, to await a trader who can take him to Japan. While waiting for passage, Gulliver takes a short side trip to the island of Glubbdubdrib, which is southwest of Balnibarbi. On Glubbdubdrib, he visits a magician's dwelling and discusses history with the ghosts of historical figures, the most obvious restatement of the ancients versus modern theme in the book. The ghosts include Julius Caesar, Brutus, Homer, Aristotle, René Descartes, and Pierre Gassendi. On the island of Lugnag, he encounters the Strudelbrugs, who are people that are immortal. They do not have the gift of eternal youth, but suffer the infirmities of old age and are considered legally dead at the age of 80. After reaching Japan, Gulliver asks the emperor to excuse my performing the ceremony imposed upon my countrymen of trampling upon the crucifix, which the emperor does. Gulliver returns home, determined to stay there for the rest of his days. Part 4. A Voyage to the Land of the Winhams. 7th September 1710 to 5th December 1715. Despite his earlier intention of returning home, Gulliver returns to sea as the captain of a merchantman, as he is bored with his employment as a surgeon. On this voyage, his crew mutinies, resolving to leave him on the first piece of land that they come across and continue as pirates. Cast adrift in a landing boat, he arrives at the land of the Winhams, populated by a race of deformed savage humanoid creatures, yahoos, to which he conceives a violent antipathy, and a race of intelligent, civilized horses, the Winhams. Some scholars have identified the relationship between the Winhams and yahoos as a master-slave dynamic. Gulliver becomes a member of the horse's household and comes to both admire and emulate the Winhams and their way of life, rejecting his fellow humans as merely yahoos endowed with some semblance of reason which they only use to exacerbate and add to the vices nature gave them. However, an assembly of the Winhams rules that Gulliver, a yahoo with some semblance of reason, is a danger to their civilization and commands him to swim back to the land that he came from. Gulliver's master, the Winham who took him into his household, buys him time to create a canoe to make his departure easier. After another disastrous voyage, he is rescued against his will by a Portuguese ship. He is disgusted to see that Captain Pedro de Mendes, whom he considers the yahoo, is a wise, courteous, and generous person. He returns to his home in England, but is unable to reconcile to live reconcile himself to living among yahoos and becomes a recluse, remaining in his house, avoiding his family and his wife, and spending several hours a day speaking to the horses in his stables. Composition and history. It is uncertain when Swift started writing Gulliver's Travels. Much of the writing was done at Lowry Manor in Cookstown County, Tyrone. Some sources suggest as early as 1713, when Swift, Gay Pope, Arbuthnot, and others formed the Scriblerus Club with the aim of satirizing popular literary genres. According to these accounts, Swift was charged with writing the memoirs of the club's imaginary author, Martinus Scriblerus, who and also with satirizing the traveler's tales literary subgenre. It is known from Swift's correspondence that the composition proper began in 1720, with the mirror-themed parts 1 and 2 written first. Part 4 next in 1723, and Part 3 written in 1724. Amendments were made even while Swift was writing Drapier's Letters. By August 1725, the book was complete, and as Gulliver's Travels was a transparently anti-Whig satire, it is likely that Swift had the manuscript copied so that his writing could not be used as evidence if a prosecution should arise, as had happened in the case of some of his Irish pamphlets, the Drapier's Letters. In March 1726, Swift traveled to London to have his work published. The manuscript was secretly delivered to the publisher Benjamin Mott, who used 5 printing houses to speed production and avoid piracy. Mott, recognizing a bestseller but fearing prosecution, cut or altered the worst offending passages, such as descriptions of the court contests in Lilliput and the rebellion in Lindellino. This, by the way, was not in the version that we read. Added some material in defense of Queen Anne to Part 2 and published it. The first edition was released in 2 volumes on the 28th of October, 1726, priced at some barbaric currency that is no longer in use. Mott published Gulliver's Travels anonymously, and, as was often the way with fashionable works, several follow-ups, Memoirs of the Court of Lilliput, parodies, 2 Lilliputian odes, the first on the famous engine with which Captain Gulliver extinguished the palace fire, and Keys, Gulliver Deciphered, and Lemuel Gulliver's Travels into Several Remote Regions of the World, compendiously methodized, the second by Edmund Curll, who had similarly written a key to Swift's Tale of a Tub in 1705, were swiftly produced. These were mostly printed anonymously or occasionally pseudonymously and were quickly forgotten. Swift had nothing to do with them and disavowed them in Faulkner's edition of 1735. Swift's friend Alexander Pope read a set of 5 verses on Gulliver's Travels, which Swift liked so much that he added them to the second edition of the book, though they are rarely included in modern editions. Faulkner's 1735 edition. In 1735, an Irish publisher, George Faulkner, printed a set of Swift's works, volume 3 of which was Gulliver's Travels. As revealed in Faulkner's advertisement to the reader, Faulkner had access to an annotated copy of Mott's work by a friend of the author, generally believed to be Swift's friend Charles Ford, which reproduced most of the manuscript without Mott's amendments, the original manuscript having been destroyed. It is also believed that Swift at least reviewed proofs of Faulkner's edition before printing, but this cannot be proved. Generally, this is regarded as the edito princeps of Gulliver's Travels, with one small exception. This edition has an added piece by Swift, a letter from Captain Gulliver to his cousin Simpson, which complained of Mott's alterations to the original text, saying he had so much altered it that I hardly know mine own work, and repudiating all of Mott's changes, as well as all the keys, libels, parodies, and second parts and continuations that had appeared in the intervening years. This letter now forms part of many standard texts. Lindellino. The 5-paragraph episode in Part 3, telling of the rebellion on the surface city of Lindellino against the flying island of Laputa, was an allegory of the affair of Drapier's Letters, of which Swift was proud. Lindellino represented Dublin, and the impositions of Laputa represented the British imposition of William Wood's poor-quality copper currency. Faulkner had omitted this passage, either because of political sensitivities raised by an Irish publisher printing an anti-British satire, or possibly because the text he worked from did not include the passage. In 1899, the passage was included in a new edition of the collected works. Modern editions derive from the Faulkner edition with the inclusion of this 1899 addendum. Themes. So again, this is where we most want to be most careful in terms of letting Wikipedia think for us. And it also has this section is written like a personal reflection, personal essay, or argumentative essay that states a Wikipedia editor's personal feelings or presents an original argument about a topic. So let's just keep that in mind. Gulliver's Travels has been described as a Menippean satire, a children's story, proto-science fiction, and a forerunner of a modern novel. Published 7 years after Daniel Defoe's successful Robinson Crusoe, Gulliver's Travels may be read as a systematic rebuttal of Defoe's optimistic account of human capability. In The Unthinkable Swift, the spontaneous philosophy of a Church of England man, Warren Montag argues that Swift was concerned to refute the notion that the individual precedes society, as Defoe's work seems to suggest. Swift regarded such thought as a dangerous endorsement of Thomas Hobbes' radical political philosophy, and for this reason Gulliver repeatedly encounters established societies rather than desolate islands. The captain who invites Gulliver to serve as a surgeon aboard his ship on the disastrous third voyage is named Robinson. Alan Bloom asserts that Swift's lampooning of the experiments of Laputa is the first questioning by a modern liberal Democrat of the effects and cost on a society which embraces and celebrates policies pursuing scientific progress. Swift wrote, "The first man I saw was of a meager aspect, with sooty hands and face, his hair and beard long, ragged, and singed in several places. His clothes, shirt, and skin were all the same color. He has been 8 years upon a project for extracting sunbeams out of cucumbers, which were to be put in phials hermetically sealed and let out to warm in the air in raw inclement summers. He told me he did not doubt that in 8 years more he should be able to supply the governor's gardens with sunshine at a reasonable rate, but he complained that his stock was low, and entreated me to give him something as an encouragement to ingenuity, especially since this had been a very dear season for cucumbers. I made him a small present, for my lord had furnished me with money on purpose, because he knew their practice of begging from all who see them." A possible reason for this book's classic status is that it can be seen as many things to many people. I definitely see why the warning lives here. Broadly, the book has three themes: a satirical view of the state of European government and of petty differences between religions, an inquiry into whether people are inherently corrupt or whether they become corrupted, a restatement of the older ancients versus moderns controversy previously addressed by Swift in the Battle of the Books. I think this is pretty fair to say here. I actually would argue the structure of Wyndham's makes me think a bit of Republic, like Plato's Republic. And I don't think it's a mistake that he highlights Plato in book 4. In storytelling and construction, the parts follow a pattern. The causes of Gulliver's misadventures become more malignant as time goes on. He is first shipwrecked, then abandoned, then attacked by strangers, then attacked by his crew. Gulliver's attitude hardens as the book progresses. He is genuinely surprised by the viciousness and politicking of the Lilliputians, but finds the behavior of the Yahoos in the fourth part reflective of the behavior of people. Yes, his attitude I don't necessarily think this is wrong, but I would actually raise 2 points here. Gulliver does mention that a bunch of people die on his voyage, and I definitely feel that this is probably a reflection of his limitations as a captain, and that the mutiny may not be unjustified. Although I do think it is it does. This rings true to me that the circumstances under which he arrives in the different areas do get more vicious as they go along. But again, like the attitude hardening, it's not just that he's potentially a bad, as in harsh captain. I will remind you, he makes a boat of human skin. Each part is a reverse of the preceding part. Gulliver is big, small, wise, ignorant. The countries are complex, simple, scientific, natural. And Gulliver perceives the forms of government as worse, better than Britain's, although Swift's opinion on this matter are unclear. I like that they added that. I'm trying to think about the wisdom and ignorance, because I suppose the question is, I can see this working. So Gulliver being wiser than the Laputans, but ig- ignorant in comparison to the Winhams. Although I do think this is potentially falling to the error Orwell fell into, which is to see the Winhams as actually admirable creatures. I think there is something a little more interesting if you see the Laputans as the somewhat comic but ultimately harmless kind of absent-minded professor, whereas the Winhams being this much more sinister application of intellect. And this is one of the ones. Sorry, I'm going to get a little philosophical on my own. This is one of the things where, I work. It's like I work in a white collar job. I've got my university education. In order to get into my sector, I had to take a test, like an entrance examination. And then, of course, in order to get in the place where I work, there was other testing and other expectations. And very often, I will be, called on to be part of like a group of people thinking about a particular topic. And one of the things I most frequently find in these discussions is this tendency to see intelligence as this kind of superpower. That, if only we were smarter, we would be able to solve all of these things. And I want to be clear that I think intelligence is a really great thing, and we should want more of it, and we should want more people to have it. But I disagree that it is a superpower. And I've actually run into this with writing as well, where a lot of people will be like, effectively what it comes down to is that like an intelligent person, would be unstoppable because they'll just, figure it all out and be ahead of you. Well, this is clearly not true. If you look at any historical precedent, right, there are plenty of very clever people who are overcome by less intelligent people. Um, I think values like compassion are quite valuable, and they do not have anything directly tied to intelligence. And the point that I made earlier, where if you compare, the Winhams and their systems to some of the darkest moments in, Mao's China, in the Soviet Union, specifically Stalinist Soviet Union, these are not dummies, right? You can maybe argue something like the Khmer Rouge is a distinctly anti-intellectual, but like these are people, right? Trotsky was a writer and a reader. Stalin, bunch of essays, bunch of policy papers. These are people driven by science, and I would argue that if anything, some of the horror that we see when we hear accounts like that comes more from the cold rationality of the policy and the behavior, um, which, you know, I'm going to talk my own book, right? Like I'm not a dummy, right? I'm not some sort of like superlative intelligence or anything like that. I'm not trying to put myself in, in an exalted company, but like either from external signals or just, my general broad reading, I think it's fair to say that I possess at least some intelligence. More importantly, I'm going to find myself in groups of people who see themselves as intelligent. And I think one of the easiest biases for someone to have is, is to see intelligence as a superpower. Because of course, really, that's just saying that you have superpowers. So Isaacson says, I think intelligence can be a curse too. Some of the most intelligent friends are some of the most depressed. Like, it's wonderful. We need more clever. Yeah. No, I definitely see that. I mean, I think Gulliver's Travels is as much a testament to that as anything. But yeah, so anyways, the only reason why I wanted to place it here, right, is that this does feel both also the worse, better, worse, better. I do like that they put the condition in terms of Swift's opinion on the matter, but like the wisdom and ignorance, I suppose the question you would draw would be your feelings with regards to the Wyndhams and how we're intended to receive them. Gulliver's viewpoint between parts is mirrored by that of his antagonists in the contrasting part. I mean, this kind of feels like it's repeating the same point again, but Gulliver sees the tiny Lilliputians as being vicious and unscrupulous, and the King of Brobdingnag sees Europe in exactly the same light. Gulliver sees the Lilliputians as unreasonable, and the Lilliputans as unreasonable, and his Wyndham master sees humanity as equally so. No form of government is ideal. The simplistic Brobdingnagians enjoy public executions and have streets infested with beggars, and the honest and upright Wyndhams, who have no word for lying, are happy to suppress the true nature of Gulliver as a Yahoo and are equally concerned about his reaction to being expelled. Again, the genocide of the Yahoos may be relevant here as well, or at least the discussion of it. Specific individuals may be good even when the race is bad. Gulliver finds a friend in each of his travels, and despite Gulliver's rejection and horror towards all Yahoos, is treated very well by the Portuguese captain, Don Pedro, who returns him to England at the book's end. I mean, in fairness here, I think the kindness of the captain is as much intended to be the foil for showing how far Gulliver has fallen. But we covered this before, but I figure I might as well read the whole thing. That was the intention here. So, misogyny. Although Swift is often accused of misogyny in this work, many scholars believe Gulliver's blatant misogyny to be intentional, and that Swift uses satire to mock misogyny throughout the book. One of the most cited examples of this comes from Gulliver's description of a Brobdingnagian woman. I must confess no object ever disgusted me as much as the sight of her monstrous breast, which I cannot tell what to compare with, so as to give the curious reader an idea of its bulk, shape, and color. This made me reflect upon the fair skins of our English ladies, who appear so beautiful to us only because they are of our own size, and their defects not to be seen through a magnifying glass. This critique of aspects of the female body is something that Swift often brings up in other works of his, particularly in poems such as The Lady's Dressing Room and A Beautiful Young Nymph Going to Bed. A criticism of Swift's use of misogyny by Felicity Nussbaum proposes the idea that Gulliver himself is a gendered object of satire, and his anti-feminist sentiments may be among those mocked. Gulliver's own masculinity is often mocked, seen in how he is made to be a coward among the Brobdingnag people, repressed by the people of Lilliput, and viewed as an inferior Yahoo among the Wyndhams. Nussbaum goes on to say that in the adventures, particularly in the first story, the satire is not singularly focused on satirizing women, but to satirize Gulliver as a politically naive and inept giant whose masculine authority comically seems to be in jeopardy. Another criticism of Swift's use of misogyny delves into Gulliver's repeated use of the word nauseous and the way that Gulliver is fighting his emasculation by commenting on how he thinks the women of Brobdingnag are disgusting. Swift has Gulliver frequently invoke the sensory as opposed to the reflective word nauseous to describe this and other magnified images in Brobdingnag, not only to reveal the neurotic depths of Gulliver's misogyny, but also to show how male nausea can be used as a pathetic countermeasure against the perceived threat of female consumption. Swift has Gulliver associate these magnified acts of female consumption with the act of throwing up, the opposite of and antidote to the act of gastronomic consumption. This commentary of Deborah Needleman Armentor relies on the giant women doing with Gulliver as they please in much the same way as one might play with a toy, and to get it to do everything one can think of. Armentor's comparison focuses on the pocket microscopes that were popular in Swift's time. She talks about how this instrument of science evolved into something toy-like and accessible, so it shifted into something that women favored, and thus men lost interest. This is similar to the progression of Gulliver's time in Brobdingnag from man of science to woman's plaything. Comic misanthropy. Misanthropy is a theme that scholars have identified in Gulliver's travels. Arthur Case, R.S. Crane, and Edward Stone discussed Gulliver's development of misanthropy and come to the consensus that the theme ought to be viewed as comical rather than cynical. In terms of Gulliver's development of misanthropy, these three scholars point to the fourth voyage. According to Case, Gulliver is at first averse to identifying with the Yahoos, but after he deems the Houyhnhnms superior, he comes to believe that humans, including his fellow Europeans, are Yahoos due to their shortcomings. Perceiving the Houyhnhnms as perfect, Gulliver thus begins to perceive himself and the rest of humanity as imperfect. According to Crane, when Gulliver develops his misanthropic mindset, he becomes ashamed of humans and views them as more in line with animals. This new perception of Gulliver's, Stone claims, comes about because of the Houyhnhnms' judgment because the Houyhnhnms' judgment pushes Gulliver to identify with the Yahoos. Along similar lines, Crane holds that Gulliver's misanthropy is developed in part when he talks to the Houyhnhnms about mankind because the discussions lead him to reflect on his previously held notion of humanity. Specifically, Gulliver's master, who is a Houyhnhnm, provides questions and commentary that contribute to Gulliver's reflectiveness and subsequent development of misanthropy. However, Case points out that Gulliver's dwindling opinion of humans may be blown out of proportion due to the fact that he is no longer able to see the good qualities that humans are capable of possessing. Gulliver's new view of humanity, then, creates his repulsive attitude towards his fellow humans after leaving Houyhnhnm land. But in Stone's view, Gulliver's actions and attitude upon his return can be interpreted as misanthropy that is exaggerated for comic effect rather than cynical effect. Stone further suggests that Gulliver goes mentally mad and believes that what leads Gulliver to exaggerate the shortcomings of humankind. Another aspect that Crane attributes to Gulliver's development of misanthropy is when, in Houyhnhnm land, it is the animal-like beings, the Houyhnhnms, who exhibit reason, and the human-like beings, the Yahoos, who seem devoid of reason. Crane argues that this switch from Gulliver's perceived norm that leads the way for him to question his view of humanity. As a result, Gulliver begins to identify humans as a type of Yahoo. To this point, Crane brings up the fact that a traditional definition of man, Homo est animal rationale, humans are rational animals, was prominent in academia around Swift's time. Furthermore, Crane argues that Swift had to study this type of logic, see the Porphyrian tree, in college, so it is likely that he intentionally inverted this logic by placing the typically given example of irrational beings, horses, in the place of humans and vice versa. Stone points out that Gulliver's Travels takes a cue from the genre of travel book, which was popular during Swift's time period, and I would point out he almost certainly knew about Lucian. From reading travel books, his contemporaries were accustomed to beast-like figures in foreign places. Thus, Stone holds that the creation of the Yahoos was not out of the ordinary for the time period. From this playing off of familiar genre expectations, Stone deduces that the parallels that Swift draws between the Yahoos and humans is meant to be humorous rather than cynical. Even though Gulliver sees Yahoos and humans as if they are one and the same, Stone argues that Swift did not intend for readers to take on Gulliver's view. That I agree with. Stone states that Yahoos' behaviors and characteristics that set them apart from humans further supports the notion that Gulliver's identification with Yahoos is not meant to be taken to heart. Thus, Stone sees Gulliver's perceived superiority of the Houyhnhnms and subsequent misanthropy as features that Swift used to employ the satirical and humorous elements characteristic of the beast fables of travel books that were popular with his contemporaries. As Swift did, these beast fables placed animals above humans in terms of morals and reason, but they were not meant to be taken literally. Character analysis. Pedro de Mendes is the name of the Portuguese captain who rescues Gulliver in Book 4. When Gulliver is forced to leave the island of the Houyhnhnms, his plan is to discover some small island uninhabited where he can live in solitude. Instead, he is picked up by Don Pedro's crew. Despite Gulliver's appearance, he is dressed in skins and speaks like a horse. Don Pedro treats him compassionately and returns him to Lisbon. Though Don Pedro appears only briefly, he has become an important figure in the debate between the so-called soft school and hard school readers of Gulliver's Travels. Some critics contend that Gulliver is a target of Swift's satire and that Don Pedro represents an ideal of human kindness and generosity. Gulliver believes humans are similar to Yahoos in the sense that they make no other use of reason than to improve and multiply vices. Captain Pedro proves a contrast to Gulliver's reasoning, proving humans are able to reason, be kind, and most of all civilized. Gulliver sees a bleak fallenness at the center of human nature, and Don Pedro is merely a minor character who, in Gulliver's words, is an animal which had some little portion of reason. Political illusions. Part 1 is probably responsible for the greatest number of political allusions. One of the most commonly noted parallels is that the wars between Lilliput and Blefuscu resemble those between England and France. The enmity between the low heels and high heels is often interpreted as a parody of the Whigs and Tories, and the character referred as Flimnap is often interpreted as an allusion to Sir Robert Walpole, a British statesman and Whig politician whom Swift had a personally turbulent relationship. In Part 3, the Grand Academy of Legado in Balnibarbi resembles and satirizes the Royal Society, which Swift was openly critical of. Furthermore, A.E. Case, acting on a tip-off offered by the word projectors, found the Academy to be the hiding place of many of those speculators implicated in the South Sea Bubble. According to Treadwell, however, these implications extend beyond the speculators of the South Sea Bubble to include the many projectors of the late 17th and early 18th century England, including Swift himself. Not only is Swift satirizing the role of the projector in contemporary English politics, which he dabbled in during his younger years, but the role of the satirist whose goals align with that of a projector. The less obvious corollary of that word projector is that it must include the poor deluded satirist himself, since satire, in its very essence, is the wildest of all projects, a scheme to reform the world. Anne Kelly describes Part 4 of the Travels and the Yahoo-Wenham relationship as an allusion to that of the Irish and the British. The term that Swift uses to describe the oppression in both Ireland and Wenham land is slavery. This is not an accidental word choice, for Swift was very well aware of the complicated moral and philosophical questions raised by the emotional designation slavery. The misery of the Irish in the early 18th century shocked Swift and all others who witnessed it. The hopeless passivity of the people in this desolate land made it seem as if both the minds and bodies of the Irish were enslaved. Kelly goes on to write, throughout the Irish tracts and poems, Swift continually vacillates as to whether the Irish are servile because of some defect within their character, or whether their sordid condition is the result of a calculated policy from without to reduce them to brutishness. Although no one has done so, similar questions could be asked about the Yahoos, who are the slaves to the Wenhams. However, Kelly does not suggest a wholesale equivalent between the Irish and Yahoos, which would be reductive and omit the various other layers of satire at work in this section. So that kind of nuance is something I appreciate. I would actually say here that the entire theme section, while there are some parts that I find agreeable, it actually makes me think a lot about the like guides to Gulliver's Travels that are referred to up here, and like the key to Tale of a Tub. Swift reacted to some of the keys to Tale of a Tub by like incorporating some of the wrong conclusions that people drew as footnotes into a new edition. So yeah, I would say, you know what, honestly, nobody's going to be able to think, right? There's like, it's like, I think Euclid is supposed to have said to Ptolemy, there's no royal road to geometry, right? Like, you know, people can explain it, but in the end, they can't understand it for you. And I think, I don't know, I'm not sad that I read this, but I think you just need to draw your own, I think you kind of just need to draw your own conclusions from the stuff that you read. I don't know. Maybe I'd feel differently on another night. All right. Language. I think there's a name that you'll like here. Part 1 includes examples of the Lilliputian language, including a paragraph for which Gulliver provides a translation. In his annotated edition of the book published in 1978, Isaac Asimov claims that making sense out of the words and phrases introduced by Swift is a waste of time, and these words were invented nonsense. However, Irving Rothman points out that language may have been derived from Hebrew, which Swift had studied at Trinity College, Dublin. I also didn't know that Asimov did an annotated version of Gulliver's Travels. Reception. The book was very popular upon release and was commonly discussed within social circles. Public reception widely varied, with the book receiving an initially enthusiastic reaction, with readers praising its satire, and some reporting that the satire's cleverness sounded like a realistic account of a man's travels. James Beattie commended Swift's work for its truth regarding the narration and claims that the statesman, the philosopher, and the critic will admire his keenness of satire, energy of description, and vivacity of language, noting that even children can enjoy the novel. As popularity increased, critics came to appreciate the deeper aspects of Gulliver's Travels. It became known for its insightful take on morality, expanding its reputation beyond just humorous satire. It also became the most printed book by an Irish writer in libraries and bookstores worldwide. Despite its initial positive reception, the book faced backlash. Viscount Bolingbroke, a friend of Swift and one of the first critics of the book, criticized the author for his overt use of misanthropy. Other negative responses to the book also looked towards its portrayal of humanity, which was considered inaccurate. Swift's peers rejected the book on claims that its themes of misanthropy were harmful and offensive. They criticized its satire for exceeding what was deemed acceptable and appropriate, including the Wyndhams and Yahoos' similarities to humans. This is how you know you've written a good book. There's also controversy surrounding the political allegories. Readers enjoyed the political references, finding them humorous. However, members of the Whig Party were offended, believing that Swift mocked their politics. British novelist and journalist William Makepeace Thackeray described Swift's work as blasphemous, saying its critical view of mankind was ludicrous and overly harsh. He concluded that he could not understand the origins of Swift's critiques on humanity. We're just a small bean. Cultural influences. The term Lilliputian has entered many languages as an adjective meaning small and delicate. There is a brand of small cigar called Lilliput, and a series of collectible model houses known as Lilliput Lane. The smallest light bulb fitting, 5 millimeters in diameter, is in the Edison screw series is called the Lilliput Edison screw. In Dutch and Czech, the words Lilliputter and Lilliputin, respectively, are used for adults shorter than 1.3 meters, although in Dutch this term is controversial. Conversely, Brobdingnagian appears in the Oxford English Dictionary as a synonym for very large or gigantic. In like vein, the term Yahoo is often encountered as a synonym for ruffian or thug. In the Oxford English Dictionary, it is referred to as a rude, noisy, or violent person, and its origins attributed to Swift's Gulliver's Travels. In the discipline of computer architecture, the terms big-endian and little-endian are used to describe two possible ways of laying out bytes of data in computer memory. The terms derive from one of the satirical conflicts in the book, in which two religious sects of Lilliputians are divided between those who crack open their soft-boiled eggs from the little end, or the little Endians, and those who use the big end or the big-endians. The nomenclature was chosen as an irony, since the choice of which byte order method to use is technically trivial, both are equally good, but actually still important. Systems which do it one way are thus incompatible with those that do it the other way, and so it shouldn't be left to each individual designer's choice, resulting in a holy war over a triviality. In other works, many sequels followed the initial publishing of the Travels. The earliest of these was the anonymously published Memoirs of the Court of Lilliput, published in 1727, which expands on the account of Gulliver's stays in Lilliput and Blefuscu by adding several gossipy anecdotes about scandalous episodes at the Lilliputian court. Abbé Pierre de Fontaine, the first French translator of Swift's story, wrote a sequel, Le Nouveau Gulliver ou Voyage de Jean Gulliver, Fils de Captain Lemuel Gulliver, The New Gulliver, or The Travels of John Gulliver, son of Captain Lemuel Gulliver, published in 1730. Gulliver's son has various fantastic satirical adventures. Traces of Swift's work can be found in the work of some modern science fiction writers. Isaac Asimov's Shah Guido G describes the flying island which dominates the lands underneath, and a large portion of Robert Heinlein's Starman Jones takes place on a planet where intelligent horses dominate wild Yahoo-like humanoids. The Hungarian writer Frigyes Karinthy wrote two satirical novels with Gulliver as the protagonist. The first, Voyage to Farmido, is about artificial intelligence, and the second, Caprilia, describes an underwater world inhabited by women and the result of the first sexual encounter between men and women. In the short story El Informe de Brody, Brody's Report by George Louis Borges, published in 1970 and inspired, according to its author, by the last journey of Swift's character, the protagonist is a Scottish shepherd who narrates his experience in a place inhabited by primitive men who he calls Yahoos. In 2014, the Argentine writer Edgar Brau published a novel titled El Oficio de Gulliver, Gulliver's Craft, which describes a fifth voyage in 1722 of Jonathan Swift's character, in which he discovers an island located off the coast of Patagonia. Every so many years, the island shrinks until it reaches the size of a tortoise without affecting daily life. After a while, it expands again. There, Gulliver lives a series of adventures accompanied by Tito, an anteater he has rescued and taught to speak. The novel is a satire on present-day issues. Television. In Gravity Falls, episode The Gulf War features a fictitious race of small people with golf balls for heads named the Lilliputians. These people also display an intense political grievances over petty things. In music, I was wondering if I would see this. In music, Georg Philipp Telemann wrote a Gulliver suite for 2 violins without bass between 1728 and 1729. It includes a Lilliputian, is it cajon, and a Brobdingnagian jejune, as well as a lure of well-mannered Winhams combined with a fury of the naughty yahoos. Let's see if the anime you referred to appears here. So there has been Gulliver's Travels Among the Lilliputians and Giants, a 1902 silent film. Gulliver and Un Pays de lo Gigant. Well, I guess this tells me that there was a Brobdingnag one. Excuse me. 1903 silent film. Gulliver's Travels, 1924 Austrian silent adventure film. Gulliver Mickey, a 1934 film in the Mickey Mouse cartoon series. The New Gulliver, a 1935 Soviet film. Gulliver's Travels, 1939 American animated film. The Three Worlds of Gulliver, a 1960 American film, loosely based on the novel. Gulliver's Travels Beyond the Moon, a 1965 Japanese animated film featuring Gulliver as a character. This probably isn't the one you were talking about, right? Gulliver, this is the one I've referred to a couple of times. Gulliver's Travel, a 1977 British-Belgian film starring Richard Harris. Gulliver's Travels, an 1983 Spanish animated film. 1996 animated film called Gulliver's Travels. Crayola Kids Adventures, Tales of Gulliver's Travels, 1997 direct-to-video film. An Indian film, Jajantaram Marantaram. Gulliver's Travel, 2005 Indian animated film. Gulliver's Travels, 2010 American film starring Jack Black. And Gulliver Returns, a 2021 Ukrainian animated film. Television, Gulliver in the Country of the Dwarves, 1974 Hungarian television. Gulliver's Travels, 1979 television special produced by Hanna-Barbera. And a hentai where horse girls, like anime girls that are part horse, have a utopian society and they keep human boys as pets. Slightly different take on the fourth voyage, but I guess it's in public domain. Same studio produces Adventures of Gulliver in 1968. Gulliver in the Country of Giants, Hungarian television's film. So we've at least got Brobdingnag. I don't know if we have Laputa or the fourth voyage. Gulliver and Lilliput, 1982 television serial produced by BBC, aired in 4 parts, concentrating on the Lilliput section. Saban's Gulliver's Travels, 1992 French animated TV series, and apparently no further animated television series after 1996, Gulliver's Travels, American TV miniseries, and 4 radio adaptations. Gulliver's Travels, 1948 radio adaptation, 1999, also called Gulliver's Travels, Brian Gulliver's Travels satirical radio, and a 2012 BBC Radio 4 production called Gulliver's Travels. I'll spare you the rest here. But for those of you that can tolerate a little more reading, there's one more that I want to do, and this is returning to Orwell. And again, I don't think I've read this before. At the very least, I don't remember it. So I am interested in seeing how this goes. Politics versus Literature, an examination of Gulliver's Travels. So, as I sort of said, I kind of wish I skipped over the theme second on Wikipedia. George Orwell's a good writer. George Orwell isn't right about everything, just most things. So, We will not let Orwell think for us. We will, however, see if Orwell can persuade us. Politics versus Literature, an examination of Gulliver's Travels. In Gulliver's Travels, humanity is attacked or criticized from at least 3 different angles, and the implied character of Gulliver himself necessarily changes somewhat in the process. Somewhat? In part 1, he is the typical 18th century voyager, bold, practical, and unromantic. His homely outlook skillfully impressed on the reader by the biographical details at the beginning. By his age, he is a man of 40 with 2 children when his adventures start, and by the inventory of things in his pockets, especially his spectacles, which make several appearances. In part 2, he has, in general, the same character, but at moments when the story demands it, he has a tendency to develop into an imbecile who is capable of boasting of our noble country, the mistress of arts and arms, the scourge of France, etc., and at the same time of betraying every available scandalous fact about the country which he professes to love. In part 3, he is much as he was in part 1, though, as he is consorting chiefly with courtiers and men of learning, one has the impression that he has risen in the social scale. In part 4, he conceives a horror of the human race which is not apparent, or only intermittently apparent, in the earlier books, and changes into a sort of unreligious anchorite whose one desire is to live in some desolate spot where he can devote himself to meditating on the goodness of the Wyndhams. However, these inconsistencies are forced upon Swift by the fact that Gulliver is there chiefly to provide a contrast. It is necessary, for instance, that he should appear sensible in part 1 and at least intermittently silly in part 2, because both books are the essential maneuver is the same, to make the human being look ridiculous by imagining him as a creature 6 inches high. Whenever Gulliver is not acting as a stooge, there is a sort of continuity in his character, which comes out especially in his resourcefulness and his observation of physical detail. He is much the same kind of person, with the same prose style, when he bears off with the warships of Blefuscu, when he rips open the belly of a monstrous rat, and when he sails away upon the ocean in his frail coracle made of the skins of yahoos. At least Orwell points this out. I like that Japan has apparently embraced Jonathan Swift. All right. Where were we? Moreover, it is difficult not to feel that in his shrewder moments, Gulliver is simply Swift himself, and there is at least one incident in which Swift seems to be venting his private grievance against contemporary society. I will actually mention in a lot of Swift's letters on this, he keeps referring to it as My Travels. I think there has been a suggestion that Gulliver was a late addition to the story. It will be remembered that when the Emperor of Lilliput's palace catches fire, Gulliver puts it out by urinating on it. Instead of being congratulated on his presence of mind, he finds that he has committed a capital offense by making water in the precincts of the palace, and, quote, I was privately assured that the Empress, conceiving the greatest abhorrence of what I had done, removed the most distant side of the court, firmly resolved that those buildings, I know where he's going with this, should never be repaired for her use, and in the presence of her chief confidence, could not forbear vowing revenge. I'm pretty sure this is Queen Anne and Tale of a Tub. No, well, I see it here now, so. According to Professor G.M. Trevelyan, England under Queen Anne, part of the reason for Swift's failure to get preferment was that the Queen was scandalized by A Tale of a Tub, a pamphlet in which Swift probably felt he had done a great service to the English crown, since it sacrifices the dissenters and still more the Catholics while leaving the established church alone. In any case, no one would deny that Gulliver's Travels is a rancorous as well as pessimistic book, and that especially in parts 1 and 3, it often descends in political partisanship of a narrow kind. Pettiness and magnanimity, republicanism and authoritarianism, love of reason and lack of curiosity are all mixed up in it. The hatred of the human body, which Swift is especially associated, is only dominant in part 4, but somehow this new preoccupation does not come as a surprise. One feels that all these adventures and all these changes of mood could have happened to the same person, and the interconnection between Swift's political loyalties and his ultimate despair is one of the most interesting features of the book. Politically, Swift was one of those people who are driven into a sort of perverse Toryism by the follies of the Progressive Party of the moment. Part 1 of Gulliver's Travels, ostensibly a satire on human greatness, can be seen, if one looks a little deeper, to be simply an attack on England, on the dominant Whig party, and on the war with France, which, however bad the motives of the Allies might have been, did save Europe from being tyrannized over by a single reactionary power. Swift was not a Jacobite, nor strictly speaking a Tory, and his declared aim in the war was merely a moderate peace treaty and not the outright defeat of England. Nevertheless, there is a tinge of Quislingism in his attitude, which comes out in his ending of Part 1 and slightly interferes with the allegory. When Gulliver flees from Lilliput, England, to Blefuscu, France, the assumption that a human being 6 inches high is inherently contemptible seems to be dropped. Whereas the people of Lilliput have behaved towards Gulliver with the utmost treachery and meanness, those of Blefuscu have behaved generously and straightforwardly, and indeed this section of the book ends on a different note from the all-round disillusionment of the earlier chapters. Evidently, Swift's animus is, in the first place, against England. It is your natives, i.e. Gulliver's fellow countrymen, whom the king of Brobdingnag considers to be the most pernicious race of little odious vermin that nature ever suffered to crawl upon the surface of the earth. And the long passage at the end, denouncing colonization and foreign conquest, is plainly aimed at England, although the contrary is elaborately stated. The Dutch, England's allies and target of one of Swift's most famous pamphlets, are also more or less wantonly attacked in Part 3. There is even what sounds like a personal note in the passage in which Gulliver records his satisfaction that the various countries he has discovered cannot be made colonies of the British Crown. The Wyndhams, indeed, appear not to be so well prepared for war, a science to which they are perfect strangers, especially against missive weapons. However, supposing myself to be a minister of state, I could never give my advice for invading them. Imagine 20,000 of them breaking into the midst of a European army, confounding the ranks, overturning the carriages, battering the warriors' faces into mummy by terrible yerks from their hinder hoofs. Considering that Swift does not waste words, the phrase battering warriors' faces into mummy probably indicates a secret wish to see the invincible armies of the Duke of Marlborough treated in like manner. There are similar touches elsewhere. Even the country mentioned in Part 3, where the bulk of the people consist in a manner wholly of discoverers, witnesses, informers, accusers, prosecutors, evidences, swearers, together with their several subservient and subaltern instruments, under all colors, the conduct and pay of ministers of state is called Langdon, which is within one letter of being an anagram of England. As the early editions of this book contain misprints, it may perhaps have been intended as a complete anagram. Swift's physical repulsion from humanity is certainly real enough, but one has the feeling that his debunking of human grandeur, his diatribes against lords, politicians, courts favorites, etc., has mainly a local application and springs from the fact that he belonged to the unsuccessful party. He denounces injustice and oppression, but he gives no evidence of liking democracy. In spite of his enormously greater powers, his implied position is very similar to that of innumerable silly, clever conservatives of our own day. People like Sir Alan Herbert, Professor G.M. Young, Lord Elton, the Tory Reform Committee, or the long line of Catholic apologists from W.H. Mallock onwards. People who, specializing in cracking neat jokes at the expense of whatever is modern and progressive, and whose opinions are often all the more extreme because they know they cannot influence the actual drift of events. After all, such a pamphlet as an argument to prove that abolishing Christianity, etc., is very like Timothy Shy in having a bit of clean fun with the Brains Trust or Father Ronald Knox exposing the errors of Bertrand Russell. And the ease with which Swift has been forgiven, and forgiven sometimes by devout believers, for the blasphemies of A Tale of a Tub demonstrates clearly enough the feebleness of religious sentiments as compared with political ones. However, the reactionary cast of Swift's mind does not show itself chiefly in its political affiliations. The important thing is the attitude towards science, and more broadly towards intellectual curiosity. The famous Academy of Legado, described in Part 3 of Gulliver's Travel, is no doubt a justified satire on most of the so-called scientists of Swift's own day. Significantly, the people at work in it are described as projectors, that is, people not engaged in disinterested research, but merely on the lookout for gadgets which will save labor and bring in money. But there is no sign indeed all through the book that there are many signs to the contrary, that pure science would have struck Swift as a worthwhile activity. The more serious kind of scientist has already had a kick in the pants in part 2, when the scholars, patronized by the King of Brobdingnag, tried to account for Gulliver's small stature. After much debate, they concluded unanimously that I was only relpum scalath, which is interpreted literally as lusus naturae, a determination exactly agreeable to the modern philosophy of Europe, whose professors, disdaining the old evasion of occult causes, whereby the followers of Aristotle endeavored in vain to disguise their ignorance, have invented this wonderful solution to all difficulties, to the unspeakable advancement of human knowledge. If this stood by itself, one might assume that Swift is merely an enemy of sham science. In a number of places, however, he goes out of his way to proclaim the uselessness of all learning or speculation not directed towards some practical end. Quote, "The learning of the Brobdingnagians is very defective, consisting only in morality, history, poetry, and mathematics, wherein they must be allowed to excel. But the last of these is wholly applied to what may be useful in life, to the improvement of agriculture and all mechanical arts, so that among us it would be little esteemed. As to ideas, entities, abstractions, and transcendentals, I could never drive the least conception into their heads." The Winhams, Swift's ideal beings, are backward even in a mechanical sense. They are unacquainted with metals, have never heard of boats, do not, properly speaking, practice agriculture. We are told the oats on which they live grow naturally, and appear not to have invented wheels. They have no alphabet, and evidently have not much curiosity about the physical world. They do not believe that any inhabited country exists but their own, and though they understand the motions of the sun and moon and the nature of eclipses, this is the utmost progress of their astronomy. By contrast, the philosophers of the flying island of Laputa are so continuously absorbed in mathematical speculations that before speaking to them, one has to attract their attention by flapping them on the air with a bladder. They have catalogued 10,000 fixed stars, have settled periods of 93 comets, and have discovered, in advance of the astronomers of Europe, that Mars has 2 moons, all of which information Swift evidently regards as ridiculous, useless, and uninteresting. As one might expect, he believes that the scientist's place, if he has a place, is in the laboratory, and that scientific knowledge has no bearing on political matters. What I thought altogether unaccountable was the strong disposition I observe in them towards news and politics, perpetually inquiring into public affairs, giving their judgments in matters of state, and passionately disputing every inch of a party opinion. I have indeed observed in the same disposition among most of the mathematicians I have known in Europe, though I could never discover the least analogy between the two sciences, unless those people suppose that because the smallest circle hath as many degrees as the largest, therefore the regulation and management of the world require no more abilities than the handling and turning of a globe. Is there not something familiar in that phrase? I could never discover the least analogy between the two sciences. It has precisely the note of the popular Catholic apologists who profess to be astonished when a scientist utters an opinion on such questions as the existence of God or the immortality of the soul. The scientist, we are told, is an expert only in one restricted field. Why should his opinions be of value in any other? The implication is that theology is just as much an exact science as, for instance, chemistry, and that the priest is also an expert whose conclusions on certain subjects must be accepted. Swift, in effect, makes the same claim for the politician, but he goes one better in that he will not allow the scientist, either the pure scientist or the ad hoc investigator, to be a useful person in his own line. Even if he had not written Part 3 of Gulliver's Travels, one could infer from the rest of the book that, like Tolstoy and like Blake, he hates the very idea of studying the processes of nature. The reason which he so admires in the Winhams does not primarily mean the power of drawing logical inferences from observed facts. Although he never defines it, it appears in most contexts to mean either common sense, i.e. acceptance of the obvious and contempt for quibbles and abstractions, or absence of passion and superstition. In general, he assumes that we know all that we need to know already and merely use our knowledge incorrectly. Medicine, for instance, is useless science, because if we lived in a more natural way, there would be no diseases. Swift, however, is not a simple life-saver or admirer of the noble savage. He is in favor of civilization and the arts of civilization. Not only does he see the value of good manners, good conversation, and even learning of a literary and historical kind, he also sees that agriculture, navigation, architecture need to be studied and could, with advantages, be improved. But his implied aim is a static and curious civilization, the world of his own day, a little cleaner, a little saner, with no radical change and no poking into the unknowable. More than one would expect in anyone so free from accepted fallacies, he reveres the past, especially classical antiquity, and believes that modern man has degenerated sharply during the past 100 years. In the island of sorcerers, where the spirits of the dead can be called up at will, I desired that the Senate of Rome might appear before me in one large chamber, and a modern representative in counterview in another. The first seemed to be an assembly of heroes and demigods, the other a knot of peddlers, pickpockets, highwaymen, and bullies. Although Swift uses the section in Part 3 to attack the truthfulness of recorded history, his critical spirit deserts him as soon as he is dealing with Greeks and Romans. He remarks, of course, upon the corruption of imperial Rome, but he also has almost unreasoning admiration for some of the leading figures of the ancient world. I was struck with profound veneration at the sight of Brutus, who could easily discover the most consummate virtue, the greatest intrepidity and firmness of mind, the truest love of his country and general benevolence for mankind, in every lineament of his countenance. I had the honor to give such a conversation with Brutus as was told that his ancestors, Junius, Socrates, Epaminondas, Cato the Younger, Sir Thomas More, and himself were perpetually together, a sextumvirate, to which all ages of the world cannot add a seventh. It will be noticed that of these six people, only one is Christian. This is an important point. If one adds together Swift's pessimism, his reverence for the past, his incuriosity, and his horror of the human body, one arrives at an attitude common among religious reactionaries. That is, people who defend an unjust order of society by claiming that this world cannot be substantially improved and only the next world matters. However, Swift shows no sign of having any religious beliefs, at least in any ordinary sense of the words. He does not appear to believe seriously in life after death, and his idea of goodness is bound up with republicanism, love of liberty, courage, benevolence, meaning in effect public spirit, reason, and other pagan qualities. This reminds one that there is another strain in Swift, not quite congruous with his disbelief in progress and his general hatred of humanity. To begin with, he has moments when he is constructive and even advanced. To be occasionally inconsistent is almost a mark of vitality in utopia books, and Swift sometimes inserts a word of praise into a passage that ought to be purely satirical. Thus, his ideas about the education of the young are fathered on the Lilliputians, who have much the same views on this subject as the Wyndhams. The Lilliputians also have various social and legal institutions. For instance, there are old age pensions, and people are rewarded for keeping the law as well as punished for breaking it, which Swift would have liked to see prevailing in his own country. In the middle of this passage, Swift remembers his satirical intention and the law, and adds, in relating these to the following laws, I would only be understood to mean the original institutions and not the most scandalous corruptions into which these people are fallen by the degenerate nature of man. But as Lilliput is supposed to represent England, and the laws he is speaking of have never had their parallel in England, it is clear that the impulse to make corrective suggestions has been too much for him. But Swift's greatest contribution to political thought, in the narrower sense of the words, is his attack, especially in Part 3, on what would now be called totalitarianism. He has an extraordinarily clear prevision of the spy-haunted police state, with its endless heresy hunts and treason trials, all really designed to neutralize popular discontent by changing it into war hysteria. And one must remember that Swift here is inferring the whole from quite a small part, for the feeble governments of his own day did not give him illustrations ready-made. For example, there is the professor in the School of Political Projectors who showed me a large paper of instructions for discovering plots and conspiracies, and who claimed that one can find people's secret thoughts by examining their excrement. Because men are never so serious, thoughtful, and intent as when they are at stool, which he found by frequent experiment, for in such conjectures, when he used merely as a trial to consider what the best way of murdering the king, his order would have the tincture of green, but quite different when he thought of only raising an insurrection or burning the metropolis. The professor and his theory are said to have been suggested to Swift by the, from our point of view, not particularly astonishing or disgusting fact that in a recent state trial some letters found in someone's privy had been put in evidence. Later, in the same chapter, we seem to be positively in the middle of Russian purges. In the kingdom of Tribnia, the natives called Langdon, the bulk of people consist in a manner wholly of discoverers, witnesses, informers, accusers, prosecutors, evidencers, swearers. It is first agreed and settled among them what suspected persons shall be accused of a plot. Then effectual care is taken to secure all their letters and papers and put the owners in chains. These papers are delivered to a set of artists, very dexterous in finding out the mysterious meanings of words, syllables, and letters. Where this method fails, they have two others more effectual, which the learned among them call acrostics and anagrams. First, they can decipher all initial letters into political meanings. Thus, N shall signify a plot, B a regiment of horse, L a fleet at sea. Or secondly, by transposing letters of the alphabet into any suspected paper, they can lay open the deepest designs of the discontented party. So, for example, if I should say in a letter to a friend, our brother Tom has just got the piles, a skillful decipherer would discover in the same letters which compose the sentence may be analyzed in the following words: resist, a plot is brought home the tour, note tower, and this is the anagrammatic method. Other professors at the same school invent simplified languages, write books by machinery, educate their pupils by inscribing the lesson on a wafer and causing them to swallow it, or propose to abolish individuality altogether by cutting off the part of the brain of one man and grafting it onto the head of another. There is something queerly familiar in the atmosphere of these chapters, because mixed up with much footing, there is a perception that one of the aims of totalitarianism is not merely to make sure that people will think the right thoughts, but actually to make them less conscious. Then again, Swift's account of the leader, who is usually to be found ruling over a tribe of yahoos, and of the favorite, who acts first as the dirty worker and later as the scapegoat, fits remarkably well into the pattern of our own times. But we are to infer from all this that Swift was first and foremost an enemy of tyranny. Are we to infer from all this that Swift was first and foremost an enemy of tyranny and a champion of the free intelligence? No, and his own views, so far as one can discern them, are not markedly liberal. No doubt he hates lords, kings, bishops, generals, ladies of fashion, orders, titles, and flummery generally, but he does not seem to think better of the common people than of their rulers, or to be in favor of increased social equality, or to be enthusiastic about representative institutions. The Wynnums are organized upon a sort of caste system, which is racial in character. The horses, which do the menial work of being different colors from their masters and not interbreeding with them. The educational system, which Swift admires in the Lilliputians, takes hereditary class distinctions for granted, and the children of the poorest classes do not go to school because their business being only to till and cultivate the earth, therefore their education is of little consequence to the public. Nor does he seem to have been strongly in favor of freedom of speech and press, in spite of the toleration which his own writings enjoyed. The King of Brobdingnag is astonished at the multiplicity of religious and political sects in England, and considers those who hold opinions prejudicial to the public. In context, this seems to mean simply heretical opinions, though they need not be obliged to change them, ought to be obliged to conceal them, for as it was tyranny in any government to require the first, so it was weakness not to enforce the second. This is a subtler indication of Swift's own attitude in the manner in which Gulliver leaves the land of the Wynnums. Intermittently, at least, Swift was a kind of anarchist. In Part 4 of Gulliver's Travels is a picture of an anarchistic society, not governed by law in the ordinary sense, but by the dictates of reason, which are voluntarily accepted by everyone. The General Assembly of the Wynnums exhorts Gulliver's master to get rid of him, and his neighbors put pressure on him to make him comply. Two reasons are given. One is that the presence of this unusual Yahoo may unsettle the rest of the tribe, And the other is that a friendly relationship between a Wynnum and a Yahoo is not agreeable to reason or nature, or a thing ever heard of before among them. Gulliver's master is somewhat unwilling to obey, but the exhortation, a Wynnum, we are told, is never compelled to do anything, he is merely exhorted or advised, cannot be disregarded. This illustrates very well the totalitarian tendency which is explicit in the anarchist or pacifist vision of society. In a society in which there is no law, and in theory no compulsion, the only arbiter of behavior is public opinion. But public opinion, because of the tremendous urge to conformity in gregarious animals, is less tolerant than any system of law. When human beings are governed by thou shalt not, the individual can practice a certain amount of eccentricity. When they are supposedly governed by love or reason, he is under continuous pressure to make him behave and think in exactly the same way as everyone else. This is a point I really like. The Wynnums, we are told, were unanimous on almost all subjects. The only question they ever discussed was how to deal with the Yahoos. Otherwise, there was no room for disagreement among them, because the truth is always rather self-evident, or else it is undiscoverable and unimportant. They had apparently no word for opinion in their language, and in their conversations there was no difference of sentiments. They had reached, in fact, the highest stage of totalitarian organization, the stage where conformity had become so general that there is no need for a police force. Swift approves of this kind of thing because among his many gifts, neither curiosity nor good nature was included. Disagreement would always seem to him sheer perversity. Reason among the Wynnums, he says, is not a point problematical, as with us, where men can argue with plausibility on both sides of a question, but strikes you with immediate conviction, as it needs must do, where it is not mingled, obscured, or discolored by passion and interest. In other words, we know everything already, so why should dissident opinions be tolerated? Dissident opinions be tolerated. The totalitarian society of the Wynnums, where there can be no freedom and no development, follows naturally from this. We are right to think of Swift as a rebel and an iconoclast, but except in certain secondary matters, much of his insistence that women should receive the same education as men, he cannot be labeled left. He is a Tory anarchist, despising authority while disbelieving in liberty and preserving the aristocratic outlook, while seeing clearly that the existing aristocracy is degenerate and contemptible. When Swift utters one of his characteristic diatribes against the rich and powerful, one must probably, as I said earlier, write off something for the fact that he himself belonged to the less successful party and was personally disappointed. The outs, for obvious reasons, are always more radical than the ins. But the most essential thing in Swift is his inability to believe that life, ordinary life on solid earth, and not some rationalized, deodorized version of it, could be made worth living. Of course, no honest person claims that happiness is now a normal condition among adult human beings, but perhaps it could be made normal, and it is upon this question that all serious political controversy really turns. Swift has much in common more, I believe, than has been noticed with Tolstoy, another disbeliever in the possibility of happiness. In both men, you have the same anarchistic outlook covering an authoritarian cast of mind. In both, a similar hostility to science, the same impatience with opponents, the same inability to see the importance of any question not interesting to themselves, and in both cases a sort of horror of the actual process of life, though in Tolstoy's case it was arrived at later and in a different way. The sexual unhappiness of the two men was not of the same kind, but there was this in common, that in both men of them a sincere loathing was mixed up with a morbid fascination. Tolstoy was a reformed rake who ended by preaching complete celibacy while continuing to practice the opposite into extreme old age. Swift was presumably impotent and had an exaggerated horror of human dung. He also thought about it incessantly, as is evident throughout his works. Some people are not likely to enjoy even a small amount of happiness that falls to most human beings, and from obvious motives are not likely to admit that earthly life is capable of much improvement. Their incuriosity, and hence their intolerance, sprang from the same root. Swift's disgust, rancor, and pessimism would make sense against a background of a next world to which this one is a prelude. He does not appear to believe seriously in any such thing. It becomes necessary to construct a paradise supposedly existing on the surface of the earth, but something quite different from anything we know, with all that he disapproves of. Lies, folly, change, enthusiasm, pleasure, love, and dirt eliminated from it. As his ideal being, he chooses the horse, an animal whose excrement is not offensive. The Wynnums are dreary beasts. This is so generally admitted that the point is not worth laboring. Swift's genius can make them credible, but there can have been very few readers in whom they have excited any feeling beyond dislike. And this is not from wounded vanity at seeing animals preferred to men. For of the two, the Wynnums are much likelier to human beings than are the Yahoos, and Gulliver's horror of the Yahoos, together with his recognition that they are the same kind of creature as himself, contains a logical absurdity. This horror comes upon him at his very first sight of them. I never beheld, he said, in all my travels so disagreeable an animal, nor one against which I naturally conceived so strong an antipathy. But in comparison with what are the Yahoos disgusting? Not with the Wynnums, because at this time Gulliver has not seen a Wynnum. It can only be in comparison with himself, i.e., with a human being. Later, however, we are told that Yahoos are human beings, and human society becomes insupportable to Gulliver because all men are Yahoos. In that case, why did he not conceive his disgust of humanity earlier? In effect, we are told that the Yahoos are fantastically different from men, and yet are the same. Swift has overreached himself in his fury and is shouting at his fellow creatures. You are filthier than you are. However, it is impossible to feel much sympathy with the Yahoos, and it is not because they oppress the Yahoos that the Wynnums are unattractive. They are unattractive because the reason by which they are governed is really a desire for death. They are exempt from love, friendship, curiosity, fear, sorrow, and except in their feelings towards the Yahoos, who occupy rather the same place in their community as the Jews in Nazi Germany, anger and hatred. They have no fondness for their colts or foals, but the care that they take, educating them, proceeds entirely from the dictates of reason. They lay store by friendship and benevolence, but these are not confined to particular objects, but universal to the whole race. They also value conversation, but in their conversations there are no differences of opinion, and nothing passed but what was useful, expressed in the fewest and most significant words. They practice strict birth control, each couple producing 2 offspring and thereafter abstaining from sexual intercourse. Their marriages are arranged for them by their elders on eugenic principles, and their language contains no word for love in the sexual sense. When somebody dies, they carry on exactly as before, without feeling any grief. It will be seen that their aim is to be like a corpse as like a corpse as is possible, while retaining physical life. 1 or 2 of their characteristics, it is true, do not seem to be strictly reasonable in their own usage of the world. Thus, they place a great value not only on physical hardihood, but on athleticism, and they are devoted to poetry. But these exceptions may be less arbitrary than they seem. Swift probably emphasizes the physical strength of the Wynnums in order to make clear that they should never be conquered by the hated human race, while the taste for poetry may figure among their qualities because poetry appeared to Swift as the antithesis of science, from his point of view, that most useless of all pursuits. I don't entirely agree with Orwell on all of this, but I would also point out that Swift was a poet, so... In Part 3, he names imagination, fancy, and invention as desirable faculties in which the Laputan mathematicians, in spite of their love of music, were wholly lacking. One must remember that although Swift was an admirable writer of comic verse, the kind of poetry he thought valuable would probably be didactic poetry. The poetry of the Wynnums... Okay, so actually Orwell just told me. The poetry of the Wynnums, he says, must be allowed to excel that of all other mortals, wherein the justness of their similes and the minuteness as well as exactness of their descriptions are, indeed, inimitable. Their verses abound very much in both of these, and usually contain either some exalted notions of friendship and benevolence, or praises of those who were victors in races and other bodily exercises. Alas, not even the genius of Swift was equal to producing a specimen by which we could judge the poetry of the Wyndhams, but it sounds as though it were chilly stuff, in heroic couplets presumably, and not seriously in conflict with the principles of reason. Happiness is notoriously difficult to describe, and pictures of a just and well-ordered society are seldom either attractive or convincing. Most creators of favorable utopias, however, are concerned to show with what life could be like if it were lived more fully. Swift advocates a simple refusal of life, justifying this by the claim that reason consists in thwarting your instincts. The Wyndhams, creatures without a history, continue for generation after generation to live prudently, maintaining their population at exactly the same level, avoiding all passion, suffering from no diseases, meeting death indifferently, training up their young in the same principles, and all for what? In order that the same process may continue indefinitely. The notions that life here and now is worth living, or that could be made worth living, or that it must be sacrificed for some future good are all absent. The dreary world of the Wyndhams is about as good a utopia as Swift could construct, granting that he neither believed in a next world or could get any pleasure out of certain normal activities. But it is not really set up as something desirable in itself, but as justification for another attack on humanity. The aim, as usual, is to humiliate man by reminding him that he is weak and ridiculous, and above all that he stinks, and the ultimate motive probably is a kind of envy of the ghost of the living, of the man who knows he cannot be happy for the others who, so he fears, may be a little happier than himself. The political expression of such an outlook must be either reactionary or nihilistic, because the person who holds it will want to prevent society from developing in some direction in which his pessimism may be cheated. One can do this either by blowing everything to pieces or averting social change. Swift ultimately blew everything to pieces in the only way that was feasible before the atomic bomb. That is, he went mad. But, as I have tried to show, his political aims were on the whole reactionary ones. Sorry, I'll read the stuff that you've said out loud in a bit, Eyes of Sin, but that did make me laugh. From what I have written, it may have seemed that I am against Swift, and that my objective is to refute him and even belittle him. In a political and moral sense, I am against him, so far as I understand him. Yet curiously enough, he is one of the writers I admire with the least reserve, and Gulliver's Travels in particular is a book which it seems impossible for me to grow tired of. I read it first when I was 8, 1 day short of 8 to be exact, for I stole it and furtively read the copy, which was given to me the next day on my 8th birthday, and I have certainly not read it less than half a dozen times since. Its fascination seems inexhaustible. If I had to make a list of 6 books which were to be preserved when all others were destroyed, I would certainly put Gulliver's Travels among them. This raises the question, what is the relationship between agreement with a writer's opinions and enjoyment of his work? If one is capable of intellectual detachment, one can perceive merit in a writer whom one deeply disagrees with, but enjoyment is a different matter. Supposing that there is such a thing as good or bad art, then goodness or badness must reside in the work of art itself, not independently of the observer, indeed, but independently of the mood of the observer. In one sense, therefore, it cannot be true that a poem is good on Monday and bad on Tuesday. But if one judges the poem by the appreciation it arouses, then it certainly can be true, because appreciation or enjoyment is a subjective condition which cannot be commanded. For a great deal of this waking life, even the most cultivated person had no aesthetic feelings whatever, and the power to have aesthetic feelings is very easily destroyed. When you are frightened or hungry or suffering from a toothache or seasickness, King Lear is no better from your point of view than Peter Pan. You may know in an intellectual sense that it is better. That is simply a fact which you remember. You will not feel the merit of King Lear until you are normal again. An aesthetic judgment can be upset just as more disastrously, because the cause is less readily recognized by political or moral disagreement. If a book angers, wounds, or alarms you, then you will not enjoy it, whatever its merits may be. If it seems to you a really pernicious book, likely to influence other people in some undesirable way, then you will probably construct an aesthetic theory to show that it has no merits. Current literary criticism consists largely of this kind of dodging to and fro between two sets of standards, and yet the opposite process can also happen. Enjoyment can overwhelm disapproval. even though one clearly recognizes that one is enjoying is something inimical. Swift, whose worldview is so peculiarly unacceptable, but who nevertheless is an extremely popular writer, is a good instance of this. Why is it that we don't mind being called yahoos, although firmly convinced that we are not yahoos? Just a little bit on the criticism, or the section on criticism, I definitely want to say, hit him again, George! It is not enough to make the usual answer that, of course, Swift was wrong. In fact, he was insane, but he was a good writer. It is true that the literary quality of book is to some small extent separable from its subject matter. Some people have a native gift for using words, and some people have a naturally good eye at games. It is largely a question of timing and instinctively knowing how much emphasis to use. As an example near at hand, look back at the passage I quoted earlier, starting in the kingdom of Tribnia by the natives called Langdon. It derives much of its force from the final sentence, and this is the anagram-made method. Strictly speaking, this sentence is unnecessary, for we have already seen the anagram deciphered, but the mock-solemn repetition, in which one seems to hear Swift's own voice uttering the words, drives home the idiocy of the activities described, like the final tap to a nail. But not all the power and simplicity of Swift's prose, nor the imaginative effort that has been able to make not one but a whole series of impossible worlds more credible than the majority of history books, none of this would enable us to enjoy Swift if his worldview were truly wounding or shocking. Millions of people in many countries have enjoyed Gulliver's Travels while more or less seeing its anti-human implications, and even the child who accepts parts 1 and 2 as a simple story gets a sense of absurdity from thinking of human beings 6 inches high. The explanation must be that Swift's worldview is felt to be not altogether false, or it would probably be more accurate to say not false all the time. Swift is a diseased writer. He remains permanently in a depressed mood, which in most people is only intermittent, rather as though someone is suffering from jaundice or the after effects of influenza should have the energy to write books. But we all know that mood, and something in us responds to the expression of it. Take, for instance, some of his most characteristic works, The Lady's Dressing Room, one might add the kindred poem, Upon a Beautiful Young Nymph Going to Bed. Which is truer, the viewpoint expressed in these poems, or the viewpoint implied in Blake's phrase, the naked female human form divine? No doubt Blake is nearer to the truth, and yet who can fail to see a sort of pleasure in seeing that fraud feminine delicacy exposed for once? Swift falsifies his picture of the world by refusing to see anything in human life except dirt, folly, and wickedness, but the part which he abstracts from the whole does not exist, and it is something which we all know about while shrinking from mentioning it. Part of our minds, in any normal person, it is the dominant part, believes that man is a noble animal and that life is worth living. But there is also a sort of inner self which, at least intermittently, stands aghast at the horror of existence. In the queerest way, pleasure and disgust are linked together. The human body is beautiful. It is also repulsive and ridiculous, a fact which can be verified at any swimming pool. The sexual organs are objects of desire and also of loathing, so much so that in many languages, if not all languages, their names are used as words of abuse. Meat is delicious, but a butcher's shop makes one feel sick. And indeed, all our food springs ultimately from the dung of and dead bodies. The two things which of all others seem to us the most horrible. A child, when it is past the infantile stage, but still looking at the world with fresh eyes, is moved by horror almost as often as wonder. Horror of snot and spittle, of dog's excrement on the pavement, the dying toad full of maggots, the sweaty smell of grown-ups, the hideousness of old men with their bald heads and bulbous noses. In his endless harping on disease, diet, and deformity, Swift is not actually inventing anything. He is merely leaving something out. Human behavior, too, especially in politics, is as he describes it, although it contains other more important factors which he refuses to admit. So far as we can see, both horror and pain are necessary to the continuance of life on this planet, and it is therefore open to pessimists like Swift to say, if horror and pain must always be with us, how can life be significantly improved? His attitude is in effect the Christian attitude, minus the bribe of a next world, which, however, probably has less hold upon the minds of believers than the conviction that this world is a vale of tears and the grave is a place of rest. It is, I am certain, a wrong attitude, and one which could have harmful effects upon behavior, but something in us responds to it, as it responds to the gloomy words of the burial service and the sweetish smell of corpses in a country church. It is often argued, at least by people who admit the importance of subject matter, that a book cannot be good if it expresses a palpably false view of life. We are told that, in our own age, for instance, any book that has genuine literary merit will also be more or less progressive in tendency. This ignores the fact that throughout history a similar struggle between progress and reaction has been raging, and that the best books of any one age have always been written from several different viewpoints, some of them palpably more false than others. Insofar as a writer is a propagandist, the most one can ask of him is that he shall genuinely believe in what he is saying, and that it shall not be something blazingly silly. Today, for example, one can imagine a good book being written by a Catholic, a communist, a fascist, a pacifist, an anarchist, perhaps by an old-style liberal or an ordinary conservative. One cannot imagine a good book being written by a spiritualist, a Buckmanite, or a member of the Ku Klux Klan. The views that a writer holds must be compatible with sanity in the medical sense, and with the power of continuous thought. Beyond that, what we ask of him is talent, which is probably another name for conviction. Swift did not possess ordinary wisdom, but he did possess a terrible intensity of vision, capable of picking out a single hidden truth and then magnifying and distorting it. The durability of Gulliver's Travels goes to show that, if the force of belief is behind it, a worldview which only just passes the test of sanity is sufficient to produce a great work of art. All right, that was a lot longer than I was planning, but I am glad that I read that. So I'm curious what you all thought of that. I'm going to take a minute and give The Eyes of Sin their due. So yeah, the concept of tiny people tie a big person to the ground shows up in anime a lot. That and Don Quixote, they love that book. There's a discount store shown called... I did know about the Don Quixote. I thought it was more like a 7-Eleven, but I am aware of the Quixote store. And the mascot is weirdly a penguin. I wouldn't want to fight a horse. I really wouldn't want to fight a horse. And holy shit, a horse could destroy me. They said that 2 toddlers and a duck could take you out, or a really determined goat and a duck. And I sent you a screen grabs from 2 anime that reference Gulliver's Travels, the second of which is maybe not wholly great to link in chat. It's not explicit, but clearly the creator of One Piece had a fetish, not judging. I will definitely review those. I'm a bit sleepy, so I may not check for long, but my curiosity is intrigued. And the most important of the messages, because I like frogs, happiness to the eyes of sin is holding a large frog like a hamburger and just looking at the plump little buddy for a bit. So yeah, I will say, I like a number of points that Orwell makes on politics versus literature, an examination of Gulliver's Travels. I believe he misreads the 4th book. And I think that misreading has assigned beliefs to Swift. I actually don't necessarily think he's entirely wrong on some of Swift's political positions, but I do think that he has misread the 4th book. And the defense that I would offer, as opposed to a criticism of Orwell, would be to say that I actually kind of think that the 4th book really is reserved as the satire on the satirist. I think that Swift himself is not immune from the powers of satire that he is directing, and that is why the fourth book has the shape that it does. I don't believe that the Winhams are intended to be seen as admirable. I think if you are looking to see, I think there is a, like I said, I think there is a reason Plato is mentioned in book four, and I think there is a reason why the Winhams are organized the way that they are. I think you can definitely see parallels to that. But I mean, obviously I mentioned communism and such. I think he did. I like the sections that he has on totalitarianism and drawing that out of Swift, and I think he is definitely onto something like that, and definitely not limited to the fourth. It is the third and the fourth book that contains it. And again, this is one of the reasons why I think the Winhams are not to be seen as something admirable. I think what you are seeing in this highly rational society are exactly the kinds of, like, the monstrous type of reason that leads to the sort of thing that talks about the wholesale extermination of the Yahoos. So in one sense, like, this is one of the reasons why I want to offer my own defense of book four and what I think it's trying to do. Because I think for the most part, Orwell has identified some material that we should be taking from Gulliver's Travels. Although I will also say I like Orwell a lot, and so I imagine that probably Orwell drawing the same things I'm interested in out of Gulliver's Travels is maybe not entirely surprising. Anyways, I'm like 2.5 hours later than I wanted to be. I again thank you all for hanging out. I hope the extended time was not a hardship. I mean, obviously for those it was. I'm assuming they've all gone to bed. But I'm going to get some sleep. I will leave you all in the capable hands of Will Shand, who is probably doing his games and demos thing. I have no idea what he's playing, but he is the best available. But yeah, thank you again for everybody joining me for Gulliver's Travels. I hope you enjoyed it. I will be back on Friday, probably playing a game, but we'll see how it goes. And I guess if you want to have more reading streams, let me know. But this was really just because I got really fed up with the backseating. So we're out of the penalty box for a bit, and we'll see how it goes. Have a nice night yourself, the Isopson, and to everybody else who's hanging out. Have a good evening.